Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Kyle. Let's see if it pays off.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay? Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play. Your name, please?
Bitch.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not funny.
crazy enough to work.
Yeah. It's a great day for being sad.
Not in reality.
Right now.
I see that you carry your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerberg.
China. I have to have my China.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Awful. Weak.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill!
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Full of Pepe.
Well, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here today, Space Fam, so we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space. That would be terrible. We have no way of retrieving you, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's just, you know, galactic funds are low. Alright, Space Fams, good to see all of you. Shout outs. Before anything else, Hermit Horologist, Frizzla, and Series 123 in the YouTube chat. Mike Tool, close fourth. Bob Garbity also here. Joe 47771. Selena Mary. Atticus Among Us. Eduardo Roca. And All Raw by Nature. Sarah Layla. And that is it. That is all the shoutouts. Good to see everyone. Well, like I was mentioning, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here. Also, galactic funds are low. Still have just the rest of the month, a short period of time, slightly less than a week, to raise the funds for the galactic deficit. Otherwise, bills will go unpaid. And this stream will be put into peril. Space purgatory. Nobody wants to see happen. Cash App and PayPal, of course, are great ways. Also, becoming a Patreon member, also a good way to get us funds immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we got a lot of topics to talk about today. Ghislaine Maxwell Transcript. Alex Jones right. Martial law in the United States.
Fuck yeah!
Let's start out with the Epstein files. And let's just say the families of the victims are not thrilled about the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other things.
We also want to tell you about new fallout over the Justice Department's release of the audio and transcripts of their interview with Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, the family of one of his late accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, says it is outraged by what Maxwell told the DOJ. Giuffre died by suicide back in April. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us now with more on this. Katrina, great to see you. Did we really learn anything new from the audio recording and transcripts released by the DOJ? And if not, what was the purpose?
Errol, that is such a great question because we really didn't. I read through these hundreds of.
Yeah, I think if anything, people like me learned new things. I was not aware of all of the details of this, and the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell had been sticking to her story this entire time. For whatever it's been now, well over half a decade of I've never ever seen anything. Nobody's ever done anything bad around me or Jeffrey Epstein ever.
Pages, and there's not really new information in here. What Ghislaine Maxwell did is she essentially exonerated President Donald Trump. She speaks very glowingly of him throughout this interview, so she never saw anything.
Well, that means that the president, of course, did nothing wrong. If Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted sex offender, as well as I think she was also convicted of perjury on a couple of occasions too. Convicted sex offender and perjurer. That sounds exonerating, indeed.
Implicated him. She said the same about former President Bill Clinton. And in fact, she didn't give any high-profile names in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit, which is what people have really been wanting to know. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
There is no list. There is no, I'm not aware of any blackmail. I never heard that. I never saw it, and I never imagined it.
And Errol, it's also important to mention that she mentioned Robert F. Kennedy's name during this interview. Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General who was interviewing her, did not press her on this. She also mentioned that some people in Trump's cabinet had been in the orbit. She wasn't pressed on this either. Significantly, she also said that she does not believe Jeffrey Epstein
Donald
killed
Trump's
himself.
personal attorney didn't press Ghislaine Maxwell further on her mentioning that some of Trump's cabinet members were chilling with Epstein. Oh, what? I'm sure that was just a blunder. That was just an unintentional. Oh gosh, there's no way that would at all. Oh no.
But she says she thinks it was some kind of internal prison matter. But also she used this to really refute a lot of these allegations against her, to defend herself. And we have to remember that she was previously accused by the Department of Justice of perjury.
Illegal.
So we have to take everything she says with a real grain of salt here.
Yeah, and the context that she was speaking to the Deputy AG, Mr. Blanche, who, as you and I remember, represented Donald Trump as a private citizen during so many of his trials, including that trial here in New York City. I want to ask you about the Giuffre family. The late woman's memoir is set to come out in October. How different is her account from what we heard from Maxwell, and what is the family saying?
I mean, as you were saying, they say that they're outraged by this, that they feel that what Ghislaine Maxwell said in this interview invalidates her conviction for being involved in child sex abuse.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. I mean, after this woman has been convicted, for the Trump administration and for anybody, really, for literally anybody, to be using this quasi testimony being given by Maxwell to the Department of Justice, like it really is. I mean, all of that is just wrong. Like I mean, the fact that they're using this as like a political stunt. Like the testimony of a woman, like who is? It's not like that she because it's not like the trial ended, and she was like remorseful. She's like, I was a bad person, and blah blah blah. And she's coming out and like, no, she's still appealing her conviction and alleging her innocence, maintaining her innocence, whatever you call it, and is claiming to have never done anything wrong with anyone. And then Jeffrey Epstein never did anything wrong. And then you come out and you're gonna release release this transcript as like an example, because a lot of people are touting it as like it being credible, and I find that to be hilarious. Because who can listen to what she is saying and think, oh, this woman is credible?
Blanche.
Whoops, I went one too far. Hold on. There we go. Fixed it.
You mentioned, I think, briefly, but the Terramar project?
Yes.
What is that?
I founded Terramar in... Oh, the idea of Terramar came, I think, in 2010. So I want to just explain Terramar a little bit. So Ted and I bought a boat. Well, Ted bought the boat. And the basis of the boat was to do explorations and sea exploratory stuff. This really started because I have had since I was a child, a love of the ocean and everything aquatic, and I've always been, I'm nervous about the state of the ocean.
Okay.
When Ted and I, we worked with National Geographic, and we did exploratory work, and the most exciting, well, we did many exciting things, but one of the most fabulous ones that we did was we looked for Amelia Earhart twice. I did 2 expeditions to look for Amelia Earhart.
Wow, well, when you got the money sitting around, might as well go looking for Amelia Earhart. Maybe she's still alive. I don't know. Maybe she's on an island somewhere in the South Pacific.
Blanche, Trump's like personal attorney and functionally acting as it. He's the deputy attorney general now. Did an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. He sat down with her and recorded it. And we'll start with that here first. These are audio transcripts from their interview after she was moved to a more like lower security prison with some more amenities. And for me, I think all of our prisons should be like this, by the way. I don't think prison should be there as some sort of form of sadism. The incarceration is the punishment, and incarceration is there to keep people who are dangerous, although in our country it's not really. Our prison population is way too big because it's like folks who were driven to desperation for poverty, or they're stuck in a cycle, or we have these targeting of Black and brown communities with stuff like gang databases that inflate our prison population to make us the most incarcerating country in the world by many times. And so I am fine with the prison being like not being more comfortable for her. I don't particularly care about it. What I care about is what it indicates and what it seems like there might be in terms of a quid pro quo, and the fact that if there's anybody that should be in prison for life, it should be someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, who drove around on Epstein's behalf, targeting.
Oh my God, what is going on right now? I think I'm going blind. What just happened over here? Good God. Good God. Somebody just donated on Cash App an incredible sum. I feel like we need to do, just because of just how incredible this is. We need this. We need some confetti up in here. Just because, I mean, I don't even know. There was no goal. There's no goal, but I mean, wow, this just got us super close to completing the galactic deficit financing goal. We're now at 330 of 375. Only 45 away. My God. I mean, holy cow. I don't know if this person wants to be made known to the chat or prefer anonymity, but your generosity is noted. Just gonna bask in the glory of this. I mean, look how close we are. I was worrying. I was shaking in my boots over here, people. I was very concerned that we weren't going to be able to complete the galactic deficit financing goal before the end of August. And now, all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my gosh, we are much, much closer. $45 away from it, meaning between now and the end of the month, that means we only need $9 a day. $10, something like $9 or $10 a day to complete it. So that is beautiful. That is gorgeous. Okay, wow, that's, I mean, we were only a half hour into the stream. We're in the free hour right now. I didn't even start a goal. Now I don't even know what to do about that. Maybe we just need to do some sort of, whoa. Okay, that's weird. My browser's lagging, but nothing is actually okay. Well, there you go, people. What a crazy beginning to all of this. I'm sorry. I abruptly ended the video. I'm gonna go back. Try that again. Anyway, I know who just gifted, and I really appreciate you. Incredible generosity. All right. Back to the Jeffrey Epstein cover-up.
Attorney and functionally acting as he's the deputy attorney general now.
I should do a goal so that I'm not in a deficit next month. That's a good point. That's a good point. They are separate goals. That's a strong point. It's a strong point.
Blanche, Trump's like personal attorney and functionally acting as it. He's the deputy attorney general now. Did an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. He sat down with her and recorded it. And we'll start with that here first. These are audio transcripts from their interview after she was moved to a more like lower security prison with some more amenities. And for me, I think all of our prisons should be like this, by the way. I don't think prison should be there as some sort of form of sadism. The incarceration is the punishment, and incarceration is there to keep people who are dangerous, although in our country it's not really. Our prison population is way too big because it's like folks who were driven to desperation for poverty, or they're stuck in a cycle, or we have these targeting of Black and brown communities with stuff like gang databases that inflate our prison population to make us the most incarcerating country in the world by many times. And so illegal. I am fine with the prison being like not being more comfortable for her. I don't particularly care about it. What I care about is what it indicates and what it seems like there might be in terms of a quid pro quo, and the fact that if there's anybody that should be in prison for life, it should be someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, who drove around on Epstein's behalf, targeted girls in schools, helped set up a pyramid recruitment scheme of raping and abusing underage girls, participated in the abuse herself in some instances, is like not just a recruiter for the most prolific child rapist in modern history.
He's fixer.
Is a fixer and a participant and a rapist herself. And so Trump is trying to get out of his enormously obvious past connections to Epstein. He's so stupid. He just issues these directives and tells his guys, his cronies in the administration, go and do this for me. What's next? Who knows? So that's my question for you. Is this fooling anybody? These are the audio from this interview. It's absolutely nuts.
Ghislaine Maxwell, in her own words, denying the existence of a client list involving the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
There is no list. There is no, I'm not aware of any blackmail. I never heard that. I never saw it, and I never
what now? The 300-plus page transcript released late Friday by the Justice Department follows a two-day interview last month with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who previously served as the president's personal attorney.
President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me, and I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now.
Maxwell had nothing but praise for the president, while her lawyer has made it clear she's interested in a pardon.
That's so sweet. Donald Trump has always been super nice to Ghislaine Maxwell. It's nice to hear that, you know, Donald Trump, at least, he has some friends still out there in the world. You know, after losing his best friend, Jeffrey, you know, I've been wondering if anybody cares about him. But it sounds like Ghislaine and him have a pretty close relationship.
saying she never saw any improper or sexual behavior involving him or any other high-profile figures.
I never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody.
Do you know whether, for example, President Clinton ever received a massage?
I don't believe he did.
Following the interview, Maxwell was transferred to a lower security prison in Texas. The release comes as the administration has been under growing pressure from lawmakers and the public to fully disclose the Epstein files.
Innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open.
Epstein was found dead in his detention cell back in 2019 while he was awaiting trial.
The fact that Donald Trump has transitioned to wearing these hats, these Trump was right about everything, I mean, it is wild to me. I mean, it really is. I don't know if it must be just me that's the most disturbed about this. But, I mean, what kind of fucking, like, sick narcissist do you have to be to make hats for yourself saying that you were right about everything? And then you wear that hat everywhere. Like, what's wrong with you?
Hired Jeffrey Epstein to work at a school in the 70s.
Yeah, I'm sure he thinks that. Also, who was president when Epstein was killed? Just want to throw that out there. Bill Barr was the Attorney General.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Can we pull this up here?
This guy's been talked about for years.
I didn't hear this part in that CBS. Just Chris Hayes had a segment on it where I initially heard some of the parts of this interview. Good evening. Go to like 3 minutes and 10 seconds in, and let's hear this part too. Yeah, perfect.
Women have said that were there, that say they were there giving him massages, said that those included some sort of sexual conduct, however you define that in the broadest sense, not just a traditional massage regularly. So
Don't be creepy.
what did you see and hear at the time? Where does that leave you in your mind with what happened?
Okay, so I saw Epstein with women. What I mean by that is he would have women around him. So anytime I saw anybody with him, they were happy to be with him. So I never saw an aggressive move. I never saw anything that was
non-consensual.
Well, thank you. Okay.
Can you pause it? Okay, just if we could take the closed captions off so we can see the full. Go back 5 seconds. This was the part that was most incredible to me. He is leading her.
Yeah, he's leading her to be evasive, like framing it in such a way, giving her ways to just like. It's just like, oh, great. Glad to hear that actually all of that stuff is just fake. Like the president said, it's all just made up. It's a Democrat hoax. Bill Clinton, actually a super good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Go to we'll play it again and then we'll pause it on the transcript.
Donald Trump, super good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
You can just see how he leads her to the non-consensual part. And she says women over and over again. You are recruiting little girls. They don't have the capacity to consent. And she's also, as was warned about by the judge or whoever that says that she didn't cooperate, she's not a credible witness, she lies and lies and lies. She is completely lying about her role. By all of the reporting, by all of the witness testimony, she was intimately involved, not seeing him passively with women, in recruiting girls for him to rape, to satisfy his sexual appetite.
She's saying she wants a pardon, and the whole premise for that pardon is that all this stuff was overblown. So of course she's going to minimize it.
Exactly. Great point. And Blanche this is not how any interview would be conducted if they were trying to go on a fact-finding mission. This is when you know you're recording something and you need to cover up your boss's ass.
Well, this sounds like a client-lawyer interview.
Exactly. Yeah. He's coaching her almost.
women around him. So anytime I saw anybody with him, they were happy to be with him. So I never saw an aggressive move. I never saw anything that was
non-consensual.
Well, thank you. Okay. I never saw anything that was
Okay, pause that.
non-consensual.
Non-consensual. Just look at that there. I never saw anything that was... And Blanche...
Non-consensual. That is fascinating language choice. Non-consensual. That I guess that covers all of the possibilities.
Finishes her sentence. Come on. Who is this performance fooling unless you are so deep down the rabbit hole at this point?
Oh, it's just meant to check boxes.
And it's still just it's fascinating to me that anybody wants to use this as like what is the purpose of it? What is the purpose of it? We now know, just for a second time, and on a couple of other topics that we maybe didn't have before, that Ghislaine Maxwell is of the opinion that she's never done anything wrong. Jeffrey Epstein never did anything wrong. None of the men who were ever around her and or Jeffrey Epstein ever did anything wrong, especially around other women. And that is the whole story. And it's like, okay, so what are we supposed to take from this? Exactly. What is the victory here? What did the Department of Justice just achieve just now? Oh, this was a fascinating clip. I still haven't managed to listen to all 6 hours of it. It's just so painful to listen to. All right, here we go.
I did look for masseuses. I did. I went to spas, and if I met somebody who said she was a masseuse, I did not check their credentials. And of course, if she was attractive, I did introduce her, yes. If I met friends who were interested, he was constantly asking me to meet new and interesting people. I did do that. At the time, I viewed it as, well, first of all, part of my job, I think, or part of my responsibility, if you were, to introduce, because it wasn't just women. If I met somebody who was interesting, like Mary Gelman, or who I thought he would like, I did that. So it's not exclusively, but he did. And I did do that.
So, but then, so I want to layer on top of what you just said, what we talked about yesterday more, but a little bit today already, which is everybody that was around him besides you, like his friends. So right. I accept the lifestyle. I've seen the photos, the fact that we're all going to go to the island for a couple days, or fly on a private plane, and there's beautiful women everywhere. Is there any, I mean, do you, as you sit here today, think that the people around him weren't also of the same place, where they were also getting massages, where there was sex going on during them, or things like that? And I'm obviously asking this because that's what what everybody has said. And when you just described what it was like, the very next step from that is everybody's going to Vegas for the weekend, you know, and so it seems kind of far-fetched to say that yes, that was his lifestyle, but then when he's taking groups of folks to the island, or groups of folks to New Mexico or whatever, that they're all going to church in the morning while he's getting a massage.
I hear you. I was there though, and you're talking about very substantial people, and you are extrapolating because the narrative that started in, by the way, not until 2009 is when it really started. So that narrative that was created and then built upon, and it just mushroomed into what basically this is like a Salem witch trial. People gone lost their minds for this thing.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'll let her go.
I understand that, but the issue is, how do you satisfy a mob who can't understand the lifestyle because it's like P. Diddy in Redux on TV?
So many fascinating references to Ghislaine Maxwell's bullet. Oh, wow. Now, I don't know who here is too familiar with the Salem witch trials, but actually, fascinating parallel in the Salem witch trials, the accusers also happened to be, many of them, not all of them, but in the most, and things like the Crucible and all these other sorts of documentations of them, a lot of the accusers were young women, young girls. Wow, it's a witch trial, according to Ghislaine Maxwell. They just don't understand it because they don't live that ditty life. They're not living that ditty lifestyle.
Illegal.
You just don't get it. Let's get a look inside of the lifestyle, if you will. Here's a Forbes breaking news clip from 23 hours ago entitled Ghislaine Maxwell Details. Traveling with Epstein and politicians.
A British gymnast by the name of Heather Mann.
Yes.
Did she?
I didn't know she was a gymnast.
Oh, okay. I'm reading something that says she was a gymnast, but
Okay.
Please don't assume that that's correct.
Okay.
Based upon my words.
Okay.
Did she ever travel with you and/or Mr. Epstein?
Yeah, she did actually. I think that she might have been one of Mr. Epstein's girlfriends at some point.
What? Again, I know we're talking about time periods that are vast. What time period would that have been? Like after you, like since 2000?
I wanted to say, I don't know, could be the 90s, could be the 90s, I don't know. But I mean, listen, there are people that pop out of the woodwork all the time. I just saw one on TV saying she was his girlfriend in 93 and 94. So, I mean, he obviously was very busy.
Where's she flying?
Well, there's that.
Did someone named Mark Middleton?
Yes, I remember him. He was in the Mr. Clinton's administration, President Clinton's administration, I think.
And how do you know him?
Well, I met him, and I met him through Mr. Epstein.
And was he, from what you observed, was he a friend or business acquaintance with Mr. Epstein?
I mean, I only saw him a handful of times, but I did see him with him. I mean, he seemed friendly. I don't know if I would characterize. I mean, only having seen him briefly, I don't know how to characterize that.
Do you know whether he flew on airplanes with Mr. Epstein? Did he visit the island? Do you know anything about that or their relationship as it relates to that?
I don't have any recollection of seeing Mark Middleton at the island.
How about former U.S. Senator George Mitchell?
Yeah, I do remember George.
What do you remember about him?
I traveled with him. We went to the most memorable day. I went to. Well, I was friendly with his wife. Start with that, with Heather. And Heather was in New York, so I hung out with her a few times. We had dinners, and I was just friendly, I would say. Separately from her husband, was friends with Heather. I met Heather through her husband, but we became friends.
You became friends with Heather.
Yes.
Was Mr. Epstein friends with?
This really does sound like, and the fact that this was all done completely voluntarily, that in fact there was no guarantee that this was ever going to be released to the public. Like, you can kind of feel it, like the way that they're talking to each other. It sounds more like a defense attorney speaking to a client than it does a representative of the government, the federal government, of the District of Justice. Of the Department of Justice, talking to a convicted felon. Like, it's just such a strange vibe. So weird. And she's not even talking to them as a cooperating witness in the prosecution of somebody else. This is just because the Trump administration, they were just like, somebody needs to go talk to Ghislaine before somebody else gets in there.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Did they travel together besides New York? Did they travel to the island or to New Mexico?
I don't remember George ever at the island, but the most memorable trip I do recall with Senator was to Italy.
Because that, in my estimation, is partly why this was done, right? Is partly a distraction, but also, in my estimation, the Trump administration was concerned that somehow somebody, Democrats, would find a way to coerce or otherwise convince Ghislaine Maxwell into, in fact, rather than exonerating the president, as some people have called it, which is, of course, a fucking joke. Nobody has been exonerated by this testimony, but rather than doing what she's done here, which is to deny all wrongdoing, perhaps for some other sort of promises, maybe she would have testified to something, right? Now, it's unlikely, especially because of the fact that her defense is still fighting her case right now. I do feel like that was part of the impetus for all of this. And all that yielded for us was the testimony of a woman convicted of sex crimes and lying under oath.
The Republican-led House Oversight Committee has issued a subpoena to the estate of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It is part of its examination of the government's investigation into Epstein. The subpoena requests more than a dozen categories of documents that includes material from 1990 through August of 2019. Lawmakers are also looking for entries within a book created by Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. It was for his 50th birthday. The Wall Street Journal reported last month that President Trump had allegedly signed a letter in that book. The president denied the report and called it fake in a defamation lawsuit against the publication.
Breaking overnight, members of the National Guard now carrying weapons on patrol in Washington, D.C. The move marking a major escalation in President Trump.
All right, you're getting way ahead of me right now, pal. I don't appreciate it. Nasty, nasty fake news. How dare you say? How dare you say it? It's never gonna get old. Every time that something comes out that Donald Trump doesn't like, fake news, nasty left-wing media trying to come after me. It is lawfare once again. All right. Well, since the person who donated on Cash App said that we should still do the regular goal, I'm going to do that right now. Get that started a little early, just so we have like a little, also so I don't forget. But give us a little extra lead time on this thing. Okay, goal is started. Let's do this thing. A commercial caused lag. That's rude.
How rude.
I'm afraid that's something I don't think I can do anything about. Just gotta like refresh it or something. Click a different video and then click back. Okay, goal is started in the chat. Let's go to talking about martial law in the United States of America. Was Alex Jones right all those years ago? Wait, where's the one I was going to start this off with? No, whatever. It's gone.
Breaking overnight, members of the National Guard now carrying weapons on patrol in Washington, D.C. The move marking a major escalation in President Trump's federal takeover of policing in the nation's capital. And now he is threatening to deploy the troops to more American cities and states run by Democrats, including Baltimore, despite statistics from the mayor's office showing a 17% drop in violent crime from last year. The president has now fired back at Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, who invited him to Baltimore for a public safety walk. Trump responded by saying Moore needed to clean up the city's, quote, crime disaster before he would go for a walk there.
You have to clean up the crime disaster. I can't walk. I couldn't possibly walk in Baltimore.
Threatened to withhold funds to replace Baltimore's collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge. And the president already said Chicago will be the next city he would target for a federal deployment. Two officials have told CNN the Trump administration has been making plans to send the National Guard there for weeks. Police there have reported a 23% drop in violent crime from last year. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for what appears to be, we're on the cusp of an expansion here.
Absolutely, and part of this, John, is the Trump administration is loving what they're seeing happening in Washington, D.C. The images of the National Guard troops in the city, of the federal agents from ATF, DEA, FBI, the list goes on, deployed throughout the city to help with this. Even though we're seeing, we have seen, and we should note, since August 12th, about 2 weeks ago, when the president first issued this as being a national emergency, or a citywide emergency, I should say, and ordered these troops to be mobilized in D.C., there has been a moderate drop in crime. But one of the biggest things we've actually seen as a result of some of these actions has been widespread.
More than a moderate drop in crime. It's at a 30-year low. It's at a 30-year low. Unless, I guess it's, maybe it's vague the way she's saying it. Maybe she's referring to the time between the last 2 weeks, a moderate drop in crime since the National Guard showed up there. But I mean, a 30-year low is a little bit more than moderate, in my opinion.
Immigration raids, and really a real significant ramp up in some of the deportations we have seen in this city. But to get to what he's ordered and what we've seen now with the National Guard troops. So now we've seen them beginning to carry weapons. Like, we should note, it's unclear how many of them are actually carrying weapons at this point and how long this is going to continue. But this is a significant escalation from when the president first ordered this emergency in the city. At first, we had heard the Defense Department say that they were not going to be armed, that they are not going to be carrying out arrests. Now, of course, seeing them, a lot of them starting yesterday, having their sidearms with them as part of what this administration, this White House, is saying being a peacekeeping mission, really trying to still allow some of the other federal agents to do the work. But this all comes after we also saw Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, order this last week, order that national troops could be carrying this weapons. And I would note as well, it's not just the D.C. National Guard that is currently in Washington, D.C. There's also more than 1,900 troops from the National Guards in West Virginia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Ohio, Louisiana, and Tennessee, who were called upon to help with this mission that the Trump administration has been rolling out.
And what are the plans going forward, perhaps, for other cities in other states that, just happen to have Democratic governors?
Right. I mean, it's very clear that the cities that the president is looking at targeting next all are Democratic-run cities. And look, this comes as you said it, but we have some reporting that the Trump administration had been planning for weeks now to mobilize troops to Chicago. That's really where the president has his sights set next. I actually asked him about this in the Oval Office on Friday because he brought.
Yes, indeed. We've been saying it this whole time, ever since LA. That was a precedent that he was setting. Washington, D.C. followed, and he's laid it out. He's laid it out. Biggest Democrat-run cities are the ones he's going to go for first. That is how he seems to be laying it all out. Let's talk about DC before we talk about the other cities that are under threat right now from the Trump administration.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Residents of Washington, D.C. are now waking up to the sight of armed National Guard members in what is seen as an escalation of President Trump's federal takeover of the Capitol. A military official tells CBS News that fewer than 50 Guards men and women will be carrying weapons. However, a spokesperson for the Joint Task Force would not disclose when and where those troops would be armed, citing security concerns. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us from the White House with more on this. Good morning, Natalie. Explain this new directive from the president and where might he send troops next?
Good morning, Errol. Well, the Department of Defense has not given details about the reason for the change regarding arming some of these National Guard members. So there's a lot that we don't know. But what we do know, according to a spokesman, is that they will operate under the established rules for use of force, which allows the use of force only as a, quote, last resort and solely in response to an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. As you noted, from what CBS News has been told, a smaller number of these National Guard troops are armed, but overall, nearly 2,300 National Guard troops have been brought to the nation's capital, a number of them from outside states, from Republican states, different jurisdictions. And this comes, as you noted, as the president has threatened to expand his anti-crime initiative to other cities, such as New York and Chicago. Democratic leaders there calling it an abuse of power. And we are also seeing an increasingly testy back and forth between President Trump and Maryland's Governor Wes Moore, exchanging criticism over social media after more.
Yep. States, Republican states specifically, sending National Guard to D.C., getting in on the fun, getting in on the martial law fun. Something that at one point Republicans used to be terrified of. The idea of martial law on U.S. streets caused many Republicans to shake in their boots on a daily basis back in, I don't know, the Obama administration.
President Trump's crackdown on crime is escalating in Washington, D.C. Some National Guard members are now carrying their service weapons. As CBS News Miami's Natalie Brand reports, it comes as the president signaled a new crime-related executive order this morning.
I don't think that's going to happen.
President Trump is expanding his anti-crime initiative in Washington, D.C., signing an executive order aimed at ending cashless bail, a policy where the court doesn't require some defendants to pay to get out of jail before trial.
That was when the big crime in this country started.
The order threatens federal funding for D.C. and asks the Attorney General to look into other jurisdictions with cashless bail in place.
We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in D.C., and that we have the right to do through federalization.
This latest move comes as some National Guard troops deployed in the nation's capital are now armed. A spokesman saying the use of force would be solely in response to an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. D.C. community organizers protested this weekend.
Let D.C. run D.C. The president does not need to get involved in this.
Democratic leaders from across the country are sounding the alarm over the president's talk of expanding the operation to other cities, including Chicago.
The president does not have the constitutional or legal authority.
No, ending cashless bail is inevitably just going to benefit people with money over people without money, right? You commit the same crime, same circumstances, but one person has, $1 million in the bank, the other person has $0 in the bank. Who do you think winds up in a jail cell, and who's the person you think that winds up back home? I think we all know exactly what winds up going on with. Now we're gonna go back to talking about the executive orders Donald Trump signed yesterday, I believe it was. But let's go here. Donald Trump. This is one thing we've been asking about. Many of us have been asking about whether any of this stuff will be done in a evenly distributed basis, or will it all just be solely targeted at blue states? Donald Trump asked if he'll be deploying the National Guard to any red states. This was him in the I swear to God, the White House, the Oval Office, every time I look at this, it gets more gold. I don't know I feel like I'm having a stroke, or like I'm like something every time I look at the White House, the Oval Office. I swear to God, it is blinding.
On the National Guard, you've talked a lot about Democratic-run cities and states. Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. And you know, one of the bad things they did, cashless bail, if you look back on time, when they allowed a murderer out that afternoon, you know, he'd kill somebody and then a couple of hours later he's walking the streets again, oftentimes killing again rapidly.
Like, is it just me? Am I the only person that, like, I feel like it does actually get more gold every time I see it. And I see this room like every single day. I just swear to God, every time I see it, I'm like, wait, is that a new gold filigree? Is that has this golden fireplace keeper been here the whole time? Like, I just started questioning. Like, it's just, it's blind. Like, literally, there's more gold on the screen than any other color. It is offensive. Well, there you go. Donald Trump saying, sure, we'll send in the National Guard to red states. But most big cities are run by nasty Democrats, so that won't be a problem. It's good. It's just Democrats are the ones with the crime.
It's a unique sight indeed to see members of the National Guard wearing fatigues and carrying weapons and walking around the nation's capital as locals and tourists go about their day. But that's exactly what's happening in Washington right now, as members of the National Guard are helping with President Donald Trump's mission to lower crime and homelessness right here in Washington, D.C. There are currently over 2,200 National Guard members mobilized in the District of Columbia. Now, it's worth noting, not all of them are currently carrying weapons, only some of them, and they are here to assist local law enforcement on a broader mission of lowering these crime and homelessness rates. Now, some of these Guard members are coming from the District of Columbia National Guard and 6 other Republican-led states whose governors sent them here to assist on this mission. It's also worth noting that National Guard members have been seen cleaning areas and carrying garbage bags, and what they are saying is part of a broader beautification effort to improve neighborhoods.
Ah, yes. Having people, that makes perfect sense. No further questions. Of course. Having more guns makes neighborhoods more beautiful. The more guns, the more flowers that grow. That's how that works. That makes perfect sense. The more guns you have, the less trash on the ground. Do not dare click that. Okay, there we go. That's just math. That's just math. The more guns, the more beautiful the streets are. It's the only way to make them more beautiful, actually. It's science.
It's science.
Let's see what Department of Homeland Security Secretary Puppy Killer Kristi Noem had to say.
Kristi, could you say a few words?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, I think one of the most impactful statistics that you used today was of the 1,000 arrests that have happened already so far, 439 of them were illegal criminals, which means they never should have been in this country to begin with. That they were in this country, invaded over our southern border or our northern border or maritime seas.
The maritime or the maritime seas. Over the southern border, the northern border, or the maritime seas, says Christina. Those dang maritime seas.
Invaded over our southern border or our northern border or maritime seas, and then they committed crimes against the American people. So by getting those individuals incarcerated, we've stopped those violent crimes from happening here in the city. And sir, they do. Exactly like Stephen was talking, they have ties to cartels. They have networks across this country and other cities. So by what you're doing here is going to have a ripple effect in Miami, in Chicago, in other cities, because you're grabbing those networks and giving us information and targeting information to go and get more criminals across this country. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Like
we have
web.
ICE and CBP, federal protection.
It's like a spider's web. You grab it by one spot, and all of everything comes tumbling out of it. I see. Thank you, Kristi. So Donald Trump's mobilization of the National Guard and getting them to work with ICE, which is, of course, very troubling to anybody with any amount of sense. You got a federalized accountability problem having police force. Doing quasi law enforcement, quasi border and immigration enforcement. It's not even clear anymore. They're just blurring the lines on this, and it's horrifying. Let's see what Shadow President and Weekend Nosferatu understudy Stephen Miller had to say.
Steve Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, sir. So just to, first of all, follow up on what the Vice President said. No police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as we've been murder-free under President Trump's leadership. Additionally, and the president spoke about this before,
no murders.
We've uncovered.
We did it. All we had to do was nationalize it was totally worth it. It's only costing us millions of dollars a day to mobilize the National Guard and ravaging of our personal liberties and freedoms to get 11 days of no murders in D.C. Great success.
A massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime.
Wow, that's quite an allegation from Stephen Miller. Wow, and look at Pam Bondi. She's thinking, how are we going to prove that one? I feel like everybody here is thinking to themselves, look at these three stooges right here. How do we prove what the devil is saying over here? Actually, there was a ton of murders. Now it's just going to be DC cold cases. Every day is going to be DC cold cases. Stephen Miller's going to trot out somebody's like regular death. And their family's going to be traumatized. Every like one DC family per day is going to be traumatized. Stephen Miller is going to trot out their autopsy photos and be like, I think that this guy right here was murdered.
Illegal.
We're going to crack it. We're going to crack it. We're going to get the National Guard to solve this heinous murder. But sir, it says he died here of choking on a banana. I don't care. I don't care. We'll make the numbers work.
Data has been in the city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. You know, I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again. People had changed their...
People who have never been able to go to a DC park, finally able to enjoy the glory that is Washington, D.C.'s public parks. Oh, God. All thanks to President and Supreme Leader Trump.
Lives in this city for fear of being murdered, mugged, and carjacked. It is a literal statement that President Trump has freed 700,000 people in this city who were living under the rule of criminals and thugs. And the last thing I'll say...
Well, you see, Donald Trump, he is an emancipator. He's freed nearly 1 million people in D.C. who were living under authoritarian rule. Not from him, but from the criminals. Ha ha. Oh, thank God. Stephen Miller, here to explain it all to us. People, they haven't been able to go get food. Amazon's been having to airlift supplies to all of his friends. We've been hiding in their basements for fear of the angry, crime-infested mobs. And now all that's over, and people can go to the park again. Thank God. Donald Trump had this fascinating thing to say earlier. I think this was yesterday.
I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it will be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago is a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. People are saying it. I'm not a dictator.
A lot of people are saying maybe they'd like a dictator. I don't know. I don't even get it, but a lot of people are saying it.
And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick. But
when you send troops onto the streets of the capital of the country under a false premise, people are like, dude, what? You are trying to destroy the republic. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, they are here to beautify the city. You don't like, why, you want it to be ugly? You want to have an ugly capital? Come on. Look, there is a Wendy's wrapper on the ground. And a cigarette butt over there by the gutter. You gonna let that? You think we can let that slide? We need troops on the streets. It's not dictatorship. to city beautification. But some people say, even though I'm definitely not a dictator, some people actually say maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Actually, I mean, not that I'm not a dictator, of course. But some people are saying that's probably a good thing.
Aren't I a good guy?
All right, welcome to Inside Politics. I'm Manu Raju in today for Dana Bash. We've been listening to President Trump in the Oval Office after signing new executive orders to ban flag burning and end cashless bail. He also ordered the Pentagon to train a specialized D.C. National Guard force that are, quote, specifically trained and equipped to deal with public order issues. Now, he didn't dismiss criticism that expanding his crime crackdown in D.C. to other cities is a classic strongman tactic.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and I'm a smart person.
A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator.
This
after President Trump spent the weekend threatening to investigate his political opponents and to deploy National Guard troops into cities.
My uncle went to Harvard or MIT or something, and people say I'm not a dictator. I'm actually a stable genius who knows a lot of stuff, much more than sleepy Joe Biden.
With leaders who oppose him. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is live for us at the White House. So, Jeff, there was a common theme with these three executive orders.
Manu, there has been a common theme really through the month of August, and that's been authoritarianism. That is what the president has really talked about and emphasized for most days of this month, certainly recently. And signing those executive orders, really flexing the executive authority of the presidency. Now, it is unclear if all of these executive orders will actually be enforced, if some will be legally challenged. But the one that perhaps is the most interesting is the one you read at the beginning there, instructing his Secretary of Defense to create a specialized unit of the National Guard to effectively be at the ready to be deployed nationwide in the event of unrest. Now, of course, the National Guard can already be used for that, but this is something that sounded a bit different. We'll have to wait for some of the details, but the president talking specifically there about having a new form of National Guard to be able to deploy to cities across the country. Chicago, of course, has been in his crosshairs. The president contradicted himself just through his comments in the last hour in the Oval Office. He said at once he would send troops to Chicago and he would have the crime problem solved within a week. A few breaths later, he said he would not send troops. He likely would not send troops to Chicago. So we will see about all of this. But you're right. There is a common theme throughout the president's remarks. It's to change the subject, of course.
Now, I've been trying to figure it out. According to a number of different studies out, this invasion, this occupation of DC is costing upwards of $1 million a day. It does not sound very efficient.
We've barely heard him talk throughout the month of August about his legislative achievements. Of course, that One Big Beautiful Bill Act where members.
And the other thing about this is that, like, I've been listening to some people that are like on the locals are saying that the troops are not even in the high crime areas. They're just hanging out by all the monuments and all of the places that were already incredibly safe in DC, that were already had a ton of policing to begin with, and are leaving the high crime areas completely alone.
Congress have been defending it, at least Republicans have. The president has talked very little about that. But at the very end of that very lengthy Oval Office Q&A session, the president was also asked whatever became of that meeting with Vladimir Putin. President Trump, of course, now met in Alaska with Vladimir Putin more than 10 days ago, and he said there would be a meeting shortly with Putin and Zelensky. There are no signs of that meeting. In fact, the Kremlin has indicated that a meeting is not really being planned. There's certainly no urgency for it. President Trump was asked why that was. He said, look, they don't like each other.
Okay, let's keep going through these. Let's see. What do we got next? Right, Donald Trump, I am not a dictator, but a lot of people are saying that actually maybe they would like a dictator, so I could be a dictator if that's what people want. Wouldn't be that big of a transition. Let's go here. Donald Trump doing things that, of course, a dictator would never do. Going after more journalistic outlets, ABC's NBC. Two outlets now under threat. Donald Trump once again lashing out at the broadcasters, claiming that they should lose their licenses over their negative coverage of him.
Illegal.
That's not a dictator wouldn't do something like that. Trump suggests ABC and NBC should lose their broadcasting licenses. President Donald Trump on Sunday night attacked ABC and NBC's news coverage of his administration, claiming it was 97% negative. They always do these too fast. Hold on. They're always just slightly too fast. So it goes 75. Hey, don't be a dick. Okay? Fine, be a dick. It's actually fine. I was kidding. Okay, claiming it was 97% negative and said he supports the idea of the two networks having their broadcast licenses revoked, escalating his fight with the news media, which has involved legal cases and other regulatory threats. Trump attacked the two broadcast networks in a series of posts on his Truth Social platform, alleging ABC and NBC fake news, two of the worst and most biased networks in history. Give me 97% bad stories. Despite what he claimed was a successful first 8 months in office. The president then suggested this alleged negative coverage of him means the two networks, quote, all caps, are simply an arm of the Democrat Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC. Trump said he is totally in favor of such a revocation, as he again accused the networks of being biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy. In a follow-up post, the president reiterated the license revocation threat before suggesting that, quote, at a minimum, they should be forced to, quote, pay up big for their licensed broadcast spectrum, an idea previously endorsed by billionaire and former Trump ally Elon Musk. Trump indicated that such a fee, which is not currently levied on networks using the airwaves, could be millions of dollars a year. Before his post attacking ABC and NBC, Trump falsely claimed he now has the, quote, highest poll numbers he has ever had, some in the 60s and even 70s. In the post, Trump appeared to dismiss a large series of... What was that? Sorry. The post, Trump appeared to dismiss, where is it? Dismiss a series of negative polling numbers about him as, quote, fake news. The bad numbers are always the fake news. Despite Trump's claims of, quote, high popularity, recent polling numbers from major outlets paint a much less flattering picture for the president. A Reuters Ipsos poll published last week pegged his approval rating at 40%, while his approval rating stood at 54%, up 2 points from July. The poll was taken after Trump met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska earlier this month, and it found that 54% of Americans, including 1 in 5 Republicans, believe he is too closely aligned with Russia. All other polls released this month showed Trump's net approval ratings in the negatives, ranging from -3 to -20 points. Well, there we go. Donald Trump lashing out at the news media for quote-unquote negative coverage. 97% negative. Very nasty, nasty. ABC and NBC should have their licenses revoked. I mean, that's where we're at. We have this fragile, narcissist, authoritarian in charge of the country who crumbles at the slightest whiff of criticism and then lays down the use the federal government and anything available to him to attack his perceived opponents, regardless of, I don't know, democracy or the law or precedent or any semblance of humanity. He's out of control. He's an out of control man, the orange dictator. All right. Let's go here. Speaking of the news media, Donald Trump had this to say to the faces of the news media earlier.
Washington was the most dangerous place in this country, and now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country.
Sorry, I just realized that this is on. Slow. Go back to normal. There we go.
Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy.
Now you can't get into the restaurants because, well, they were closed. But I love how he started to say it like, oh, the restaurants, they're packed. Everybody's actually, well, they would be packed if they were still open, but they're all gone.
Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy what I'm doing. Most of you won't say that because you're radical left. The newspapers are so dishonest. The press is totally dishonest, but that's all right. We've gotten used to it. And we won in a landslide, so they obviously lost their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that when you get 97% negative stories, purposely negative stories, even though you've done 97% positive things, that you could win an election in a landslide, winning all
Everything
seven.
is 97%. 97% negative stories. Everything I've done is 97% good. They say my checkup was 97% perfect and 97% chance of rain today. 97%. 97.97% chance.
Think of it. All 7 swing states winning by the popular vote by millions of votes. We had a fantastic. The best is your districts. Out of 3,000 districts, I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500. And that's, to me, the best of all. And we had tremendous in every way, the election. And it's hard to believe you can do that when you have a corrupt media. But many of you are corrupt, and it's nothing we can do about it.
And there you go. Donald Trump continuing his attacks on the news media. Both on Truth Social and in real life. Very corrupt, nasty media, but, that's how it goes. Big, great news for me and nothing. As you see, nothing. It's just all negative. 97% negative. Even though everything we do is 97% good. I mean, this is the man that's in charge of the country. A petty child. A petty child in charge of the United States government. A man with access to billions of dollars, his own private life, and then access to, the full force and power of the federal government. No way that's a bad combination. All right, let's see what the mayor of D.C. had to say recently. This is the Associated Press.
Parents who need to make adjustments are going to be making adjustments. And that's a sad thing to say. Schools should be safe places. We know that our schools are the safest places for our students. We invest a lot in their learning, and if they're not at school, they can't take advantage of that learning. I would just call on everybody to leave our kids alone, let them get a great start to their school day and school year. And I think that any attempt to target children is heartless, is mean, it's uncalled for, and it only hurts us.
President Trump sending his clearest
was
statement yet. He wants the U.S. military doing more.
Please hush. That was the mayor of D.C. in response to Donald Trump saying that he was going to post National Guard troops outside of schools, said how about you just leave our kids alone? How's that sound? And that seems like a good plan. Just leave the kids alone. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump made some fascinating claims about crime statistics in red states.
President Trump sending his clearest statement yet. He wants the U.S. military doing more to police American cities. It's the how and where that he's still fuzzy on. The president signed an order to create so-called specialized units in the National Guard trained in police work. National Guard troops are, as we speak, already patrolling the streets of this city, Washington, D.C., and as of this weekend, some are armed. The Secretary of Defense spoke on behalf of members of the Guard patrolling the nation's capital.
We're really proud to be a part of defending the nation's capital and ensuring it is safe and beautiful and working with law enforcement. And Mr. President, let me tell you, the morale of the troops, getting out there talking to them, they love this mission. They're grateful to be doing it.
Crime is actually down here in D.C., but the Republican-led House Oversight Committee is now investigating whether D.C. crime statistics have been manipulated after the president claimed they were without evidence.
Illegal.
Questions loom as to where President Trump wants the Guard sent next. He has blue cities in states with governors who are Democrats in his sights, but it's cities in states that Trump won last election that have some of the highest crime rates, according to last year's statistics from local jurisdictions. A fact the president ignored today.
Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities that for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats.
The president did seem to back off for now the idea of unilaterally sending forces into other cities.
In a certain way, we should wait to be asked because they have cities that are so under control, out of control. So we go in and
So
fix
under
it.
control.
You really want to be asked.
Out of control. Is it? What's the point I was trying to make again? They're so under control that we shouldn't. I mean, they're so out of control that we shouldn't send them in. Wait. What?
What now?
In a certain way, we should wait to be asked because they have cities that are so under control, out of control. So we go in and fix it. You really want to be asked to go.
Okay, I get it now. So if you send them in without being asked, then they're not going to give you the credit that you deserve. They're not going to come out and kiss the ring and say how grateful they are for you. So that we got to wait. And then you can hold it over them and say, "Oh, well, you want help? You want our help with your crime disaster." Then we'll say, "Oh, that's very thoughtful.
Aren't I a good guy?"
That's very thoughtful.
To barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians like a guy like Pritzker.
For his part, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois offered this response to the president.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals. There is no emergency in Chicago that calls for armed military intervention. Mr. President, do not come to Chicago. You are neither wanted here nor needed here.
My law enforcement source tonight knows the reality of policing in Chicago and D.C. He served as chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, executive chief of the D.C.
Okay, we don't need this. I just want to go back here before we end this. These are all the cities with the highest crime rates in the United States. Top 20. Top 13 of the top 20 are in red states. Let's talk about crime statistics. Congress is investigating DC crime data after allegations from the Trump administration that it had been manipulated.
Illegal.
Members of Congress are investigating D.C.'s crime data. The House Oversight Committee claims a whistleblower informed them that the statistics were manipulated. Now, you know, President Trump has repeatedly referred to what he claims are fake decrease in crime stats to justify his federal takeover of D.C. Illinois governor argues that Chicago's crime has also plummeted in the past year, as the president says the National Guard could be headed there next.
We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week, maybe less, but within 1 week we will have no crime in Chicago.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals.
All right, CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen is tracking the latest on this and joins us once again.
The fact is, any right-wingers out there in any red states, you know, should be thinking to themselves, you know, people who voted for Donald Trump, perhaps, what this would look like potentially in a Democratic-run country if Democrats are in the White House and control Congress, and they decide to do something like this. You know, and do you want the president to be able to just declare an emergency without having any statistics to back him up? Should he be able to say, look, the statistics are fake, so I'm going to do this regardless? You can do your little investigation if you want, but I'm sending the National Guard to Austin, Texas, or whatever, Alabama.
Morning, Jake. Explain why the president doesn't believe D.C. or Chicago's decrease in crime numbers, and also help us understand what powers he has to deploy troops to Chicago.
Well, D.C. is unique, Errol, than every other city that is warning that potentially President Trump could send the National Guard there, because the mayor here does not have control over the National Guard deployment. That's fully up to President Trump. In addition to that, there's congressional legislation passed and signed that allows the president to temporarily take over the Metropolitan Police Force. They did that on August 11th. It'll be in place for another week and a half or so. That gives the president a specific advantage in the district to be able to federalize the Metropolitan Police Department here and move the local police alongside federal law enforcement like the FBI, Homeland Security, in addition to the National Guard, to kind of put them throughout the city and do everything from immigration arrests to simply just police the streets. In Chicago, it would be obvious.
Yeah, this shit is insane. This is out of control. Let's talk about some more of the places Donald Trump has been threatening here. Of course, Chicago is on the list, New York City, Los Angeles, Oakland.
So what I'd like to do is...
Oh, before that, though, before we go there, actually, I'm sorry. I missed this one. Donald Trump had this to say about D.C. criminals earlier in a cabinet meeting.
I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city. And I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. And that was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr.
Do
President.
you want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTD, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun in my face and threatened me to hand over my phone,
Illegal.
my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, He used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, where what some people call pistol whip me before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now.
Thank you for being honest.
Such incidents involve not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing at the age of back then, I think 23.
Right.
Just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. Right now, I'm very blessed to have this opportunity.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger because these are animals that don't know what the hell. They couldn't care less. The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event.
There we go. Donald Trump referring to people in D.C., criminals, human beings, as animals.
Yeah. Rid of the Second Amendment?
That gives you an insight, at least, into Donald Trump and how he views
Baltimore is a new addition.
The people who he's turning the National Guard on. Animals.
Baltimore is a new addition to the list of cities where President Trump is considering sending the National Guard. He traded barbs with Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore, offering federal help for what the president called out-of-control, crime-ridden Baltimore. Listen.
While the president is spending his time from the Oval Office making jabs and attacks at us, there are people actually on the ground doing the work who know what supports would actually work to continue to bring down crime.
CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us from the White House with more on this. Ed, good morning to you. So help our viewers understand the legal grounds the president has to deploy the National Guard, but also the political framework here and how Democrats are trying to fight back.
Well, here in Washington, given that it is a federal district and there is explicit law laying out when and how a president can declare emergencies that essentially give him control of the city, he can do what he's doing. There's a 30-day clock that is running that at the end of it will require congressional involvement or the president coming up with some other way to suggest that the troops need to continue to be deployed. And he has said he's going to consult with Congress and try to get them to, in essence, pass some kind of open-ended order to allow this to continue. As for other cities, it usually requires a governor to request National Guard deployment and federal assistance that would result in troops being deployed. We did not see that, remember, in Los Angeles. We did not see that, or there's a good chance we may not see that again if he decides to go to Chicago. But there also were judges that said a president can, if he feels there is an emergency, do this kind of thing, just within certain bounds and whatnot. So we've seen this disagreement break out since he suggested on Friday he's getting serious about deploying into Chicago. The mayor of the Windy City weighed in on Sunday.
What he is proposing at this point would be the most flagrant violation of our Constitution in the 21st century.
Illegal.
The city of Chicago does not need a military occupation.
And the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, also weighed in, saying again that this is unconstitutional and writing in part, Donald Trump is attempting to manufacture a crisis, politicize Americans who serve in uniform, and continue abusing his power to distract from the pain he's causing families. So you can see there the lines that are being drawn. We should point out he's talking about deploying in New York, in Baltimore, in Chicago. What do all those cities have in common? They're run by Democrats. They're also run by black men. And there is some belief among his critics that the president is doing this in part to target African-American leaders who are running these big cities.
Wow, very serious stuff there, Ed. We'll keep watching this closely. Thank you very much.
President Trump is escalating his...
Sorry, I'm eating snacks.
feuds with Democratic-run cities and states over crime and threats of military deployments. Today, Trump suggested he may pull federal funding for the reconstruction of the collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge over in Baltimore. In a series of Truth Social posts, the president attacked Maryland Governor Wes Moore's record on crime and tied bridge funding to a political dispute on deploying the National Guard to cities across the country.
Let us deploy the National Guard to Baltimore city streets, or you don't get funds for the bridge anymore. Wow.
All of this comes as CNN has learned the Trump administration has been planning for weeks to send National Guard troops to Chicago, America's third largest city. It's believed the deployment would look different from what we've seen over in Washington, D.C., where the president has more leeway in directing troops. The Chicago deployment could more resemble what the president did in Los Angeles in response to immigration protests there this summer. But this time, troops are expected to have a broader focus of combating crime and unprecedented use of the National Guard. CNN's Julia Benberg joins us now. Julia, what more can you tell us about this possible deployment?
Well, Isabel, President Donald Trump has made it clear that he plans to expand these efforts outside of Washington, D.C. This is a part of his anti-crime agenda and his immigration crackdown. In recent weeks here in the nation's capital city, Trump has taken temporary control of the D.C. Metropolitan Police, and then there's also been this constant visible presence of the National Guard here. In the Oval Office on Friday, he made it clear that he plans to expand these efforts, saying that he is taking a look at Chicago now. Take a listen.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent, and we'll straighten that one out probably next. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats.
Now, officials who have spoken with CNN say that the plans to send troops there have been in the works for weeks, but there are still a lot of questions. How many troops will be sent and when that deployment might happen? Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has said that the administration has not been in direct contact with his team or the governor. He's accused the president of, quote, stoking fear, and says this is not the way to bring down crime in his city.
What he is proposing at this point would be the most flagrant.
Okay, we already saw that one. But as Donald Trump's threats against Democrat-run cities and states ramp up, we're seeing local leaders pushing back. Let's go here. This is a clip of J.B. Pritzker.
So
wait,
we're going to sign and then we'll take a few questions. And
I'm thinking of the wrong one. Sorry. This is Donald Trump talking about J.B. Pritzker. This is in the White House, the Oval Office here. You got all the smiling, creepy cronies back here.
So we're going to sign and then we'll take a few questions and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians like a guy like Pritzker. He ought to spend more time in the gym, actually. This guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we went, we saved Los Angeles. You wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You're barely able to have it now. They did lose 25,000 houses to a fire that should have.
Donald Trump coming after anybody about their weight or physical appearance is fucking hilarious. Really, JB should spend more time in the gym, Donnie. Yeah. When do you think the last time Donald Trump did any exercises whatsoever? Unless you count golf.
Because they didn't let the water come down from the Pacific Northwest, which you guys don't want to write about. I had to break into the water supply to let the water down. And even now, we want more. We can have much more. It's less than half of what should be coming in. I don't know, they have a political thing about it. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. But I don't like going to a town, city, place, a state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant. Like, take a look at DC. Crime was rampant. It was at the all-time worst. It got really bad during the Biden 4 years. And then I have a mayor stand up and say how crime has reached a 30-year low. 30-year low. People are being killed left and right. And it's not a 30-year low.
People are being killed left and right. Big Balls barely escaped with his life. Look, anecdotal crimes are much more relevant than actual data. Come on. People are telling me all sorts of stories about crimes.
So for 11 days, there's been no murders. The record goes back years where that's happened. They haven't seen that happen in years. And then people stand up, and instead of thanking us, which they should do, and she's not that bad. She's better than most. But, you know, you have people, I watched in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago. And you get Pritzker, he's violating our rights. I think this is another men and women's sports thing. I think this is one of those, you know, they call them 80-20 issues. I call them 97-3.
Why is he talking about men and women's sports all of a sudden?
I feel like I'm taking
I think
crazy
the Democrats
pills.
better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it would be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because, as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now.
It's a killing field,
And
Chicago.
they don't acknowledge it. And they say,
They refuse to acknowledge it, but Chicago is an absolute killing field, worse than it's ever been. Now, Chicago supposedly is much safer than it's been in quite some time. Like DC. Multi-decade lows in crime, in most crimes, if I'm not mistaken. All right, now this was J.B. Pritzker's response to some of Donald Trump's claims and comments.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, there we go. Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois making a public statement. A very, very recognizable Chicago spot right there. Fairly certain I've stood in that exact spot. Responding to Donald Trump's attacks and threats on Chicago and telling people to, while he respects their desire to resist, but to resist peacefully. And hey, I mean, doing, I guess, what you would expect a governor to do. Could be worse. Could be worse, I suppose. All right, chat. We are 2 hours into this stream. Just want to remind everybody that we do have a chat goal in the YouTube chat. Still 2 hours left, and yet we have not broken the ice on it yet. I have faith. I have faith that we will make progress soon. Of course, you can contribute to that all sorts of ways: super chat, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal as well. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube, because of course YouTube takes 30% of every dollar donated over there. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. 10 cents a day. That's right, count them. $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, Patreon members get so many sweet benefits. I'm not even going to get into all of it. Just go click one of the links in the chat or in my bio to find out what lies in the store. Anyway, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. means, of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Alright, that is the end of the first break. Second half about to begin.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Do not forget that we still got 2 goals going. The galactic deficit goal, which is getting closer and closer to complete, as well as the galactic content goal for the Newsday Tuesday stream, which we have not yet even broken the ice on. So we got to make some movement on that soon. Otherwise, we won't get all the sweet galactic content. This news on the Tuesday. Let's go here now. Talk about some other places where Donald Trump is threatening to put National Guard troops. Actually, wait. Oh, this is list not refreshed. I need to refresh my list. I just realized. Okay, no, we're staying in Chicago.
Trump said that Chicago's next up in this performance art by the administration. I shouldn't be so flippant about it. He's testing the boundaries in his authoritarian takeover, but like, there's nothing that these National Guardsmen are doing that is beyond like just the intimidation factor and the aesthetic of fascism. Like that, there's nothing to address. Except for Donald Trump wants to see how far he can go.
Yeah, all the justifications are hysterical hyperventilations just for politics. The same thing about the supposed border crisis. And which, like, to the extent that it is like overwhelming and a huge problem, it's because we've caused people to be displaced, and also we've decided to stop taking asylum seekers from those countries that we've, distressed.
And the Washington Post reported that the Pentagon has been preparing for a military deployment to Chicago for weeks at this point. We mentioned how Trump is targeting black high-profile civil servants, oftentimes the first black woman in one particular role. I know that was the case with the Librarian of Congress, but also in his attempted firing or announced firing of Lisa Cook, although, as we said, he's prevented from doing that statutorily. We'll see how that legal fight plays out. But Trump reiterated his desire after announcing this to do this yesterday at the White House. This is when he was signing his executive orders on cashless bail and crime. And was this also the flag burning one?
Yep.
Okay, illegal. For all the
It's like a book signing.
Yeah, I know.
Just exactly.
Hand him over. Okay, keep him going. We'll play this from the beginning where you see what this process is like for his sycophants to hand the dear leader the piece of paper to get his name on it. A lot of these are worthless, but especially in my view, the flag burning one, which has been there's pretty much no ambiguity with the Supreme Court decisions. And I think that's distinct from Roe v. Wade because it's such an explicit First Amendment protection. Now, never say never, but
that's the thing is, does the Supreme Court want to decide to just completely overrule its credibility? Like the whole, what do they call it, stare decisis, or refer to previous decisions or whatever. Do they really want to jettison that for something stupid like this, just because they're a little bit sensitive to the fact that in certain instances it looks like it's more of a problem to burn the Israeli flag in America than the American flag? That's really, I think, why Trump is sensitive to this now.
Roe v. Wade is different because there was decades of basically legal vetting and promoting people within the conservative legal apparatus for the explicit purpose of overturning the right to an abortion in this country, and they were successful. We'll see if that happens with flag burning, but that's a bit of an aside because in the midst of the signing spree, he addresses his desired takeover of Chicago.
Okay, let's go. Could I ask you to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So
Okay, so that was just my favorite part. He has no idea what's being put in front of him.
You never know.
All the right-wing media is obsessed with Biden and the auto pen. Biden and the auto pen.
Seriously.
Trump, it may not.
Seriously. Emma's right. But like we talk about this so many times now. We've watched some of these executive order signings, and it's every single time Donald Trump has no idea. He's like, would you like to tell us what it is I'm signing, please? It's every time.
Have like an auto pen software that signs for him, but he's basically auto Sharpie because there's nothing going on up there, and he puts no thought into anything he does. All projection. And also, he is deteriorating mentally very quickly. Pritzker points this out in his response, but here we go.
It's going to be very funny to see all the people say, how could you cover for Biden, cover for Trump for the next 3 years? Also, why is the World Cup trophy there?
Dementia Don.
Get that gold World Trophy.
Oh my God, he needs another gold accessory. That's what the room needs.
Solid gold.
So, as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America
Almost
have adopted.
all of them, right?
Illinois would be a great example of that, sir.
Oh, they have a great cashless bail. You don't
Great
even have to go
cashless
to court
bail.
sometimes.
Don't even have to go.
No, Illinois, I love that state. It's a great state, but it's run so badly by Pritzker. They threw him out of the family business and he becomes governor. Now he wants to run for president. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, we'll sign right here, right?
Sir.
So important.
Okay.
President Auto Pen automatically pens his name to anything put in front of him.
That's it. Just the
Scraping of that.
the sycophants. Yes, sir. You have no idea what's being put in front of you, and you're about to sign it. But yes, sir. Oh, your infinite wisdom, which is in some ways no wisdom at all. No, stupidity is wisdom in this White House.
He knows everything and yet nothing at the same time. That is the zen of it. Okay, one hand clapping. Does the sound of a falling tree make a sound if no one is there to hear it? Who's to say? Yes, I say yes, and also I don't know. Maybe not. Hard to say. Hard to say, really, but people tell me probably. Probably a sound.
President Trump signed an executive order this morning aimed at ending cashless bail for suspects arrested in Washington, D.C. The president also signed an order for specialized National Guard units to be deployed in cities in addition to Washington, D.C. The president is suggesting the use of the National Guard beyond D.C. and into other Democratic cities, such as Baltimore, Chicago, even here in New York City. And while crime is down in those cities, the president claims the president is needed to crack down on crime. Meanwhile, the National Guard troops in D.C. are now armed during their deployment in the city. ABC's Rena Roy with the very latest.
The nation's capital now filled with armed National Guard troops, more than 2,200 walking the streets in what President Trump is calling a crackdown on crime.
Washington was the most dangerous place.
How is this making the country better?
And now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country.
Trump has called it a crime emergency, but violent crime is actually at a 30-year low in Washington, D.C., down 26%.
Like, how is this? Like, is this like another one of those things? Like, this Donald Trump's military takeover of the United States. Just follow me here, right? So we took away money from people so they can't have health insurance anymore. So millions of people won't get health insurance or food stamps anymore. We're using that money to pay for the tax cuts. And we're going to be paying more money on all of our goods because of the tariffs, because the deficit was still too big. And then we're using some of that money to either, I mean, depending on where you want to go with it, but I mean, you could say that's paying for the tax cuts, or you could say that's paying for the ICE operations and the military takeover of the country. This is where all of our money is going. All the money that got taken away from research funding and you know, like medical research, science research, climate change studies, all that stuff is going directly to this. Boots on the ground in the United States.
From last year, according to statistics from
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Police. And now President Trump says he's going to bring the same approach to other Democratic-run cities like Chicago.
Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker blasting Trump, saying the president is attempting to manufacture a crisis. The mayor of Chicago speaking on MSNBC, pointing out homicides, shootings, and robberies are all down since last year.
The city of Chicago does not need a military occupation.
No official deployment has been ordered, and the Department of Defense declined to speculate on future operations. The president is also setting his sights on Baltimore, saying if Democratic Governor Wes Moore needs help, I'll send in the troops, after Moore touted violent crime falling in Baltimore. This year, Baltimore police say they're seeing a double-digit decrease in gun violence, homicides, and shootings.
Now, all of this comes after President Trump sent active duty Marines to Los Angeles over the summer, the state of California suing the Trump administration. Rena Roy for Channel 7.
All right, let's see. Which one was that? Okay, yeah, let's go here. This is also Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York. Let's talk about Donald Trump's desire to send troops to New York City.
This is ridiculous!
And could we see National Guard troops on streets of New York? President Trump has threatened it, but tonight the NYPD commissioner telling the U.S. Attorney General that Guard troops are not necessary. Eyewitness reporter Sonia Rincon.
Oh shit, Brain Libertron. Getting us started on the goal. Batshit mania totalitarianism. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Thank you, Brain Libertron, for getting us started, getting the ice broken. I knew somebody would do it eventually here.
And could we see National Guard troops on streets of New York? President Trump has threatened it, but tonight the NYPD commissioner telling the U.S. Attorney General that Guard troops are not necessary. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon leads us off tonight.
Visitors to the nation's capital this week are seeing armed National Guard troops, 2,200 of them, not deployed to high crime areas in D.C., but instead at national monuments and in train stations.
They're armed, capable of defending themselves and others if need be, supporting law enforcement.
But could the Trump administration...
That's the thing that is most ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if that's the most ridiculous part about it. But while they're claiming that they need to mobilize the National Guard on D.C., at a time when crime is at a 30-year low in D.C., to make crime lower, they go to the places with the lowest amount of crime. It's a very strange sort of arc that this whole thing is taken.
See a need to send them to New York. Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the NYPD doesn't need that kind of support, telling Attorney General Pam Bondi today in a sit-down meeting the department can handle the city's crime and that gun violence is down so far this year. Bondi appeared publicly at Brooklyn Federal Court today before the meeting with Tisch. According to a source, the two also discussed drones. The commissioner has made no secret the NYPD would like the authority to take down drones suspected in criminal activity, authority only the federal government has. The Trump administration is now flexing the federal muscle of the National Guard, or considering it, in other major cities. Violent crime is also down in Chicago in the last 4 years, and the governor of Illinois says National Guard troops aren't needed.
This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals.
The cities with the highest violent crime rates are in red states. St. Louis and New Orleans have Democratic mayors, but are in states with Republican governors, and it's governors that can decide whether to deploy National Guard troops. Today, ABC's Rachel Scott asked the president if he'd consider sending them into cities with high crime in red states.
Sure, but there aren't that many of them.
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. As it turns out, like we looked at earlier, many of you probably already saw it, but 13 of the top 20 crime rates of U.S. cities are in red cities. Shock of shocks. All right, let's go here. See what the Philadelphia DA had to say about Donald Trump's crisis. These crises that he continues to declare.
All right, let's get back to our top story this hour. President Trump's crackdown on crime, including new specialized National Guard units. Joining me now to discuss is Larry Krasner, the Philadelphia District Attorney. Thank you so much for your time this morning. So your city of Philadelphia is an example of a largely Democratic city where violent crime has decreased substantially in recent years. President Trump has said, he is not stopping at Washington, D.C. So let me ask you, for starters, do you worry that Philadelphia could be next?
I worry anytime somebody wants to break the law. And we're talking about a man who's been convicted of 34 felonies. We're talking about someone who lies all the time. And one of those lies is that these big cities are not doing well with public safety. In fact, as of this morning, Philly is at a 50-plus year low. In homicides, we're down in 14 out of 18 categories and subcategories of crime. This is just a lie. It's a lie in D.C., it's a lie in L.A., it's a lie in Chicago, it's a lie in Philly, and it's a lie by a criminal who pardons criminals, insurrectionists, people who are basically
Illegal.
engaging in treason against the United States. Simply put, the only crisis here is Donald Trump, and that's because he wants a
There we go. The the district attorney of Philadelphia saying all these crises that Donald Trump is attempting to create are really just a distraction from the fact that he himself is the crisis. He is the crime crisis. He is the felon who is in charge of the federal government, who's doing illegal things every single day in this presidency. Who's having to make up crises to avoid reality. All right, let's talk about Baltimore. Hold on. These goddamn Forbes breaking news things, they're just terrible. Okay, it's on 0.75 again? Okay, great. Okay. President Donald Trump threatened to deploy National Guard troops to Baltimore after Maryland Governor Wes Moore invited him to walk. to walk the streets of the city with him, lashing out after the Democrat boasted of falling crime in the city, while also implying he could halt federal funds to send. God damn it. To halt federal funds sent to repair the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which collapsed in 2024. On Thursday, Moore invited Trump to participate in one of his public safety walks in Baltimore. I swear to God, I hate these. They make these like so difficult to actually read out loud at a reasonable pace. I could read them really fast, but it's just so awkward. Anyway, point is Donald Trump went saying that he's going to deploy the National Guard to Baltimore now, just for being asked to go on a simple walk about the city. You'd think that the top law enforcement officers Donald Trump has called himself in recent days would want to walk the beat of the country. See all these crimes he's supposedly talking about. Now, amidst all of this, Donald Trump also is apparently filing a lawsuit right now. We're going to go back to talking about the occupations of cities in the United States, but let's talk about the state situation. Now, of course, Donald Trump directed Texas to redistrict and acquire more seats in the House of Representatives. California responded by doing the same, but giving the voters the chance to actually decide in November. Donald Trump earlier, this was on Monday, Donald Trump came out and said this.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to be filing a lawsuit on blue slipping. You know, blue slip.
There you go. Two really fantastic claims in here at the same time. So Donald Trump is going to sue Gavin Newsom for doing the very thing which he told Texas to do in response to that very thing. Which, I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean that other states should be suing Texas for what they're doing? Is that, I mean, but what I loved most about that statement was that he's suing. You listen to it one more time. But he said he's suing through the DOJ.
I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to...
Sorry, nobody heard what I was listening to because the volume was low. That's not helpful.
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom on crime.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to be filing a lawsuit on blue slipping. You know, blue slips make it impossible for me as president to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney because they have a gentleman's agreement. It's nothing memorialized. It's a gentleman's agreement that's about 100 years old, where if you have a president like a Republican and if you have a Democrat senator.
There you go. Donald Trump. See, that's the part of it that I find so fascinating. Is Donald Trump, he complained about lawfare and the captured DOJ during the Biden administration, something which really didn't have a lot of evidence to it, and then has come into the presidency and now truly views the DOJ as his personal prosecutorial agency. He is suing through the Department of Justice. He is dictating to the Department of Justice that they sue Gavin Newsom for doing the thing that he just got done telling Texas to do. It's insane. It's insane.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
And I just want to remind everybody of something. While we're talking about all of these things, let's not forget that the Trump administration is seeking the death penalty for Luigi Mangione. Meanwhile, they have said almost nothing about the Minnesota lawmaker and his wife who were gunned down in Minnesota by a right-wing extremist.
News 24/7 on the map now in Minnesota, where the Democratic Party faces questions about its future. This is, of course, the start of the Democratic National Committee's summer meetings. They're happening today, and speaking right now is State Senator John Hoffman, shot earlier this year amid some political assassinations and assassination attempts. Let's listen to his story.
What happened here in Minnesota in the early morning darkness of June 14th with the political assassinations of Melissa and Mark, and what happened to myself, my wife Yvette, and my daughter Hope was pure evil. It was a political attack on public servants and public service. And it was aimed squarely and slowly at our party. And it was a wake-up call. What is happening at a national level, the persistent dehumanizing narratives and conspiracy theories in public discourse are fueling the radicalization of individuals willing to engage in political violence against perceived opponents. Not okay. I'm still slowly recovering from my gunshot wounds, 9 of them. If you want to see the pattern on my body, it's the same pattern that's in my red door that I no longer have. Although I do still have a long way to go. And what my daughter has endured on top of all this trauma, with publications international objectifying her based on disability, with narratives of the night that aren't even true. That's ableist and that's shameful. And I wish the media would stop leading the headlines with that. Thank you.
CBS News political reporter Hunter Woodall joins us live now from Minneapolis.
There you go. That was at least one of the Minnesota lawmakers who survived the horrifying attack. Something which the Trump administration is completely ignoring, an instance of crime, I would point out, which happened under their watch. A political crime, something that most people would have called terrorism. It's not being treated as such, nor is the Trump administration seeking the death penalty. They're really just treating it like any other killing. In fact, they're not even treating it like that because, of course, they're not sending the National Guard to Minnesota over it. John Hoffman, that's right, that's his name. John Hoffman. Thankfully that John survived. Not everybody can. Let's talk about some other people that Donald Trump has been targeting. People like John Bolton and his other perceived enemies.
President Trump is not ruling out the possibility of a criminal investigation into his ally turned critic, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
Illegal.
Do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Look, Chris is a slob. Everybody knows it. I know Chris better than anybody in the room. I always felt he was guilty. But what he did is he took the George Washington Bridge, which is very serious. He closed down the George Washington Bridge. If they want to look at it, they can. You could ask Pam. I think we have other things to do, but I always thought he got away with murder.
Murder.
Illegal. You know who didn't actually always think Chris Christie got away with murder? Donald Trump. So the president was referring there to the 2013 scandal known as Bridgegate. 2 former officials linked to Christie's office were found guilty of conspiracy and fraud for their part in it all. But the Supreme Court threw out those convictions in 2020, and Trump actually congratulated Christie at the time. He wrote, quote, "Congratulations to former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, and all others involved on a complete and total exoneration on the Obama..."
Congratulations to former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, and all others involved on a complete and total exoneration with a, in parentheses, with a 9-0 vote by the U.S. Supreme Court on the Obama DOJ capital S scam, referred to as, quote unquote, Bridgegate. The Democrats.
DOJ scam referred to as Bridgegate. With us now is attorney George Conway. George, good to see you here. So there's floating this idea of an investigation into Chris Christie. There is the actual federal investigation into former National Security Advisor John Bolton, the search of his home, which you witnessed firsthand down the street from your home in Bethesda. What do you see as going on here?
Well, it's funny. I witnessed that search, and then I was also stuck on the bridge one of the days that they closed it down. It's just absurd. I mean, it is absolutely silly. That case, you know, the Bridgegate case was never criminal. Everybody knew it wasn't criminal. The Supreme Court found it wasn't criminal. But Donald Trump raises this now, long after, I'm sure, the statute of limitations is run, because that's what Donald Trump is about. He's all about vengeance. He's not about the public. He's not about doing the right thing by America. He's about, oh, can I win a Nobel Peace Prize? Oh, can I defeat my enemies? Because he's obsessed with defeating his enemies, criticizing, and ultimately now, because he has the power to do it, prosecuting people who disagree with him. And this is not America. This is not healthy. This is, and I hate, you know, people don't want to reach this conclusion. This is authoritarianism. We have never seen anything like this in America. Everybody else in the entire world, I traveled to Europe twice this year, and people were watching out there because they understand history. And they're seeing in America things that happen. I was in Spain. They're seeing what happened with Franco. In Europe, they're seeing what happened with Hitler. This is how it's done. And it may seem alarmist to Americans who enjoy who enjoy our lives here, a beautiful country with so many things to do and so many ways to entertain ourselves. And it's time for Americans to wake up. This is serious. Donald Trump, people may laugh at him because he appears to be such a clown, but he's profoundly dangerous because he has the power of prosecution. And every time he says something like this, Americans should take it.
I want to note that yesterday, President Trump says he hadn't been briefed on the investigation and the search of John Bolton's home. That's what he said. But I want to play for you the way that Vice President J.D. Vance talked about the investigation and search of John Bolton's home just the other day. Listen.
If we bring a case, and of course we haven't done that yet, the Department of Justice has not done that yet. We are investigating Ambassador Bolton, but if they ultimately bring a case, it will be because they determine that he has broken the law. We're going to be careful about that. We're going to be deliberate about that because we don't think that we should throw people, even if they disagree with us politically.
Now, a lot of people heard that, George, and thought the most notable word that he kept on using was we. Why does that word matter here?
We. We matters because
We matters because it implies the entire administration. He's the goddamn vice president. He says we, you assume it means everybody in the Trump administration. Not just J.D. Vance musing about things. All right, let's go here. Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago. We must defeat fascism. Chicago alderman on Trump's threat to deploy troops to the city.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in New York. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. President Trump signed an executive order Monday that would establish specialized National Guard units to be quickly deployed in Washington, D.C. and all 50 states. Under the order, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will oversee the National Guard, assisting local law enforcement in, quote, quelling civil disturbances, unquote. The move comes weeks after Trump deployed the National Guard to Washington, where district crime rate was already at its lowest level in decades. Trump's also threatened to send troops to, New York, Baltimore, Chicago, and other cities. This is President Trump.
I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago is a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator.
Meanwhile, Democratic Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker responded to Trump Monday at a news conference surrounded by state and local officials and business and community leaders.
Earlier today in the Oval Office, Donald Trump looked at the assembled cameras and asked for me personally to say, Mr. President, can you do us the honor of protecting our city? Instead, I say, Mr. President, do not come to Chicago. You are neither wanted here nor needed here. Your remarks about this effort over the last several weeks have betrayed a continuing slip in your mental faculties and are not fit for the auspicious office that you occupy. Most alarming, you seem to lack any appropriate concern as our commander-in-chief for the members of the military that you would so callously deploy as pawns in your ever more alarming grabs for power.
That's Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker speaking Monday. For more, we go to Chicago, where we're joined by Alderman Byron Sigcho-Lopez, who represents Chicago's 25th Ward. He immigrated to the U.S. from Ecuador, was first elected in 2019 as a Democratic Socialist with support from the Chicago Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. We welcome you, Alderman, to Democracy Now! You held a meeting this weekend bringing together people all over. You're chair of the Housing and Real Estate Committee. If you can talk about your response to what President Trump is threatening.
No, thank you, and it's an honor to be here with you in this critical time. When Trump talks about many people maybe like a dictator, nobody likes a dictator, and nobody wants to see the normalization of military troops in American cities. We joined the many calls of our communities to defend our city. We cannot normalize the militarization, the disappearing of our neighbors, the kidnapping of our neighbors, as we saw in June 4th here in our city, when masked men basically created a human trap and kidnapped mainly women from our community. We do not normalize, we organize. We do not despair. We're not afraid. We do not comply to dictators. And here in the city of Chicago, what we have done when this was first announced, the mass deportations, we organized to the frustration of the Trump administration that have seen an informed, a well-organized community, and that's what they're going to continue to see. We have, if anything, as a former labor organizer, we see that the boss is our best organizer. He's uniting our city. He united our immigrant community. He's organizing and he's unifying our city now more than ever. Now we have labor leaders, faith leaders that are ready to make sure that our schools, our churches, our hospitals are safe grounds, as it should be. And we want to make sure that he knows that that on Labor Day, as Trump prepares to make this the last Labor Day in our city, we want to make sure that he knows that this is going to be a historic Labor Day. Faith leaders, everybody across the city coming together to defend every neighbor. Not only are Texas legislators now fleeing political violence from the Trump administration, we have many neighbors who have kidnapped families. We still have families, thousands of kids from the first Trump administration that are still unaccounted for. So here in Chicago, we organize. We're mobilizing labor, faith leaders, community leaders to stand for our city. We're not going to normalize a dictator. We're not going to normalize militarized zones. In a time like this, we stand up and we organize.
And Alderman, I wanted to ask you, you represent the 25th Ward, and where the community of Pilsen, with the historic Mexican Latino community is centered. What is the condition on the ground right now in terms of raids in Chicago? And in June, there were at least a dozen people arrested by federal immigration agents after they showed up to a routine immigration appointment at an office in the South Loop. What's the situation right now in terms of these raids?
Well, we have been one of the first communities that the Trump administration targeted. We had early on one father that was detained after his family have left their kids in school. Just at the end of last school year, ICE was setting shop right next to one of our elementary schools in a laundromat, waiting for parents at dismissal. This is intended to create terror, to scare people, to create fear, to push people to deport themselves. So we see also with now that they not only don't respect rights, they're using violence as a tool of fascism. They did not respect constitutional rights when they enter one of our businesses a few months ago and detained 2 workers. In our community right now, there's serious concerns and fear of the Trump administration coming and snatching families, the snatching or being around schools, around hospitals, churches. So in our community, we're organizing. We are making sure that we denounce the Trump administration for coming to churches, hospitals, schools. We're preparing. We're working together with all community leaders, as we did when the administration threatened with mass deportations. We organize, and we're organizing with labor leaders to make sure that our labor leaders, elected leaders, faith leaders, our community are the front lines, that we keep our vulnerable communities safe in safe spaces, and that we come heavy with a mass mobilization on Labor Day on September 1st, led by the Chicago Teachers Union and many other leaders.
There you go, mass protests planned for September 1st. Put it in your calendars. But yeah, I mean, communities continuing to fight back against Donald Trump's fascist takeover of the country, especially in blue cities and states. One thing I think we should, be asking ourselves is, where is Alex Jones in all of this? And this is something that I was genuinely asking myself. So I started Googling it. I started Googling Alex Jones talking about some of this stuff. I remember him talking about this stuff back in the day quite a lot. His concern over martial law hit fever pitch during the Obama administration. And in my searching for Alex Jones videos, this popped up. Apparently, I'm not the only person thinking this.
People of my age cohort grew up listening to all kinds of differently coded libertarians, like some from the left, some from the right, freak out about things like a government surveillance state with databases tracking every individual, or a military takeover American cities and jackbooted thugs and thought police. It was like the thing we would hear nonstop from a whole kind of cohort of folks. And honestly, the crazy thing is we're living it now. I mean, just today, Donald Trump went for, I guess, a ride-along to tour the military occupation D.C. that he's deployed. We're living it. He sent Marines into Los Angeles. And that's why this riff from formerly Trump-friendly podcaster Tim Dillon really got me.
They've already got the cops on the street.
that are not cops or that are the military. They've already got the National Guard on the street. They already have all your information in D.C., and now they just get to decide what is and isn't over the line. That should scare everybody. You're nuts, dude. If this doesn't scare you, you're nuts.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All of these things that Alex Jones, and I've had Alex on, I like Alex, but all these things that Alex Jones was like worried about when I listened to him in the late 90s, early 2000s are coming to fruition. And he, I don't know where he is on all of that stuff, but like, I know he's a big fan of Trump, but like, this is everything Alex Jones always talked about. Military in the street, the FEMA camp, the tech company that monitors everything, the surveillance. This is all of that. I mean, not to sound like a nut. This is everything a crackhead. And I don't even mean a crackhead like crack, but a guy smoking weed in a room with a black light and a insane clown posse tattoo
Illegal
on his arm. I'm thinking of a very specific guy I was friends with.
Very specific
but this
guy.
is everything that
His name was Dan.
Guy would have talked about.
Heather McGhee is a longtime progressive strategist.
Well, there you go. I would not have found that if I hadn't been looking for it. There we are. Always forgetting that guy's name. I know they just said it a second ago. But Tim Dillon, that's right, Tim Dillon. So coming to the same conclusion as me. Alex Jones warned, he warned us about this many, many years ago. Now, some of you may be thinking, Donald Trump is just joking. Just joking about declaring a national emergency and sending the the National Guard in. No, he's not. He doubled down on that claim earlier today. Here's CNN from 8 hours ago.
President Trump dug in on his threat to send National Guard troops to other Democratic-run cities as part of his federal crackdown on crime. Specifically, he's singling out Chicago and Baltimore. Let's listen.
I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole.
With us now is Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He is the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee.
There you go. That was Donald Trump earlier today, reiterating his claim that these cities, these Democrat-run cities, need to be cleaned up, and that they are in fact dangerous and crime-ridden. Let's go back in time.
In the future, every major city will have a high-altitude blimp tethered to a cable with ground-penetrating radar that looks right through your walls and gives the government a black and white image.
We live in a post-9/11 world, security higher, we're a country at war. Not an ideal situation for anyone, but there are some that say if we have another terrorist attack on American soil, the U.S. will be under martial law. On the phone, we have with us the man you just saw in the video. That is Alex Jones, a man who is set forth to expose these supposed indiscretions by the government. We also have with us terrorism law expert Jeff Adicott with us. Thank you both for joining me this morning. I appreciate it. Let's first talk with you, Alex, by phone. Alex, you feel America is going to be under some martial law pressure as soon as we get attacked again? Is that correct?
Well, back in '99, I met with your police chief, and we threw Delta Force out. They brought in large bags of cash and tried to buy them off. Then I talked to emergency managers around the country when I was fighting this then and found out there was a covert plan to take over all of our major cities. Now that's been in the Associated Press. The Homeland Security Committee in Congress, with the highest level security clearances, are not allowed to see the details of PDD 51 signed May 9th of this year that literally makes the president a dictator. And last year, the president funded the John Warner Defense Authorization Act for domestic oppression of the American people. It actually says that it is for domestic insurrection and rebellion. This has nothing to do with terror.
Let's
this
talk,
is the military-industrial complex waging war on the people.
Let's talk about that presidential directive number 51 that you're talking about. Mr. Adicott, he's talking about the one that basically gives the president some power to go in case of an emergency and establish some sort of order. Right. Is it as bad as Mr. Jones calls it?
I don't think so.
He's a lawyer for the people that were there in '99.
Presidential directives are nothing new. I mean, the Clinton administration had.
Oh wow, Alex Jones. Won't even let this guy get a word in. He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. Paid. It's a paid lawyer. He's complicit.
As Mr. Jones calls it? I don't think so.
He's a lawyer for the people that were there in '99.
Presidential directives are nothing new. I mean, the Clinton administration had a continuity PDD itself, and this president has simply replaced that one with this one. It's interesting because a lot of the annexes to the document are classified, so I don't know how this gentleman has had access to those where he can tell us about what it says. But basically, if you read Section 9, paragraph...
You can hear it. They turned the volume down. They turned the volume down on Alex's feed. Could you hear it like really quietly? You can hear him in the background. Oh, actually, I have. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Tell us about what it says. But basically, if you read Section 9, paragraph 9, it indicates that the executive branch has a responsibility for continuity, and the judicial branch has a responsibility, and also the legislative branch. So it's really not the boogeyman. This is nothing new, nothing to get upset about. It's actually the responsibility of the government to do this.
Well, Mr. Jones, you were just alluding to the cameras, and I think we heard a little bit at the top of the show about you talking about the blimps overhead. Do you really think we're going to get to that point? I have not seen any blimps in my neighborhood. I don't really fear my police force.
Let me break this down. That is a Pentagon announcement of 2004, and they do now have them over D.C., L.A., and other areas. And yes, they are mounting high-altitude blimps. These are so high you can't even see them without a telescope, or at night you can see them because of the atmosphere and the sun going over the edge.
But I already have Google, I can actually Google my own home, and check out my home.
Listen. Mr. Adicott's not stupid. I looked into him, okay, and he knows what he's doing. We have the memos written by John Yoo and the Attorney General, Alberto Gonzalez, saying they can torture children with pliers, that the president says that with pliers. It says the president is above the law and that all law flows from him. And in PDD 51, he is saying he is in command of continuity of government, and then Congress was able to
obviously he is in command. That's what the executive does. All the administrative agencies are under the executive branch.
My
God. All administrative agencies are under the executive.
That sounds incredibly disturbing. The president could have the power to torture children.
So why would that be surprising that he is issuing policy memos to agencies within his control? We would expect him to do that.
He will command the entire infrastructure.
That's not what it says.
But he's a president on his way out as well. There's going to be a change in presidency here come November.
PrisonPlanet.com or Infowars.com. You can see the body or the body of evidence. Or go to Google and type in martial law, 9/11 rise, the police state, or terror storm. You can watch my...
Go to Google, type in martial law, the police state, the rise of the police state.
Planet.com or Infowars.com. You can see the body or the body of evidence. Or go to Google and type in martial law, 9/11 rise, the police state, or terror...
Go to Google and type in martial law, 9/11 rise of the police state. .org, and you'll get a full understanding of what's going on here.
You can watch my films for free.
I have a better idea. You could go to Google and pull up PDD 51 and read it for yourself. And read paragraph 9, which talks about the responsibility of each branch of government and not executive takeover.
Why don't you remember the 4 members of the Homeland Security Committee in Congress who have been able to see part of it and then want to see the classified areas because they're saying that it looks like it's a martial law plan. That's members of Congress, and Atticott, you're counting on folks not going and seeing what the AP and the Oregonians and others had to say about it.
Mr. Jones, does the mentality or what Mr. Jones is pushing here, does it incite maybe us? Is it a fear-mongering thing, or does he have some validity to his points?
Well, obviously, in time of conflict, and we are definitely in a conflict with al-Qaeda. I mean, they want to kill tens of thousands of Americans if they can. That's a fact. And our government has a responsibility to protect its citizens. But I think Mr. Jones is correct in that has to be balanced against civil liberties. And where you draw that line is something that we need debated. And I think voices like his are important, but we need to put them in context. I mean, you need to look at the facts, take a deep breath, and make up your own.
You can hear Alex Jones in the background with his mic down at 5%, just screaming into the microphone. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's so good.
But certainly, you know, this is America. You have the right to say what you want to say.
Mr. Atticott.
You have a right to your own opinion, but you don't have a right to your own facts. And I think that's the case you see here.
You know what? I can prove my facts. We have members of Congress who are concerned about this. We have Republican and Democratic, liberal and conservative top lawyers across the country saying this country's going into martial law. Bob Woodward last year was in San Antonio and said he thinks we're going into a dictatorship. That was in the front of the newspaper.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's worried about this. By the way, the borders are still wide open, but the American people are being harassed and controlled. We have the federal documents. And by the way, Atticott, if you want to come debate me for an hour, I'll be on the radio on KLBJ today for 2 hours.
What are you doing?
We are talking with Alex Jones from Infowars.
I love how they just cut. I just love how right in the middle of that. They just cut. I wonder whose decision it was to just cut. They're like, all right, that's it. That's it. We got to go to commercial. Fuck this guy.
About the changes here in America, and he believes we're changing into a police state. And also joining me is Dr. Jeff Atticott. He is our expert on terrorism law, and we thank you both for joining us. We're kind of continuing our conversation. Alex, you've got some films out there. You go to protests and you complain we're gearing up for this police state because you say cops are swarming the streets with guns. These are huge protests like the one we just saw you in New York during the Republican National Convention. Of course, there's some increased police presence in New York after it being attacked, but do you honestly think that we're getting to a place in time where nobody's going to have any freedom to do what they actually want to do?
Yes, people are being arrested coast to coast for peacefully protesting or demonstrating. New York has banned independent news cameras on the streets. Some of my cameramen have now been arrested and told that they're terrorists for having video cameras all over the place. We have neocons, a top neocon in the Philadelphia News said we need another 9/11 so they
this
can
is
get
the very
their
definition
police state
of
out. That's been a big national
totalitarianism.
controversy the last few days.
Alex, let's talk about that because, and Jeff.
My God. Alex Jones, actually Nostradamus? Predicting what would happen many, many years in advance? Martial law? In the United States, a dictator in the White House? But maybe that's just a fringe instance. Maybe this was just one time. Maybe it was just one time that Alex was worked up about this. You know, could just be a fluke, right? You know what I mean?
They're locking the country down where you can't get out, you can just get in. And so that's what's going on. And look, I've got an article right here out of CBS News where they just calmly report, yeah, the Air Force helped Freudian slip, helped raid a gun shop. And again, I see articles every 2 days now where Marines respond to robbery. Marines, Army running checkpoints 10 miles from base. And it's totally illegal. But it's illegal for Obama to be launching wars without congressional approval. I mean, it's very scary, Sky.
Well, they're also working with the local police departments in this program called Operation Stone Garden. It's a FEMA program or something to try to, I don't know what they're doing with the local.
Sir, they've come in with federal money that was taken from the states to begin with. They've set up threat fusion centers, and I've gotten training videos from inside. I've aired them. It's been national news. And all they do is talk about in the fetters, get us out of the UNers, anti-globalists, and how evil veterans are. I mean, they actually, with a straight face, none of this has to do with Al-Qaeda. Even if you believe the fairy tale about bin Laden and all of this stuff, the whole thing is about Americans that don't want foreign banks coming in like we're a third world country and taking us over. Okay? It's simple. We're being conquered. I appreciate your call. Tim in Connecticut, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, and I got out in the early 90s, and I have a home remodeling.
What's interesting is that it seems like Donald Trump used one of Alex Jones's old tropes as justification for what he's doing, right? Because, you know, the foreign invasion, right? That was how he started all this, with ICE and the Alien Enemies Act.
It's here in Connecticut. And about three and a half years ago, I worked for a White House staffer who I really don't want to get anybody in trouble. I don't want to say their name. But after they found out I was a U.S. Navy veteran, they slowly confided in me for about, a year on and off that I worked there. And they told me, I was informed that, yes, there is a plan for martial law in the United States. And not only that, that we will see United Nations troops in our streets. And this was right when Obama was running for, when he was...
well, by the way, if new listeners just tuned in, I was first told this by generals and colonels we interviewed who are retired, who went to events, and these speeches were given. But now it's official. NLE09, FEMA put out a press release. You just type in NLE09, that 14 countries are prepared to enter the U.S. for civil emergencies, including Mexican and Canadian troops, and then they use, quote, U.S. troops in Canada for the Olympics. So, yes, sir, what they were confiding in you is public. See, that's what's crazy. This is all public. They're just counting on the general population not going and looking this up. And again, they're doing it because the banks have taken us over. They got their people in all the positions of power and then had our government sign on to their debt. Do you understand that?
This is back when they were big talking about the IMF and the World Bank. How we were going to be taken over by the EU. The globalists. The globalists are coming. They're the banks, the IMF, Christine Lagarde, she's coming for you. She's gonna make you wear a dress and turn the frogs gay, make you drink fluoride. Maybe this is just another fringe example. Certainly there aren't more than 2 examples of Alex Jones ranting about martial law in America, are there?
Well, let's begin this afternoon with something U.S. lawmakers are cooking up as we speak. It's a bill in the U.S. Senate called the National Defense Authorization Act and may be voted on as soon as tomorrow. But with most bills, it is chocked full of flowery language about protecting the homeland and giving the military the tools they need to do their job. But the bill also does something unprecedented. It gives the president, this one and the next ones, the authority to indefinitely imprison people without charge or trial, both in other countries and here in the United States.
Wow, indefinitely imprison people without charge? Oh, weird. That's very Twilight Zone. Oh, God, there's no parallels to that happening right now in real life.
Charge or trial, both in other countries and here in the United States. But don't take my word for it. Take a look at this. Here is text of the Senate bill. 1867, Congress affirms that the authority of the president to use all necessary and appropriate force pursuant to the authorization for use of military force includes the authority of the armed forces of the United States to detain covered persons pending disposition under the law of war. All right, not exactly simple language here. So why don't I play something for you from one of the bill's backers, Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina. This is what he said on the Senate floor a few weeks ago.
1032, the military custody provision, which has waivers and a lot of flexibility, doesn't apply to American citizens. 1031, the statement of authority to detain, does apply to American citizens, and it designates the world as the battlefield, including the homeland.
The battlefield, says Senator Graham, is right here in your front yard and mine. And he says American citizens, if they are suspects, well, that they should be able to be detained and held without charge. Why? Well, in the name of information gathering, it seems.
We're simply saying that you have the option to make sure that you can put intelligence gathering as the top priority.
Now, this isn't just Republicans. The bill's sponsors are Republican Senator John McCain and Democratic Senator Carl Levin, who brings up a situation in which a member of al-Qaeda gets onto U.S. soil and attacks a military base. Senator Levin wants to make sure that that person is able to be detained by the military in that situation. That's the reason. Now, I should mention President Obama has threatened to veto the bill if the indefinite detention without charge or trial provisions are not removed. But an amendment by Senators Mark Udall and Jim Webb to strip those provisions from the bill just failed on the Senate floor moments ago. So what is going on here? Where's all that talk about sticking to the Constitution? It's a question radio host Alex Jones, for one, is asking, so we want to talk to him about it. Hey there, Alex. There's a lot of talk about, there's a lot of talk about this, but there's very few people talking about it as well in the mainstream media. Now, I'll get to the lack of coverage on the mainstream media in a second, but let's just get to the bill itself. What do you make of this?
Well, Christine, there's a story inside of this story. I, for 16 years or more, have been pointing out that there is an open plan to start using the U.S. military on the streets of America. And in the MIAC and Homeland Security reports that law enforcement gave me over 3 years ago, it states none of this has to do with al-Qaeda. It's all about returning vets, gun owners, libertarians, conservatives, anti-war activists who are listed as terrorists in these databases. So that's in the news today. So the bill itself is incredibly egregious, but it just expands.
It's fascinating is right now in D.C., the Trump administration earlier bragged about all the guns that they had taken away from people in D.C.
Get rid of the Second Amendment upon the Military Commissions Act and other things where they now kill U.S. citizens abroad and say they'll kill them domestically. So they're setting that precedent, always claiming, well, it's for al-Qaeda because they're so scary. But when you get into the meat and potatoes, they want to use this against the American people. And just a few years ago, they'd say it's preposterous. We don't want to use the Army and Marines against the American people. Why, that's tyranny. That's a third world country. That's martial law. Now they're like, well, yes, we want to keep you safe from al-Qaeda, but it's in the London Telegraph and all of the news that al-Qaeda.
Oh God, people just realizing that we are getting close to down to the wire right now. And we only have only one super chat so far. I have not been paying very much attention to that, but boy, we are in trouble right now. We are in danger of not getting all the sweet Tuesday content today.
Under NATO control has been given Libya.
You can contribute, of course, to the goal. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships also count. Cash App and PayPal donos also count. All of them. All of them count. Does this count? Does a highlighted member message count? No. No, I'm afraid not.
No! Is now being sent to Syria. Was used, of course, in the 80s against the Russians, used against the Serbs in the 90s. I mean, this is a joke. Al-Qaeda is the boogeyman they use to do this, but the whole thing is pointed at the American people. But here's the key. When we started reporting this last week, when they brought this bill up, it has a section saying Americans are exempt, but then has another section saying, unless we say so. So it's got the fine print. And then I noticed all these IP addresses hitting our article within minutes of it going up, which they don't even hide it. It goes back to military bases and PR firms. They were ready saying I was a liar and Infowars.com was lying, using the lying section. And in fact, it was in the Grand Rapids Press. Congressman Justin Amash said, quote, it's carefully crafted to mislead the public. They had all the warmongering neocons and others come out in the last week and say it's not in there, it's not true, it doesn't affect citizens.
A few things that you mentioned, because you brought up a lot of good points here. One thing you said a few years ago people would find something like this outrageous, preposterous. It is surprising on one level today, but this treatment, being detained, held without charge, even tortured, has already happened to an American citizen on American soil. Private First Class Bradley Manning, accused of leaking those classified documents to the whistleblowing website WikiLeaks. So if this is already being done, what's the point of having Congress vote on it?
Well, they want to say it's the law, like Hitler passed laws saying he could round up groups he wanted. We had laws in this country saying blacks weren't human beings. Doesn't mean it's right. Tyrants always want to say they have the law on their side, but as Marbury versus Madison Supreme Court case states, anything that's abhorrent to common law, the Constitution, or organic law is null and void. They can pass a law tomorrow saying all children with black hair have to show up at the local government building to become slaves. I mean, it's a fraud. We have a right to resist that. And the military-industrial complex owned by the big banks has hijacked America. I keep explaining this to people, and now it doesn't just want to dominate the third world or the Middle East or Asia or encircle other countries in Europe. It wants to dominate this country. And
there you go. My God. Third time in a row. 3 clips in a row. Alex Jones warning us from back in time about what seems to be the world that we are living in right now. A dictatorship, a military dictatorship. Funded by U.S. wars abroad. Brought back home to our very doorsteps. Guns being taken away from law-abiding citizens minding their own business. A Gestapo, a Nazi-like tactic. I think he goes on to describe what Obama was doing as a Reichstag fire. Oh boy. Where is Alex Jones right now? Considering about how concerned he was about troops on the ground, on the streets of the United States. Where is Alex? You would think he would be very upset right now. You'd think he'd be blowing up the internet. Like, as we speak. It would just be just all hands on deck at InfoWars. Military rule. Dictator calls in martial law. I predicted it 15 years ago. 20, like literally 15, 20 years ago. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. We're still at 1 of 10 on the chat goal, and we got like 30 minutes to go. That's right, at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll run out of time on the goal. I'm just doing the math right now. If everybody in chat just donated us $1, single dollar, that would get it solved. You could do it. It's a single dollar super chat at a time. That would still get it done. All right, let's talk more about the Gestapo, which has been unleashed on the U.S. city streets across the country. ICE.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to a case that's become a flashpoint of the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign and crackdown on immigrants. We're talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, 30-year-old father from El Salvador who lived in Maryland for years. He was detained by federal immigration officials again today, just days after he was reunited with his wife and children in Maryland after being separated from them for more than 160 days. This morning, Abrego Garcia presented himself to ICE for a check-in. Dozens of his supporters rallied outside ICE's office in Baltimore, where he addressed the crowd before walking into the building where he was taken into custody. He spoke in Spanish, followed by a translator.
Y por eso quiero decirles las gracias a cada uno de ustedes que marcharon, levantaron sus voces y oraron y nunca dejaron de creer y luchar por mi libertad.
And this is why I want to thank each and every one of you who marched, lift your voices, never stopped praying, and continued to fight in my name.
Kilmar had just returned home Friday after he was released from jail in Tennessee. The father of 3 still faces deportation, this time to Uganda, a country he has no connection to. The Trump administration threatened to send him there for refusing to plead guilty in a human smuggling case that Kilmar's legal team has condemned as retaliation for challenging his initial wrongful removal to El Salvador, and for his refusal to accept a plea deal that would have seen him sent to Costa Rica after the completion of his prison sentence. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's anguish began in March when he was wrongfully sent to El Salvador's notorious maximum security Secot mega prison, along with 260 other immigrants in the United States without due process. A court order forced his return to the U.S. in
You know, this whole, I mean, I think not enough is being made about that, but the fact that the Trump administration was effectively attempting to coerce a false confession from Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right, with under threat, right? That's why I use the word coercion. Like they've illegally and unconstitutionally attempted to elicit a self-incrimination. It goes against the Fifth Amendment and all sorts of other constitutional protections we're supposed to have. Oh, it's disgusting.
He was visited there by a number of politicians, including Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. But upon his return, the Trump administration arrested and indicted Abrego Garcia on alleged human smuggling charges for which he awaits a federal trial. His lawyers have filed a motion to dismiss the case based on vindictive and selective prosecution. For more, we go to a lawyer for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's family, Chris Newman, legal director of the National Day Labor Organizing Network, known as Elon. Chris, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you explain these latest developments of the last few days?
Boy, I mean, like the whole saga, it's been a whirlwind. You know, I'm anxiously looking at my phone. I'm zooming into you live here from California, talking to colleagues on the East Coast. And yes, Kilmar was just apprehended. He was released from jail in Tennessee, returned home to his family, and reported dutifully to his ICE check-in this morning and was apprehended.
So explain, after he was held in El Salvador, first at Secot and then another prison, the more than 200 people sent from the United States there, more than 200 were sent to Venezuela. This was all clearly illegal, being held in El Salvador. He came back to the United States, but was immediately imprisoned. Explain what he's charged with, and is it possible that they're talking about sending him to Uganda, a country he has no connection to?
Well, I mean, the legal charges and legal maneuvers that are being deployed against Kilmar are unprecedented and almost defy description because they are so unprecedented. The strategy has been incoherent from the Trump administration from the beginning, but the political strategy is clear as day. They are seeking to use the highest office in this land to railroad and prosecute and punish an innocent man. And, you know, again, words escape us. He was never, you know, he wasn't deported to El Salvador. I think the better and more appropriate term is that he was renditioned. This is a guy that has never been convicted of anything. And I think it's actually important to consistently put this case in context. You know, you say that his nightmare started in March. It actually preceded that when he was wrongfully arrested while looking for work at a Home Depot, much like, you know, people are being arrested every day in Los Angeles. The difference is in Los Angeles, if you get arrested by local police, you're protected by sanctuary laws, which prohibit police and ICE from being, you know, from collaborating. Kilmar was wrongfully arrested by local police. In fact, he was arrested by a police officer who himself pled guilty to criminal wrongdoing, but was then transferred into ICE custody, where he functionally won his case. He won something called withholding of removal, saying that he can't go back to the country that he fled from. He was then, as you pointed out, wrongfully apprehended during that big, you know, really awful moment in American history where hundreds of people were renditioned to the biggest and worst prison in the hemisphere. When he was brought in there, he was told, like everyone else, that he was never leaving. And, you know, he was, in fact, one of the few, very, very few people to ever leave CCOT, and certainly one of the few people to at least momentarily be a free man, as he was over the weekend. What comes next, honestly, is anyone's guess at this point, because clearly the Trump administration is sort of making this all up as they go along. And we are going to do everything we can in court, in this country, in other countries if necessary, to make sure that Kilmar is ultimately reunited with his family and is able to live a free and prosperous life.
This just in, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has filed a new federal lawsuit in Maryland. Since it's a habeas corpus case, the petition isn't public, but his lawyers said it challenges the Trump administration's scheme to send him to Uganda. I also want to quote Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, who spoke with Kilmar and his wife yesterday on Sunday. In response to his threats, Trump's threats to send Kilmar to Uganda, Senator Van Hollen said in a statement, quote, Kilmar Abrego Garcia deserves his day in court, but Trump administration officials who continue to make public statements about his case that have been expressly repudiated by the courts would rather insult judges and circumvent our justice system than uphold people's constitutional rights. Your response, Chris?
Illegal.
Well, right from the start, when the senator and I were momentarily detained in El Salvador, Senator Van Hollen has said that this is a test case for due process for everyone. And part of the reason why the senator, I think, has been and continues to be so invested in the outcome of this case is not only because, you know, he's convinced that we're experiencing a grave injustice for Kilmar and his family, but also because all of our rights are currently under threat. And so one way to look at this.
Yeah, no, and I've always seen this as being, I mean, every single one of these as essentially being Schrodinger's American. Okay, if you're all familiar, maybe some of you are not. German physicist. I forget his first name. Schrödinger. Heinrich? No. Whatever. He had a thought experiment known as Schrödinger's cat, where you would put a cat, theoretically, right? This is basically meant as a thought experiment. You're not supposed to actually do this, but you put a cat into a box, and there's all sorts of different variations I've heard, but basically, just to make it easy, you take a gun and you shoot towards the box, like at the box, right? The bullet goes through the box, but the box is also like, you can't hear anything inside the box, and you can't see inside the box, so you have no way of knowing whether or not that cat is alive until you actually open the box and look inside. This is meant to describe a completely different thing. It has to do with particle states, but it's the same thing with this, with immigrants and with due process and Americans, right? You don't know if it's an American inside of the box until you open the box. Until you give due process to these people, you don't know who is an American and who is not. Do you get what I'm saying? It's the same idea. It was interesting to hear that lawyer use the phrase rendition. That's what I've been saying on a number of occasions, is that these aren't actually deportations, because none of them really have been done through the formal deportation processes and courts. And they really are extraordinary, extrajudicial renditions, not deportations. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say when asked about Kilmore Abrego Garcia's being re-detained by ICE.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker Kilmore Abrego Garcia turned himself in.
Fucking God. I don't know who this fucking douchebag is, but what a way to start this question. MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker, neither of which have been proven in a court of law.
Today, MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker Kilmore Abrego Garcia turned himself into ICE in Baltimore. Do you have any comment on this, and why are the Democrats...
I love how even the press is completely, like I know that this guy is clearly one of Trump's little hand-picked social media journalists, but it is fascinating how now, effectively, all of this stuff is being framed vicariously through these little right-wing gremlins that they've decided to replace the normal press corps with. You get fantastic questions like that. MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker.
So emotionally attached to this man who beats his wife and is part of a terrorist organization?
Because they think he's going to be good for votes, and I think he's very bad for votes. These people are deranged. He's not good for votes. He beat the hell out of his wife. His wife is afraid to even talk about him. She's been mauled by this animal. And, through a system of liberal courts, he's doing things, but no.
This is insane. Once again, Donald Trump referring to a human being as an animal twice in 24 hours. It is utterly wild that they'd even let him go. What's the point of letting him go? Just like to torture him? I mean, just to further the torturing? Like, we'll let you go for 2 days, and then without telling you when you're doing the thing you're supposed to do, reporting to court. We're going to pick you up again and then put you back in a cell. Like, what the fuck?
Did you expect today's outcome to happen?
By the way, this is
sadly to say.
This is Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyer speaking outside of the office where he had reported legally, like following the law, and was detained at.
Did you expect today's outcome to happen?
Sadly to say, I would say yes, I did expect today's outcome. There's no reason for ICE to detain him. They don't have present legal authority to remove him to Uganda because he's requested a reasonable fear interview. He has the right to court proceedings, right? And he was already on electronic monitoring and essentially home confinement through the U.S. Marshal Service. So there's no reason for them to detain him. But did I expect them to detain him? Yes, I did. The Baltimore ICE office has been notorious. Even now, with ICE all across the country out of control, the Baltimore ICE office, since February, has been one of the worst in the nation of people coming into this building through the front door and being taken out via the back door, including people who've been on annual check-in schedules for years and years and years with no problems whatsoever. The Baltimore ICE office has really been one of the worst in the whole country.
There we go. Baltimore ICE office, one of the worst in the country, according to the Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyer. A place where Kilmar went to, fulfill his civic duty, make an appearance after being released, still technically awaiting trial. Now he's back in jail. Now, a judge has ruled that he cannot be deported while he challenges his deportation to Uganda. This is, in fact,
Tonight, a federal judge is telling the Trump administration it is, quote,
This is, in fact, the process of deportation. That's why we can't really call any of the deportations to El Salvador actual deportations, because nobody got the chance to contest their deportations to a judge.
Tonight, a federal judge is telling the Trump administration it is, quote, absolutely forbidden to remove Kilmar Abrego Garcia from the United States as she weighs a new legal challenge over the Trump administration's plans to deport him to the East African nation of Uganda as soon as this week. Abrego Garcia became the face of President Trump's immigration crackdown after he was wrongfully deported to a notorious prison in El Salvador earlier this year. In June, the administration brought him back to the U.S. to face human smuggling charges and released him from federal custody late last week while he awaits trial. In the meantime, immigration officials took him into their custody today. Speaking through a translator, he delivered this message to his supporters.
To all the families who have been separated, or to all the families who have been threatened with family separation, this administration has hit us hard. But I want to tell you guys something. God is with us, and God will never leave us. God will bring justice to all of the injustice that we are suffering.
My source tonight is an attorney on Abrego Garcia's legal team, Brian Murray. Brian, thank you for being with us. The judge here planning to stretch out an existing hold on Abrego Garcia's removal until this legal challenge is sorted out. Do you know how long that's going to take?
It's not clear at this point, Brianna. The judge tentatively set a hearing for this Friday, but it's likely to get pushed into next week. But for our part, we're going to do everything we can to exhaust all of Kilmar's rights.
Abrego.
Yes, indeed. Now, I just saw somebody who's not in chat right now, who must be watching the show, but not feeling extra chatty today, just donated on Cash App, getting us to 3 of 10 on the YouTube chat goal. Although we are running ever closer to being out of time on that goal. But also, that's going to count towards the galactic deficit. We are now only $35 away from completing that. Let's go here. See what Bernie Sanders has to say about Donald Trump's immigration policies.
Now, as Delia and Robert told you, we are now living under the most dangerous president in perhaps the history of this country. This is a demagogue whose function in life is to serve the oligarchy and to try to divide us up. Now, when Trump was inaugurated, I had the unpleasure of being right in the front row. I somehow got shoved into the front row. Maybe nobody else would go there, so they pushed me.
Holy freaking Lord.
Jesus, I say that.
Oh my God. Yo, Pitchforks, my guy. My guy, Pitchforks just turned on the freaking galactic membership gun. Holy shit, that's gonna complete the goal immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus Christ, who got these? 20. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. Sweet, sweet galactic memberships gifted by Pitchforks Dragon. Truly incredible level of galactic generosity being displayed here today. I gotta read off everybody who got one of these sweet, sweet memberships. Carl Jacobson. Clockwork Norse. Hee Doodley. Brain LeBartron. I am Crone. Mr. Spock. Hyper Spiky. Harry Puddles. Scotch to Gmail. Fun Grapefruit. Felix Cologne. The Soulcraft. Christy. Hello, A-Love. Lab Goats. Fresh Out the Asylum. Joanne Janes. The Garlon. Girl Friday on Tuesday. And Look Swine. Holy shit, Pitchforks. I think that might be the most galactic memberships gifted at one time ever. It's incredible. Truly wondrous. Gonna rock some sweet music here while we enjoy the epicness of our achievements here today. Thanks to all of your efforts, everybody who contributed to the goal, getting us to where we are. And especially thanks to Pitchforks for spreading so much space love to space fans. With that insane 20 gifted membies. Truly incredible. I'm overwhelmed by the generosity of that gift. Do we get a 19th emote? I don't know. I don't think we have it yet, unfortunately. We've had more people fall off on their memberships, not restarting them for themselves after getting them gifted. I think we're still a few short. All right, everybody. Last glimpse at this confetti party. We move back on to talking content. But now we can say officially, as the as the goal comes to an end, we only have 4 minutes. We only had 4 minutes left on the goal, which I am now clicking, clicky, click, click, removing the goal, since we have completed it. It's fantastic, it's incredible, it's epic, it's great. It's so good and so great. Overwhelmed. All right, let's go see what Bernie was saying here in Chicago on Monday.
Now, as Delia and Robert told you, we are now living under the most dangerous president in perhaps the history of this country. This is a demagogue whose function in life is to serve the oligarchy and to try to divide us up. Now, when Trump was inaugurated, I had the unpleasure of being right in the front row. I somehow got shoved into the front row. Maybe nobody else wanted to go there, so they pushed me there. And I heard this horrific speech. But I want you all to remember, because this is the essence of what Trumpism is about. Seated right behind Donald Trump were the three wealthiest people in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. Seated right behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head up major federal agencies. And as I was listening to this rather horrific speech, I really did think. I was thinking about American history, and I was thinking about Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg. And some of you will remember, a few days after that terrible battle, where thousands of Union soldiers died to end the abomination of slavery, President Lincoln goes to the battlefield. People just died a few days before. And he looks out at the assembled crowd, and in so many words, he says, you know, these guys did not die in vain. They died so that we will continue to have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And when I was listening to Trump and thinking about Abraham Lincoln, I was thinking that this guy is giving us a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Now, I trust and I know that all of you understand how demagogues function. And Trump is not original. It goes on around the world, and it has gone on historically. The way demagogues succeed is by dividing people up and by scapegoating powerless minorities. All right? That's how it's always been. It's been true in this country. It's true all over the world. Europe, it was Jews and gypsies. In this country, it was gay people, black people, Latino people. Today, it is trans people and the undocumented. So that's the strategy. I mean, it's a well-thought-out strategy. So instead of addressing the serious crises facing the country and say, all right, we got a crisis here, we got a crisis here, how do we work together to resolve those crises? What a demagogue like Trump does is say, forget about the healthcare crisis, forget about climate, forget about education, forget about housing. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how we hate this group of people and that group of people. And the antidote to that, which we must bring forth, we must create, is an understanding that if we do not all stand together, we're all going to go down together.
There we go. An impassioned speech from Bernie. Making a lot of sense here. Donald Trump scapegoating, otherizing immigrants, dividing us up, because that makes us easier to conquer. The only way for us to stop this horrible agenda is to stick together and to fight back and to not allow that scapegoating to take place, to not allow ourselves to be tricked into thinking that any particular group of people based on their ethnicity or religion or whatever else, country of origin, is the problem. It is Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies who are destroying this fucking country. All right, we got to take a quick break, and it's nice to know that we'll be right back after these brief space messages. My gosh, I'm still overwhelmed by Pitchfork's and very generous donation of 20 sweet galactic gift memberships. Gift memberships are one of my favorite ways for people to donate on YouTube, I gotta say. I love the super chats. I love the super stickers. They're both great. Super chats that give me your thoughts and your opinions. The super stickers give us sweet, cool little animations and things, but the gift memberships, they do so much, you know. They're like, it's like paying forward the galactic love to everybody else. And the more, of course, the more gift memberships and the more regular memberships that people start for themselves, the more emotes that members get. It's a sweet combination. I just looked it up, by the way, and we are not at 19 yet, unfortunately. We are, what was it? I can't remember the number now. I think we're 6 or 7 away from getting to the 19th tier, but not 19 emotes. We've talked about this in the past, but like, you need a certain number. Like right now we have more emotes than we're technically allotted because we have less members, but after 6 more, we'll be on the actual path to getting a 19th emote, which is honestly, it's a good place to be. Just need to do a little bit more. A few more members get us there. All right. Quick break. Be right back after these brief messages. All right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you don't miss any notifications from this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And with over 1,000 subscribers now, just a couple of dollars from each person who watches this show on YouTube a month would really solve all of our galactic financial problems. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Help us keep this show alive. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, and memberships. But of course, for some, you'd prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream rather than Google's bottom line. Of course, for that, we have things like Cash App and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron for the low price of 10 cents a day. You can get access to a bunch of sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on the screen in front of you. That's right, you could be sitting poolside with me and the rest of the space fams. That's right, all these dancing buffoons are actually galactic patrons hanging out by the pool and the bar, the lake, and the street. All of these are places where you too could be on your feet dancing to the space tunes on these breaks. But that's not it. You get sweet shout outs at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much more. In fact, if everybody just became a member on YouTube or a Patreon subscriber, our space woes would cease to exist. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, chat. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for the third half of the stream to begin. So you better get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss everything. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Okay. Well, we ended the second half talking about immigration. And Donald Trump's scapegoating of immigrants, minorities in this country. Bernie saying some very impassioned words in Chicago. Now, let's go to Colorado, to this fascinating situation where a Colorado dad was detained by ICE for weeks.
Castle Rock dad is in ICE custody waiting on his immigration status hearing.
Dale Heath has lived in Colorado for decades, but was arrested by Customs and Border Patrol because of marijuana charges from nearly 25 years ago. Olivia Young is your reporter in Douglas County and spoke with his wife.
While Dale Heath has spent weeks inside an ICE detention facility back in Castle Rock, inside his home, his family is having to navigate life without him.
I'm trying to live life as a single parent unexpectedly.
This is Kelly Heath's main form of contact with her husband, Dale.
I love you too.
In the 3 weeks he's been in ICE detention, Dale Heath missed his 42nd birthday and his children going back to school.
I saw Ollie at school and he was in a good mood. He had pictures this morning.
Usually, Dale takes his daughter to archery classes and coaches his son's soccer team.
You can see how excited my son is.
Dale owns a carpet cleaning business and is involved with the nonprofit group Dads of Castle Rock. While he may seem like the all-American dad, Dale is a British national.
He came over from England when he was 8 years old on a permanent resident visa.
On August 4th, Dale went to Denver International Airport to renew his temporary green card, like he had so many times before.
He was texting me just saying like, hey, this is taking a long time.
After going silent, Dale texted Kelly to say he was being arrested. By that evening, he had been processed into the Aurora ICE Detention Center.
That was a moment of freak out and panic.
A U.S. Customs and Border Protection spokesperson told me, quote, this individual has been convicted on more than one occasion for possession of a controlled substance, the most recent in the state of Texas, where he was sentenced to 60 days in jail, adding that, quote,
look at that. Hitting all of Donald Trump's demographics. They're even detaining white business-owning families in the Midwest. My God. Man, this man was kept in ICE custody for weeks for nothing, effectively. Didn't do shit. This guy didn't do fuck all. He had weed on him one time, a long time ago, that had been completely cleared up. That did not stop ICE from putting him in federal custody, ripping him away from his family. Just want to say thank you to Evan from Portland for becoming a galactic individual, although it would appear that this isn't the first month of your membership, because you got the light green, sort of the light greenish star, which is really light blue and yellow, but just makes it look like it's green. Yeah, the light green is second month or third month, one of the two. Which means you technically were already a member. You must have been gifted a membership at one point and decided to take the plunge to become a member yourself. Seems like a good plan. And you're already a Galactic patron, so really supporting from all sides, Evan. Much appreciated. All right, let's talk about another individual, U.S. citizen, who was, in fact, what's the word? Repressed by the Trump administration, whom we talked about earlier this year. If you remember, there was a big raid happening in Southern California at a grow facility where protesters met ICE officers. A whole bunch of people got picked up. One man who ran away died after falling from a building. But this guy we talked about, he got picked up. He's, I believe, an Army veteran and a U.S. citizen. I believe he is of some sort of Latino descent, but is a U.S. citizen nonetheless. He is now suing the Trump administration over his arrest. Went on to Democracy Now! Yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show looking at the Trump administration's mass immigration raids as federal agents round up thousands of people nationwide, including U.S. citizens. George Redis is a 25-year-old U.S. citizen, a disabled Army veteran, who's taking on the federal government after he was detained by ICE for 3 days and nights without charge, arrested during a raid in July on a cannabis farm in Camarillo, California, where he worked as a security guard. Redis was driving to work when he encountered a checkpoint. He says agents broke his car window, pepper sprayed, and violently dragged him out from his vehicle. One officer put a knee on Redis's neck. Another put a knee on his back. During his time in custody, Redis says he was denied access to a lawyer, prevented from contacting his family, placed in an isolation cell. As he remained jailed, Redis missed his daughter's 3rd birthday. He's now filing a legal claim against the Trump administration. Jaime Alanis, a farm worker, died after falling from the roof of the greenhouse during that same immigration raid. For more, we're joined by George Redis, his attorney, Marie Miller, with the Institute for Justice as well. Thank you both for being with us. George, explain what happened. We told your story over and over again. It's a relief to be able to speak to you directly.
Yes. Did you want the story from the beginning?
Yes, please.
I was on my way to work like any other day, except today there was protests going on. There was cars. Apparently there was a raid on my work. And so when I show up, all this is going on. There's piles of cars. I make my way to the front, and there's a wall of ICE agents blocking from anyone from going. I pull up and I stop in front of them. I get out my car and try to explain that I'm a U.S. citizen, that I'm just trying to get to work. I'm not there to protest them. I'm not there to fight them. I'm just trying to get to work. I didn't think it would be a problem as long as I told them what was going on. They got hostile. They didn't care what I had to say. They started yelling at me to do different things. It was at that point they started walking towards me. I got back in my car and they surrounded my car. They reversed me to get out of the way for them. I got out of the way. Their cars drove by, and then it was after all that they reapproached my car. They threw tear gas behind me. The tear gas got into my car, and they started banging on my driver's side and passenger side window. There was ICE agents in front of my car telling me to reverse, telling me to pull over to the side, all while other agents are pulling on my door handle, trying to rip my door open, trying to get me out of the car, all while other agents are telling me to do different things. No one was in charge.
You told them you're a U.S. veteran. You told them you're a U.S. citizen. What was their response after they smashed your window?
The response was no response. I was guilty of anything they had thought I was. They didn't need an excuse for anything they did. They just did it.
So when did you join?
There we go. This young man here was guilty of nothing but being brown in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, that's what I see this as being. I mean, he was incredibly clear about what he did. We saw the video of him where he's just standing outside of his car, looks like he's trying to have a conversation with the officers before he gets back into his car. He realizes they're not listening. There's just a U.S. citizen who happens to be, Latino and going to work while ICE is cracking down indiscriminately. Got caught up, and this dude deserves a settlement. Now the taxpayers can pay for that. Instead, he could have been there, you know, being a productive member of society, doing a job. All right, let's talk about what Democrats have been up to a little bit. But first, let's talk about what Donald Trump has been saying about Democrats. He had this to say about Chuck Schumer.
But they're not allowed.
Yeah.
Hello. Go ahead.
On Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Look, here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody.
We're going to give you free. We'll guarantee you free cities. I don't know what does free cities mean. You just don't have to pay for anything anymore. Like it's like a Zoran Mamdani type thing. But instead of like groceries are free and the bus is free, everything is free.
Touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not
and cheat on the only thing they're good at doing is cheating and uniting. Now, if Democrats are so good at uniting, they wouldn't have lost the fucking election in 2024.
They're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September. And I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago. And after making the deal, he's been almost run out of the party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer. And I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open.
He's a great guy, terrible man. Great guy, terrible man, that Chuck Schumer. He's very weak and also made a great decision. He's a Palestinian Israeli. He's an Israeli Palestinian, that Chuck Schumer. Donald Trump contradicts himself every sentence that he says inside the same sentence. Before switching to a new sentence, it just carries on into another idea within the same, and it's just but also he's terrible. He's great. Also, he made a really good choice voting for the big beautiful bill. Thank you, Chuck. Actually, I think he's talking about the continuing resolution. Thank you, Chuck, for voting on the continuing resolution, you Palestinian, you. All right. So Donald Trump continuing to call Chuck Schumer a Palestinian as a pejorative.
How rude.
Let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. DNC chair, who is a new guy. I don't know who it is. I cannot remember this dude's name, but the DNC chair says the Democrats cannot be the only party that plays by the rules. No way. Aww. What does that mean?
Top Democrats emphasized party unity on the first day of the Democratic National Committee meeting in Minneapolis today. This comes amid questions about the party's overall direction. It has struggled to regain momentum after losing the House, the Senate, and the presidency during the 2024 election. And now they find themselves gearing up for the 2026 midterms. Today, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who ran as then Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, of course, said the Democratic Party was united against President Trump's policies.
Each and every one of us are unified around the idea that this cruelty must end. This slow-rolling attempt at undermining democracy, and I always get in trouble for it, and I'll continue to say it. I don't think we do any favors when we don't name it. These are fascist policies meant to take away our. That is what they are.
And CBS News correspondent Nydia Cavazos joins us now from Minneapolis. Nydia, thanks so much for being with us. Some big names out there. Who all spoke during those DNC meetings today, and what were your biggest takeaways?
Nancy, as the Democratic Party kicked off its summer meetings today, we also heard from the person who is essentially tasked with moving the party forward, and that's National Party Chair Ken Martin. Martin gave remarks earlier today, and he certainly had a lot to say about President Trump, at one point calling him the dictator-in-chief, but also said that the Democrats can no longer be part of the only party that actually plays by the rules. Now, let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We are all unified towards one single goal: to stop Donald Trump and put this country back on track. Yes, we have differences of opinion. Yes, we're a Big Tent party. Yes, we don't agree on everything. But that's the beauty of this Democratic Party. We are still unified despite our differences.
Now, Martin also urged party members and party officials to fight back and take a stance against the Trump administration. But he also pointed to the latest redistricting efforts, for example, with California, as a way in which the party has fought. But he's asking for more of this.
There we go. DNC chairman telling Democrats to fight, something that they haven't been doing for the last 8 months or something like that. I mean, what has Chuck Schumer been doing? Besides from saying fight, besides from saying the word fight and win. We're going to fight and or win. Haven't seen a lot of that. Perhaps we will see some fight out of Democrats. Over what? To be seen. I mean, can't even get Democrats. I mean, claims were united. Claims of unity were touted. However, we can't even get Hakeem Jeffries to publicly support Zohran Mamdani yet.
Zohran Mamdani.
Hakeem Jeffries went on CNN. This is the question he gets asked every time. Every time. He's asked about endorsing Zohran Mamdani, and he gets a little bit more prickly every time. Now, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I'm about to. When I went on MSNBC and I said that he should be primaried, Zohran won his district by 12 points in the largest turnout in the history of New York City primaries. I said that if you can't harness that grassroots energy because you're more worried about AIPAC donors, then there should be a formidable primary challenge against you. And they'll do well, given if Zohran endorses, he won Jeffries' district by 12 points. that kind of made some rounds. Saw it was getting some attention. Saw Jeffries being repeatedly tagged. I would not be shocked if he saw that clip. In fact, I'd bet on it.
It'd be incompetent to not be aware of what's being said about you on MSNBC.
And it keeps getting recirculated like over a week later. And I just say that because he seems a little prickly.
You have yet to endorse Zohran Mamdani, who, of course, your party elected about 2 months ago to be the Democratic candidate for mayor of New York City. As a New Yorker, what does he need to do to secure your endorsement?
Well, we had a very candid and constructive and community-centered conversation a few weeks ago before he went off to Africa. I've, of course, been on the road for the last several weeks.
Wait, what?
Dealing in
Go
part
back.
with the Republican.
A little bit of a...
That's not just a non-endorsement. That's a dig.
That's a backtrack from where he was, which is keeping it open. A little dig about the going off to Africa. That is him opening the door a little bit more for Cuomo or whoever.
Do you like how
We
Hakeem
a
had to pepper that in
candid
there?
and constructive and community-centered conversation.
I do like how at the end of that, Hakeem had to pepper in. Oh, right before he was going off to Africa. Even though Hakeem was like, I would go to Israel first thing. You know, it's like criticizing him in an underhanded way about going to Africa.
That this is from which GNS is like Jewish News Service or something like that. Jeffries leading bipartisan House trip to Israel, Jordan. In the Middle East, the group will meet this is in April, with senior officials in Israel and Jordan to discuss the challenges that exist with Iran and its proxies. No. So he went to Israel to talk about bombing Iran, but yeah. Zohran took a little break after a trouncing Cuomo running on the same type of politics you have, Hakeem.
To celebrate his marriage.
Right, and as like, where's Cuomo been? He's been like, what, like...
In the Hamptons. We're going to say Zohran like didn't have good work ethic in this race.
Zohran
Basically, that's the
Mamdani.
implication. Outside of the xenophobia, classy. Invoking also the Congressional Black Caucus here, as if Zohran has issues with black voters. No, he has issues with older conservative black voters in many ways in some parts of the city where he didn't win them in the same numbers that he overwhelmingly won other groups, including winning a majority of Jewish voters as the Democratic establishment screams anti-Semitism, in part because there are, church-based or faith-based communities in parts of New York City that are a little bit more conservative, with older black people in it,
and more embedded into the machine,
and more transactional with endorsements and with like past historical relationships with Andrew Cuomo. But that's changing.
Yeah, look at all the unions and even politicians who were riding the fence before Zohran won, who immediately folded in when Zohran didn't, including like the one guy who was like the LimeWire founder, who's like, look, I donated $250,000 to Cuomo. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an enthusiastic supporter of the guy. I'm just trying to do business.
Obama understood this and gave him a call, knowing Obama is outflanking Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer right now.
They just spoke one African to another.
Right, with African socialists.
I just wanted some travel tips. Back to both of our homelands. Did you find my birth certificate when you went there?
You know,
Zohran.
people should follow Prof. Jeffries. This is Hakeem Jeffries' brother. Who is actually a big Zohran supporter.
Pretty cool guy.
Cool guy. And I mean, the thing is with Hakeem Jeffries, it's an open secret that there's a family history that I believe Jeffries' uncle, there's some sort of Nation of Islam type of ideology, I believe, and early on in Hakeem Jeffries' career, AIPAC said, hey, do you want us to sync you with this and put this around your neck forever? And Hakeem Jeffries said, I will rather be a pliant politician for y'all. I will rather soak the Democratic Party in the blood of genocide because I want to be in power. And
terrible, but true. Hakeem Jeffries continues not to endorse Zohran Mamdani, even though the tides have shifted so far that Barack Obama, a man who's no longer in politics, has already endorsed Zohran. It's freaking insane and pathetic. The dude should just get out of politics if he can't do politics. That's, if you ask me, that's my opinion. Now, we talked about this on Sunday, but Spectrum News, this that scavenger hunt we talked about on Saturday, and then watched at least one of the people who were trying to do the scavenger hunts live stream on Sunday. But this scavenger hunt made such a big what do you call it? Splash. The Spectrum News did an entire piece on it.
This is what the line looked like at the final stop of Zohran Mamdani's summer scavenger hunt. The scavenger hunt was officially announced on social media Saturday night.
We are doing a scavenger hunt across New York City tomorrow, Sunday, August 24th, starting at 2 p.m.
The first clue was dropped at 11 a.m. Sunday morning.
Meet us in front of the Gilded Age Hall where that mayor spent a lot of his time.
The Mamdani campaign had 500 scavenger hunt participant cards. According to the campaign, thousands of people showed up to the first location, and all of the cards were gone in less than 15 minutes. There were 7 stops along the route. Mamdani appeared at the final stop, a cafe in Queens, to take pictures with participants.
I love how Zohran like drastically underestimated how stoked people would be about this scavenger hunt. He's like, 500 seems we're probably overshooting it with 500 even. And then just thousands and thousands of people line the block.
That's too much, man! Joined us, whether by walking or using public transit. They got to see what has been evident to so many of us for so long, which is that politics is not something that you have, it is something that you do.
Participants say this was a great way to have people connect with both Mamdani and the city.
I think actually trying to have like fun in politics and do a little bit of like a community building exercise, a way to actually like learn about our city. I've never known another politician to do it.
It's been in line with what I've seen from the campaign since January, is getting young people engaged, getting people across the city engaged, making the campaign interactive.
I think that, you know, it's really good to lean into like the energy that he's amassed as a candidate, and I think it's fun to kind of have some kind of collective activity for people.
The winner of the scavenger hunt was given a bag of sour cream and onion chips, a nod to the news that broke earlier this week of a former Mayor Adams staffer handing a reporter that same brand of chips, but with cash inside.
It's amazing. He is relentless. The messaging from Zohran is always so on point. It's incredible. He just does not give up. This is an incredible prize. The hers chips. I wonder if it's filled with money.
Mayor Adams also on the campaign trail Sunday, receiving an endorsement from the New York City African Council and going on a walking tour of local Harlem businesses.
I've crisscrossed this city to help those who come from your community and continue to do so. And you're right. I visited your country because that's
right. Okay, Eric. Speaking of money in politics, let's hear what Bernie Sanders had to say. I believe this was at the same Chicago rally earlier this week.
Firms have enormous power over the economy.
No, this one was in Michigan.
But it's not just
Sorry.
Firms have enormous power over the economy. But it's not just, wait a minute, it's not just income and wealth inequality. It's not just concentration of ownership that they have. They also own what you see, hear, and read. You got 6 major international media conglomerates that control what 90% of the people see, hear, and read. And it's not just the traditional media, the ABC, CBS, etc. It is the internet as well. Look who owns Twitter, X, what used to be Twitter. That's Mr. Musk. Who owns Meta? That's Mr. Zuckerberg. Who owns the Washington Post? That is Mr. Bezos. And Mr. Ellison, one of the wealthiest people in the world right now, recently took over Paramount, which owns CBS. So these guys have enormous media power. And every day you are seeing their perspective. They are discussing the issues they think are important, not discussing the issues that may be important to your life. But it's not just income and wealth inequality, concentration of ownership, and the fact that they own the media. They also own a corrupt campaign finance system. And I know Abdul was just talking about it, but there is no political issue of greater importance than the need to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There we go. Bernie hitting hitting those messages as good as he ever has. Citizens United, a horrible, horrible decision by the Supreme Court that needs to be legislated away by Congress. The only way to get that is to get people in Congress who aren't already, who haven't already bestowed their fealty upon these corporate interests. Let's go to the heart of capitalism. All right, I don't know if it's the heart. Maybe one of the valves of the heart. Las Vegas. Let's see how things are going. Some say that Vegas is something of a bellwether when it comes to the American economy. Let's see how the economy is going in Vegas.
Tourism in Las Vegas is in a big slump this summer, costing the city billions of dollars. Some are saying that could signal trouble ahead for the U.S. economy. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is there with all the details. Andres.
Good evening, Jerica. Crowds out here are smaller, so are the tips, despite some very big tabs. The fix, according to some, is simple. Stop nickel and diming folks.
Is Las Vegas dying, or is it all hype?
It is dying, not only with the tourism, but with the pricing.
Alfredo De La Torre runs 2 restaurants in Las Vegas. He says customers are experiencing sticker shock.
The consumer looks at it and says, man, I'm paying this much for this. I just don't see the value.
On the Strip,
the prices are high. They're ridiculous.
Even a drink can drain your wallet. How much did you pay for this?
$33.
The city is also feeling the squeeze. June saw an 11% drop in total visitors. Mayor Shelley Berkeley says the city has become less attractive to tourists, especially Canadians. 40% fewer Canadians have flown into Vegas so far this year.
We have a rather large market with the Canadians. It's gone from, a faucet to a drip.
Officials blame President Trump's trade wars and stricter immigration enforcement. Fewer visitors mean fewer tips for workers like Josefina Hurtado.
A year ago, I was making anywhere from $150 to $200 a day. Now I'm making anywhere from $50 to $60 a day.
This week, Tom Latifi.
Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man.
Oh, there you go. people in Las Vegas making 60, 75% less than they were last year, thanks to a massive downturn in tourism numbers in Las Vegas. 42% less Canadians showing up. Who knows about the rest of the other countries out there? You gotta figure it's gotta be pretty similar. Because Canada is really just representative of how we've treated the rest of the planet. We haven't treated any of them any nicer than our closest neighbor. Think about that. Making $200, going from making $200 a night to making $50 a night in a place like Vegas, where it's not exactly cheap to live. Go back to Bernie.
The truth, thank you. The truth is, politics is not complicated. What politics is about is trying to understand where we are today, how we got to where we are, and maybe most importantly, where we want to go in the future. Now, you may think that that's a pretty simple proposition. Well, where are we today? What's the problem? We all know where we are. Well, we don't. Where do we want to go in the future? Are we really discussing that? So I want to start off with a proposition, and I'm going to say it over and over again. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. There is no excuse why every man, woman, and child in this country is not enjoying a decent standard of living. Period. And everybody in America has got to understand it. No excuse for 800,000 Americans sleeping out on the street, or so many of us not having quality health care. No excuse at all. So what is going on in America today? Well, what the media doesn't talk about very often, and what you almost never hear in the halls of Congress, is the reality that today you are living in a nation where a handful of incredibly wealthy people, multi-billionaires, have enormous power and control over our economy, over our media, over our political system, and we are gathered here today to say that is going to change. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country. You all got that? Never been more unequal, not in the 1920s, not in the 1860s, than it is today. Today, and again, one of the things the media does, and what the establishment does, and the whole culture, not a conspiracy, it just happens, is they kind of tell us what we should be upset about, what we should be outraged about. If some kid with a gun goes into a 7-Eleven, we're supposed to be outraged. We are. That's a crime. But somehow we are not outraged when so few have so much and so many have so little.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, I think we should be outraged at that.
Yeah!
And
Bernie's right. We should be outraged.
Free Luigi!
Live in the most prosperous nation on the planet. Largest GDP on Earth. And yet, we don't have health care. We don't, you know, we have crumbling infrastructure. And we have rapidly increasing wealth inequality, where one very small group of people get to live in a way others can't even fathom. Now, Donald Trump's horrifying economic policies have been hitting all sorts of people. Business owners are not being
when you piece everything
left
together,
out of
it really
the
is.
horrors.
Just not necessarily in the way Pulte is spinning things. Let's go now to our Business Leader series, where we talk to small business owners from coast to coast about the real impact of tariffs. Vinaigrette is a small olive oil and vinegar shop in Minneapolis that began as a passion project during the 2008 recession. Now, it's a local staple built on high-quality imports from around the world. Co-owner Sarah Piepenberg joins me now. Sarah, you started your business during a rough economic period. What has the impact of tariffs been in comparison to 15 years ago?
Well, first of all, Phil, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my story. The impact of these tariffs have hit me in every single aspect of my business. Not only in the oils and the vinegars that I import from all over the world, but down to my containers, down to the bottles that I use, down to the lids for my bottles, down to the shrink wrap from my bottles. All aspects of my business have been impacted by these tariffs, and it's been pretty substantial.
How do you, I guess, what has your response been as a business owner? Do you raise prices? Are you cutting other expenses? It's an incredibly difficult position to be put in.
It has been, and we've done a little bit of both. We just recently took a price increase based on the finalization of the EU tariffs at 15%. But the thing I also have is I import products from Morocco, Egypt, Lebanon, Tunisia, all over, and the fluctuating tariff has been extremely difficult to navigate around. We have decided as of the 1st of August to put the tariff charge, the 15% for the EU tariffs, onto our customers. And it's listed as a line item now on their receipts.
These stores like yours are so, I think, important to a community, the kind of connective tissue, not just the products themselves. How are people responding when they see that? What are they telling you about this moment?
It's really hard. When they see it, there's a little bit of a, sticker shock. And we know that we're a luxury item. And my fear is that we will lose some of our customers as a result. And we have seen a little bit of a decline in our sales. And again, with the expenses of every aspect of things that we're doing going up, it has, made us late on our rent. It has made us late paying our employee. As a result, I've also gotten a second job. So as much as I can do to cut expenses, I too am an American consumer and am feeling the pinch in my everyday life, just as well as in my business.
Just quickly before I let you go, because I really appreciate your time here, if you could say one thing to policymakers about tariff, what would it be in this moment?
It's a lie to believe that anyone else but the American consumer is paying for these tariffs.
There we go. One business owner struggling in multiple ways thanks to these Trump tariffs that he's so in love with. So this woman started crying live on CNN over how difficult these tariffs are making her life. Having to mortgage her house to pay her employees and get a second job. America first.
Fuck yeah!
By the way, olive oil, which I'm fairly certain is one of her major imports, considering she makes oil and vinegar, it almost definitely comes from the Mediterranean, and we would really struggle to replace Mediterranean imports like olive oil here in the United States. Okay, we're already struggling to get all of the crops picked here in the United States as it is. To suddenly start producing olive oil on the same scale it is being produced in all across the Mediterranean is ridiculous. It's not happening. It's a very, I point out, it's a very specific climate zone. Let's go back to Bernie Sanders. He's got more stuff to tell us about the incredible stress on the working class.
All right. So let's talk about what the Democrats often don't talk about. And that is, what kind of agenda do we need to address the needs of a struggling working class? Now today, again, we don't talk about it much, but it is a sad reality. While the richest people in America have never ever had it so good, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. You got it? Some of you are living paycheck to paycheck, yes? All right, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. I know something about it. And what paycheck to paycheck is about is you wake up in the morning and you say, how am I going to get through the day, or how am I going to get through the week? How am I going to pay for the decent food I want to make sure my kids are able to eat? What happens if my landlord raises my rent by 20%? Where am I going to live? Can't afford rent right now. I'm going to have to take my kid out of school. What happens? What happens if my car breaks down and the mechanic tells me it's $1,000 to get it fixed? And what happens if I don't have that $1,000? And millions of people don't have that $1,000. Can't fix my car. If I can't fix my car, I can't get to work. If I can't get to work, I get fired. If I get fired, what happens to my family? What happens if my mom is sick and she can't afford the prescription drugs? Or my dad has to go into a nursing home? Or maybe I have to pay for childcare for my kid and I can't afford all these things. The result of all of that is that tens of millions of people in this country are living under incredible stress. And you know what stress does to the human mind and the human body? It kills us. That's exactly right. Now, one of the disgraceful things that we don't talk about much that's going on in America is, despite all of the money we spend on health care, I'm going to get to that in a second, despite all of the expenditures we have in health care, our life expectancy, how long we live, is 4 years shorter than people in other wealthy countries. Got it? But you know what's even worse, and it is never discussed? Working class people in America live lives that are 7 years shorter than wealthy people. Come on! Why is that? Tell me why. Give me an example of what I'm talking about. All right, raise your hand. Tell me what that is about. Yes. Stand up. Tell me more about it. What does that mean? All right. All right, you got cancer. The truth is, I did, yes, woman right here. All right, you can't go to the gym because it requires a subscription. You can't get healthy food. You can't go to the doctor when you should. If you have to live under those conditions, day after day, month after month, year after year, what the doctors tell you, there is an expression. It's called the physiology of poverty, physiology of stress. It impacts your heart. It results in a whole lot of diseases, which is why working class people die significantly younger than the rich.
He's right. That ain't right. That ain't right at all. Not one bit. Okay, let's keep talking about the economy. Now, it would seem that Donald Trump's economy is faltering in all sorts of areas. We saw labor numbers come in May and June much lighter in the revisions. July, much lighter than what the Trump administration would have liked. 73,000 for the month of July. We've seen all sorts of other numbers like inflation come in hotter than people would like. We see tourism numbers faltering in places like Las Vegas. And now this is a very troubling sign. But U.S. consumers with prime credit, not subprime credit. People with subprime credit were already struggling to pay the bills. But now, according to a new report, U.S. consumers with the very best credit in the country are now not keeping up with their payments. Here is Reuters from yesterday. This could spell very bad things for the future.
U.S. consumers with the highest credit scores are starting to fall behind in their debt payments, a sign that Americans' financial health may be deteriorating more broadly than expected. A report by VantageScore credit scoring company on Monday showed late repayments of over 90 days were up 109% year over year among the super prime segment of customers. Super prime borrowers are among the most financially secure, with top credit scores of 781 to 850. Prime customers, whose credit scores are just below that, posted a 47% increase in late payments. VantageScore also saw an uptick in auto loans and mortgage delinquencies as consumers grapple with inflation concerns and budget strains. The report coincides with results from retail giant Walmart, which has scooped up market share from rivals by luring wealthier consumers seeking lower prices.
It's a troubling sign for the U.S. economy. Even the most pristine of borrowers in the United States now falling behind on their auto loans and other payments. So you add that in with all the other factors that we have going on right now, we got a serious problem. Real problem. And much of this now, I feel like it's almost going to be difficult to undo, right? Like even like for instance, like if Donald Trump were to like suddenly like wake up and be like, I've been doing all the wrong things, and turned off all of the tariffs, and stopped everything he's doing with ICE, and making immigrants and foreigners feel unwelcome. How long would it actually take to undo all of the damage that's been done? All right, let's talk about some more damage that's being done. So go here to the Department of Transportation, or is that what its job is? I can't remember. Sean Duffy, yes, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, came out earlier today, on Tuesday. He had an announcement for America. He's going to make our roads safer with this one. Here we go. Sean.
We at DOT and federal motor carriers, we are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with the rules that come from this department. And so we are going to, first of all, we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico. Those are the three states that have not complied with this rule. And so phase one for us, which I'm announcing today, is we are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance with truck drivers speaking proficiently the English language, or we're going to look at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. There are other actions that we can take to make sure states comply, and hopefully in the next 30 days. We won't have to withhold any money from them. But if they don't come into compliance, we will start with withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want them to comply with, that truck drivers speak English proficiently.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
This
you're
is
doing.
about keeping people safe on the road. We all use the roadway.
Oh, thank God. It's just about keeping people safe on the road. I mean, you are using some obscure law to do exactly what you said you're not doing. But okay. Fantastic. Sean Duffy coming out and saying that in 30 days they're going to start withholding funds from states that don't ensure that every single person who drives on their roads speaks fluent English. This is all in response. He goes on later to talk about the crash that happened on a highway that involved an undocumented immigrant, which resulted in the death of 3 people. Of course, there are 40,000 people die per year in the United States due to traffic accidents. So, undocumented immigrants are some tiny fraction of that. And, it's fucking insane that this is what they're doing right now at their time. But there we go. I mean, sorry, but if you speak a different language other than English fluent and you're not fluent, it looks like you're going to lose your privilege to drive. Thanks to the Trump administration. Now, Trump has gone after the Federal Reserve once again this week. It seems like he does that once a week, ever since he took office. This time he's going after one of the members of the Federal Open Market Committee, the FOMC, Fed board member Lisa Cook, the one and only black woman member of the Federal Reserve. In fact, I think the first ever, an all-time, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here. MSNBC from yesterday. It's a shock. It is shocking that Donald Trump has been, focusing attacks on, black and Democrat-run cities and, black women, like in different places. It seems pretty consistently directing his anger at certain groups of people.
Breaking moments ago, Donald Trump just tried to fire Lisa Cook, who is the first black woman to serve on the Federal Reserve Board, quote, effective immediately. In the face of baseless allegations made by the Trump administration, Cook said last week that she had no intention of being bullied and pledged to gather accurate information to answer any legitimate questions and provide the facts. Let's be very clear. Since Donald Trump came back into office, he has tried any way he can to chip away at the Federal Reserve's independence. And this has truly been in an attempt to get to the rock bottom interest rates that he really desires to have, apparently by any means necessary. Joining us now to discuss this breaking news is Norm Eisen, the founder and chair of the Democracy Defenders Fund, and Ali Velshi, who is the host of Velshi on MSNBC. Can I just give a little bio of Lisa Cook for people that don't know? Yeah. Lisa Cook, she was elected to the board of the Federal Reserve of the Bank of Chicago in January of 2022. She was nominated by President Biden and confirmed by a narrow Senate vote in May 2022 to become the first black woman on the Fed board of governors. Her term officially began in 2022 in May, and she was confirmed for a full 14-year term that extends to 2038. She has held roles at the Treasury as part of the Council on Foreign Relations. She was a National Research Fellow at Hoover Stanford Institute. She's advised the governments of Nigeria and Rwanda on finance and development. She is qualified for the role, which is why she was confirmed.
So let's set the table with that background of the member of the board who has a 13-year term, if you consider this year almost done. That's what Trump ultimately wants, because whoever he gets to replace her with will serve out the rest of her term and have that whole time. But the Supreme Court in Trump versus Wilcox earlier.
Okay, that's enough from that Muppet. Yeah, Donald Trump pointing his his ire now, directing it at Lisa Cook, one of the members of the Federal Reserve Board. I guess he's bored of going after Jerome Powell too slow. We call him around here. We call him too slow.
This morning, President Trump taking an extraordinary step against the nation's central bank, saying he's firing Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors, the first time a president has ever attempted to fire a Fed governor. The president announcing he's seeking to remove Cook in a letter posted on social media, accusing her of falsifying records to obtain favorable terms on a mortgage. The president writing, "I have determined there is sufficient cause to remove you from your position." Cook, who has not been charged with a crime, firing back, saying the president has no authority to fire her and that she will continue to carry.
I can't remember if Donald Trump was found guilty, but I know that he was absolutely investigated over bank fraud himself on numerous occasions. More than one mortgage, I'll tell you that much. He's misrepresented the valuations of his properties to different lenders in order to get more favorable terms, something that he's now accusing Lisa Cook of doing.
Her duties, saying point blank, "I will not resign." The president does have the authority to fire a Fed governor for cause, but it's not clear the president's justification will be enough, and the Federal Reserve is an independent agency. The president pointing to allegations first made by Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, that Cook committed mortgage fraud. Pulte says he referred the case to the Justice Department. It's a similar allegation President Trump and his administration have made against political adversaries in recent months, targeting New York Attorney General Letitia James over real estate records and accusing Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of mortgage fraud. Trump himself was convicted of falsifying business records.
Illegal.
Democrats blasting the move. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries claiming the president.
That's right, Donald Trump was convicted of falsifying business records. I forgot about that. 34 times, right? 34 whole times Donald Trump has done this. Now he's just now look, that was lawfare, and now we're going to do lawfare against everyone else. We're going to spuriously claim without evidence that everybody else is also doing financial crimes.
Illegal.
Now, stocks are at all-time highs, but they're struggling to make it to new highs right now with everything that's been going on out there. Let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. Talk about the stock market.
Without moving markets. So let's go back in time to Friday. All three major indices finished up at least 1.5% as Fed Chair Jerome Powell signaled monetary policy could be eased starting next month. Today, though, have you checked your 401k? The markets, they pulled back just a little bit. This week, new data on personal consumption expenditures is expected, which is a strong inflation gauge for the central bank. So let's talk to CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joining us from New York. Kelly, why are the markets showing kind of a flatter experience today over Friday's rally?
It's a little bit of a reality check after that big boost you saw following Chair Powell's comments and the hint that we are getting that September interest rate cut that I don't care if you're a company or a consumer, a lot of folks are hoping for. And so you mentioned it. We've got inflation data that's coming out on Friday. In fact, it's the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the PCE. And so some of the investors that I'm talking to are saying, look, we're really excited about a rate cut, but before September 17th, we have a lot of economic data that is going to come out. One of them being the inflation gauge that's coming later this week. We're going to get another jobs report coming in the next few weeks. So it was a little bit of tempering of that optimism, that knee-jerk reaction of, great, September, we're maybe going to get a rate cut. It's looking likely. But wait, we do have a number of data points that are going to come into play. So let's not.
Data. Stupid data. Well, yeah, there's going to be more data coming in this week. while we're here, might as well look at what data is coming this week. What data is coming this week for the economy? Tell us, Market Watch. Today, Wednesday. Today, Wednesday, the president of the Richmond Federal Reserve, Tom Barkin, is going to speak. Thursday, initial jobless claims for August will come out, with the number expected to be around 230,000. First revision to Q2 GDP. Oh, that should be fascinating. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thursday, revision to Q2 GDP. And we know how the revisions have been going lately. Not good. The revisions have been bad. And GDP for Q2 was good, according to at least the initial estimates. Oh, boy. Pending home sales from July. PCE, which is an inflationary measure. That's the one they were talking about, that the Federal Reserve loves. It's coming in on Friday. Okay. Now, let's go to this economic decision Donald Trump has made, which I find to be fascinating for so many reasons. Although, unfortunately, I'm afraid I don't think it's going to benefit the American people. But this is one of the few things that I had to complain about when it came to the CHIPS Act. It was my contention that with the CHIPS Act, if we're going to give billions of dollars to bail out companies and to get them to manufacture here, we should get something out of that, like stock. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has decided to do with Intel. He's apparently going to be buying a bunch of Intel stock with U.S. government money. And some quasi sovereign wealth fund type of move.
President Trump today called the government's recent 10% stake in semiconductor chip maker Intel a good deal. The administration converted nearly $9 billion in federal grants to the company into Intel stock. The president said he is looking at similar deals with more companies, and to help us understand what's going on, we turn to senior business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent. So, Jolene, what did the president say? Why did he say he wanted to make this deal?
John, the president said today, basically, I want them to do well. And he added, I want to try and get as much as I can, which raised a lot of questions. But the bigger goal here, according to his economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, is that the White House is in process of creating a sovereign wealth fund established by executive order back in February. Now, doing this is typically more common, of course, in countries like China and the Middle East, even Norway, where they've got access to major natural resources. But similar actions have happened before. You'll remember during the financial crisis, the U.S. government took stakes in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and they stepped in to bail out Chrysler and General Motors from collapse. But it's important to note here, this is potentially the first of many.
You know, shut up. Because it was important to note is that you didn't bring up the fact that the Trump administration is literally planning to undo the U.S. government's takeover of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Right? They were originally private companies in the United States government nationalized them essentially. At least quasi-nationalized them. In the wake of the financial crisis, and now the Trump administration is talking about how it's overreach. It's the federal government shouldn't be overreaching in the financial markets, so we're gonna privatize Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac again. Meanwhile, he's privatizing Intel. I mean, nationalizing Intel. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
No, it's not a full nationalization. It's just the remaining money, the funds intended for these companies that's being used for the stock purchasing, I guess.
During the campaign, you called Kamala Harris a communist, but the Biden-Harris administration, they never called for nationalizing a private company with the federal government like you're proposing with Intel. What do you say to some who say this is a bit hypocritical? And is this the new way of doing industrial policy?
Yeah, sure it is. I want to try and get as much as I can. If people come in and they need something, as an example, as a real estate person, if I have an agreement and I have any form of a stopgap where I can stop somebody from doing something, right? I have a covenant and an agreement, and they come to me and they say, would like to do something, but you have us restricted. If I do that, they usually have to pay. Now, in the case of Intel, it was interesting, but I hope I'm going to have many more cases like it. Intel came in. I met with the gentleman. I had a lot of respect for him. He came in under a little bit of a cloud. I liked his story. I thought he was good. I think he really means to do a good job with Intel. I said, I'd like to ask whether or not you'd give the United, because the story, a lot of people said I invested in Intel. I didn't invest, but I invest my heart in it and my soul because I want the country to be strong. But I
invested my heart, and for that we received 1.2 million shares of Intel.
I'd like you to give 10% of Intel to the United States of America. Not to me, to the United States of America. And I said, if you have them as a partner, you have the United States as a partner, I think that would be a very good thing for Intel. And he thought about it, a little bit different, and he said, I like that idea very much. We have a deal. And I just made $10 billion or $11 billion for the United States of America. And yeah, there will be other...
I just made it. I just made $10 billion for America. Now, I don't know where Donald Trump is getting his numbers from, but that math does not check out. I don't even need to be told where those numbers are coming from. That math just don't check out. Buying stock immediately after claiming to have made $10 billion is fucking insane.
If I have that opportunity again, I would do that. And then, you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shit.
It's like you going out and, what you're out of your paycheck, $100 goes to buying money, putting in your 401k or whatever. That's like you saying, I just made $100 after having sent that money to your 401k. It's like, that's not quite what just happened. America is $10 billion richer already just by me doing nothing. Now, this is happening while there is a bit of a rumbling in the AI space. Claims around AI bubble forming. Going through the grapevines of Silicon Valley and other places.
Companies are pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into infrastructure to ramp up artificial intelligence. Some projections show that spending may be fueling nearly half of this year's estimated GDP growth. AI is having a disproportionate impact on the markets, too, especially in recent months. Economics correspondent Paul Salman looks at how AI is already impacting the economy and whether a new risky bubble could be forming at the same time.
In Red Clay, West Texas, one piece of a $500 billion bet. A ginormous data center complex from the folks who brought you ChatGPT, one of hundreds of AI data centers sprouting nationwide. Extravagant bets that, if they hit, could pay off big time.
Imagine going back to the days when electricity was first invented and making things happen 10 times faster. We could now have automatic washing machines. We could have refrigerators. A lot of things became possible with electricity.
AI is the electricity revolution on steroids, says Silicon Valley entrepreneur and techno-optimist Vivek Wadhwa.
We're adding intelligence to everything, and it's making our business...
This guy's optimism is fucking dangerous. You gotta settle down, pal.
It's just smarter. It's making data analysis for the government smarter. Everything we do is becoming smarter because we have so much data, and artificial intelligence helps us to understand that.
You hear such starry-eyed enthusiasm from tech moguls far and wide.
AI can take away the drudgery of the work and allow the human to provide the things that only a person can do: creativity, innovation, coalition building.
We want to invest over $50 billion in compute infrastructure and AI.
I think AI is going to be bigger than the internet.
Which is why, since the release of the ubiquitous AI ChatGPT in 2022, real and pledged spending by big tech has exploded.
Right now, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on AI architecture.
Aswath Damodaran teaches finance at NYU's business school.
Why? Because there is this hope, this prayer that there is this big market out there for AI products and services.
And just a prayer, say some folks.
We're in the middle of an AI bubble. There is no need for dozens of companies to have what are called foundation models, and each of them are raising tens of billions of dollars in training these large so-called foundation models.
The AI boom reminds longtime AI entrepreneur Jerry Kaplan of autos, dawn of the 20th century.
There were dozens of car companies, eventually consolidated down to a few.
And at the century's dusk,
there wasn't a need for dozens and dozens of browsers or search engines. There's only a need for a small number. We're in exactly that same situation today with respect to AI. There's only a need for a handful of the basic low-level foundation models that require all of this investment to build. So what's going to happen? Well, it's all going to consolidate, obviously, and there will be only a few survivors left.
So it's all a dream?
There's this dream, at least, that maybe one day we can make money from selling it.
Yep, it's all a fucking fever dream, all of this AI stuff. Something that people have poured trillions of dollars into globally at this point. Something that's literally destroying the environment as we speak, causing people's energy bills to go up. And yet, people are recognizing in this space that this is all set for collapse to some degree. Now, speaking of AI, I found this next story to be fucking fascinating. Elon Musk's ex-AI, Mecha Hitler Grok, is now suing Apple and OpenAI over competition claims.
Illegal.
Wow. This one's is hilarious. Let's go here. Reuters from 20 hours ago.
Elon Musk's XAI is suing Apple and OpenAI over claims they conspired to thwart rivals on artificial intelligence. The suit was filed in a Texas court on Monday. It says the pair locked up markets to maintain their monopolies after Apple integrated OpenAI's ChatGPT into its products. The suit says the partnership led the iPhone maker to promote ChatGPT in its App Store, while limiting prominence for Musk's competing chatbot Grok. In a social media post, Musk said, 1 million reviews with 4.9 average for Grok, and still Apple refuses to mention Grok on any lists. Apple didn't respond to a request for comment on the suit, while OpenAI said the case was consistent with what it called Musk's ongoing pattern of harassment. Some legal experts said Apple's dominant position in the smartphone market could bolster XAI's allegation that it was suppressing competition. But Ohio State University law professor Amy Schmitz cast doubt on some of Musk's claims.
The fact remains that Grok is in the App Store, and it has ranked highly in some months. In fact, one report I looked at had it ranked at, I think, #1 on the App Store in February of 2025.
Well, there we go. Elon Musk once again saying things that aren't true.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Having a little childish meltdown over what's not clear. I mean, a feeling of repression, feeling as though Mecha Hitler isn't doing as well as OpenAI. They're getting into a deal with Apple, and he feels left out. And the fact is, he actually was involved in OpenAI and then chose to sell his stake which is why he's no longer involved in that deal. He's butthurt about it. He's very upset, and he's crying. And so now he's threatening a lawsuit because Mecha Hitler isn't as popular as these other large language models. It's very sad. So very sad. It makes me very sad when billionaires fight over things like this, especially over competition. Like there's like unfair competition, like as if they aren't all unfair competitors in all of the markets that they act in. As if Tesla doesn't do incredibly like anti-competitive things. Like all of these massive tech companies are built on models of anti-competitive behavior.
Illegal.
And the Trump administration's all for it. I mean, they're dismantling the FTC. All right, let's go here. Speaking of anti-competitive tech companies, Donald Trump trotted out this fascinating photo apparently given to him by Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckerbucks. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see this is AI now. These are, I never understood. I said, well, you know, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said 50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's 50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook.
This is superimposed over the island of Manhattan. There's no way it's this big. There's literally no way it's this big. Okay, it's gonna be what, 1,000 feet in the air?
There's
more than that. Like 5 is gonna be a mile high.
And it to be, but look at that. That's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up.
So these are big, very big things. These data centers. There's no way that picture is to scale. I mean, look at it. Look at how tall this is. This is taller than all buildings in Manhattan. Like, it's got to be like a multiple miles into the sky. I'll bet you Mark Zuckerberg didn't actually give Donald Trump this fucking picture. Okay.
Zuckerbucks.
They're not building it in New York either. They're building it in Louisiana, supposedly. But there's just no way that thing is to scale. There's just no way. All right, let's do a couple of economic stories in Canada. I know we've still got a few Canadian viewers around here. Let's talk about how home ownership in Canada is going.
If you've been looking for a single-family home in Montreal, you've probably experienced some sticker shock.
Obviously, they're insane.
A new study has found the average price for a single-family home on the island of Montreal has now topped $1 million. For plexes, it's $940,000, and for condos, the average is $550,000. And when we consider the larger Montreal area, the average single-family home price drops to $730,000.
That sounds like too much.
This is what an average single-family home looks like in Montreal. This townhouse right here is on sale for about $1.1 million. Do you want to take a look at what $1 million can buy you in Montreal?
Fuck off.
And also, we'll figure out why prices keep going up along the way. Come on.
So this is what 1.149 gets you in the city of Montreal. It's a 1921 constructed house that's been newly renovated. New floors, new electrical, new plumbing, new kitchen, new windows.
Real estate broker Alexander Sabouri says despite the price tag, there's more and more people interested in family homes.
Jesus, $1.1 million for that. Tiny.
Alexander Saburi says despite the price tag, there's more
That is tiny.
people interested in family homes.
We're seeing more and more activity, more buyers because of the interest rate that has been normalized. We're seeing more bidding wars. It all comes down to supply.
Fact is we're not just in an AI bubble. We're in a real estate bubble too right now. You know, because the fact is the real estate market is filled up with a bunch of these buyers that are just holding it as a, you know, as a you know, like a like an asset. They're not, you know, like they're using it as a speculative asset. God, so many speculative bubbles out there right now. Crypto, AI, real estate. Yeah, well, it's very expensive to live in Montreal, apparently. Now, earlier this week, we talked about how Mark Carney decided to drop all Canadian tariffs on U.S. goods. Let's talk about what goods Canadians can expect to be cheaper now that these tariffs are gone.
Prime Minister also making news back on Friday, saying that Canada will be dropping many of our retaliatory tariffs. In September, Canada is going to remove tariffs on U.S. goods that comply with the North American Free Trade Agreement. And for more on what this means to you and your wallet, here's our money expert, Rubina Ahmed-Haq, who joins us this morning. Rubina, good morning to you. And let's first talk about the politics of this, because the Prime Minister says this move is necessary to reset trade negotiations. What do you make of that statement?
I think that he's following what Mexico did. They never put retaliatory tariffs on U.S. Goods, and it didn't really hurt or make anything better. It didn't make them stronger when it came to having those trade negotiations. The U.S. has also signaled that they're not going to put tariffs on CUSMA compliant products, so the Canadian government is following suit. There are still some products that will be tariffed, auto, aluminum, steel, so it's not like everything is tariff-free. It does signal that maybe this trade war is coming to some sort of conclusion, and that the major leaders, being Trump and Mark Carney, are finally getting to some sort of new normal when it comes to how we have trade relationships with each country.
Okay, well, we know for the time being, Trump is happy with this news. Let's talk about September 1st and what this means for all of us.
So it is going to mean that grocery prices will come down slightly. They have been affected by tariffs. In fact, in the month of April and May, the Canadian government collected $2.5 billion in tariffs. So there is definitely money that was spent on tariffs that was passed on to consumers. So food and beverages, pantry staples, personal care items like shampoo and things like that come from the United States, and home and building materials. So it's going to make it easier for, which we still have an issue of affordable housing in this country, to build homes. It's going to make it a little bit less expensive for those developers and those builders. So definitely we will see prices come down. It won't be an immediate effect. Just like when the tariffs came in, we didn't see prices go up right away. But definitely with inflation, the numbers that came out last week, it showed that grocery prices were higher than headline inflation. So that may bring that number down in the months.
Well, there we go. Canadians can expect lower prices at grocery stores and other purchases on things coming in from the United States. Enjoy that, Canada. Some of us back here in the States are a little jealous. All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm back. Sorry, I've been blasting through tea over here. Okay, well, we ended off, oh right, talking tariffs in Canada. Now we are about to move on to talking environmental news. Let's start off with environmental policy. Lee Zeldin went on to Fox News. He is, of course, the EPA administrator. Which an organization, an agency, which I think we've been talking about needing to be switched names from EPA to the BPA, as they really are now the Business Protection Administration. And happy accident, of course, BPA is also shorthand for bisphenol A, a human carcinogen in plastics.
This story is insane. The Trump administration is, because Trump is obsessed with windmills being ugly, wind turbines. I shouldn't say windmills. He's always saying it. It's wind turbines. Wind turbines. He's obsessed with them because his golf course in Ireland, you can see some of them off the coast in the water, which is basically a hate crime against the Trump family. And so in Rhode Island, they have been working on these wind farms, and it was going to benefit Rhode Island and Connecticut residents. It's their first commercial offshore wind farm, and it has, in terms of like what they're building out, the capacity to power over 350,000 homes, which is awesome. The kind of stuff we should be doing, the kind of stuff the rest of the world is doing at a much more rapid pace. But Trump thinks they're ugly. So he sends out Lee Zeldin, head of the EPA, to explain why they're pulling the plug on this project that is 80% complete off the coast of Rhode Island.
What's behind this? I know this is more of an Interior Department thing, but what's the problem with this wind farm in Rhode Island?
President Trump's been very consistent. He's not a fan of wind, the economics of it. He's also been outspoken on environmental impacts to
Can you pause it? Not a fan of wind. Not a fan of wind. It messes up my hair. This comb over is very elaborate, okay? Too much wind, too much movement.
Look, I don't want to sound like a third-way Democrat here, but this is a layup politically. Like somebody saying we're going to take one of nature's sources of energy off the table.
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, I mean, you can take out the, renewable message and just be like, Donald Trump is the president who claimed that he was going to be the American energy president is canceling a project 80% finished, which would have reduced energy costs for thousands of people.
This is going to raise prices for people. Like, if the Democrats can't make hay out of this, it's because the party has terminally wounded itself with its support of a genocide or something.
Well, it's not something like that. Have you thought about that our green energy doesn't have like astronomical triple-digit percentage rates of returns? So perhaps we shouldn't fight so hard for it as the planet burns. That's a thought.
More of an Interior Department thing, but what's the problem with this wind farm in Rhode Island?
President Trump's been very consistent. He's not a fan of wind, the economics of it. He's also been outspoken on environmental impacts to fisheries. And we saw a Section 232 decision for an investigation out of Commerce, which was news over the course of the last day or two, looking at windmill imports from out of the country and analyzing whether it's a national security threat. So now you add the national security impact with that decision from Commerce. The president, he's not a...
I love that. Windmills, I'm sorry, wind turbines are a national security threat.
Win, and there are leaders in Congress, governors of states, who talk about wind as if it's a substitute for base load.
Does he think these things are producing the wind?
That's the other thing. It's like when Trump, apparently in his first term, thought we should nuke a hurricane.
Yeah. It's too windy. We're making too many windmills.
And injecting bleach into people's lungs to kill COVID. Like, I just...
Slow the wind down.
So, I know I might be saying something controversial here, but perhaps Donald Trump doesn't have the best grasp of science.
What's the security risk with these things? Are there microphones in the turbines?
It's probably made with Chinese components.
Or it kills all of
Like
our...
everything else?
Yeah.
It kills all of our birds that are there to obviously spy on the rest of us.
Oh, because birds aren't real.
Yep.
They're robots.
Kills the bald eagles.
Yeah,
Yep.
got it. Trump just
Easy
loves
logic.
nature so much.
For baseload power. Our country needs more baseload power. We need to unleash energy dominance. And it's just
okay.
not an honest-
For
Baseload power.
natural nature like a golf course.
Now, this is where I get pissed off. We are about to, in the next, because this administration is killing or rerouting investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, where a lot of projects had already started. I'm not sure if this project got money from, this was the CHIPS Act. I'm forgetting. This would have been the Inflation Reduction Act. Which one had the climate piece in it? Gosh.
Yeah, assume either the bipartisan infrastructure bill or...
Yeah, I think that in Inflation Reduction Act would be the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which would be the climate stuff. But shoot, I forgot what I was saying about that. This is the problem. Why are we killing this when we're already behind on our power grid? There is analysis that shows that these AI data centers that are cropping up all across the country are...
The AI data centers that Donald Trump loves and wants more of, right? Like, he's rushing towards this supposed AI future, which we need all these data centers for, which are making energy costs even higher across the country. And we're going to get rid of power plants just because Trump doesn't like the wind. Okay. Look, the wind is very nasty. Look, you're on the 9th green and, you know, you're just trying to get on the green, and like all of a sudden the wind comes and you're like, what the hell? And you look over and you see a windmill and you're like, oh, I see. So the woke agenda is ruining my putts. That is ridiculous.
How rude.
Gotta get rid of those things. Gotta get rid of these nasty, nasty windmills. Okay, I think we'll just take a full break here. Might as well. We got a hell of a lot left to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Don't worry. At least 2 or 3 halves worth of content for you folks. But first, let's do the obligatory galactic intermission. Hit you all with some brief space messaging, but don't worry, we'll be right back. Stick around. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer every dollar that you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron for the low price of about 10 cents a day. That's right, $3 a month will get you access to a cornucopia of benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Go on to Patreon and find out what lies in store. Anyway, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Vamps. You know what that sound means. Everybody in the galaxy knows what that sound means. It means it's time for the show to begin once again. Fourth half coming in at you hot. So you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Otherwise you're gonna miss it, Space Vamps, and then you're gonna be sad. By the way, it's nice to see continued Patreon support. We've noticed we've been slowly but surely, very slowly but very surely, getting new Patreon members, which means new art on our break screens. Even though it's extra work for me, I do like adding new patron avatars onto the stream. Something about it. About this little community art project that is the break screens. It's really come to fruition over almost over the years we've been doing this now. Patreon was the first place we got monetized on. It's been a labor of love. It's a group art project. It's really, it's beautiful. All right. Was there more of this that I wanted to hear? I think there might have been. You know what, hold on. I'm going to let Emma cook again, real quick. But yeah, it's environmental time. And boy, we certainly got a few things to talk about, environmentally speaking.
Infrastructure for natural gas froze, and hundreds of people died in America in 2021 in Texas. And what did they start doing? They blamed all the wind turbines in Texas because everyone in power there is cravenly corrupted by gas and fossil fuel interests. But as a North Dakotan, I can tell you that if there's a problem with the windmills because of coldness in Texas, it's because y'all weren't preparing for climate changes.
Yeah, no kidding. Sasha G with the sweet, sweet super chat. We love GSL. Aww. My God, that is sweet of you, Sasha. We love GSL. Rocket emoji, moon emoji, stars emoji. It's a very sweet super chat. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm not sure what prompted that.
Because windmills can work in cold states, you morons. And it's wild to see how, I mean, craven or like stupid this is civilizationally to be turning away from types of power that are it's not just for woke reasons about the climate or whatever. It's because actually it's good to diversify your sources of energy. And it's not going to be good for anyone's bottom line that you invested all of this stuff and then decide to pull the plug at the last moment.
Yeah, exactly. And it was I could have thought about that if I gave it like 5 more seconds of thought. But yes, it was the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's keep going.
Approach to this entire energy conversation if we start acting as if wind is going to be a substitute for all these other things. We need more natural gas. We need to build more pipelines. Coal plants are
It absolutely is a substitute for natural gas on like 99% of its uses. Yeah, maybe there's like a niche instance where, yeah, maybe natural gas is better 1% of the time. But like it is, in fact, absolutely a substitute for natural gas, for oil, and gas. And just Lee Zeldin is a literal climate change denier. He has been since well before this. It's well documented. This guy just thinks it's all a hoax. He thinks it's just all made up. It's like a mass conspiracy across the planet to get people to start using windmills for some reason.
Going to be a substitute for all these other things. We need more natural gas. We need to build more pipelines. Coal plants are essential for states and regions.
I'm sorry, pause it one more time. You don't need to take it off the screen. No one is saying it's going to replace this stuff. It's a supplement, even though we should be phasing that stuff out. It's just like
I'm saying it.
Amount of straw men here is insane.
I'm saying it, but that's because we talk environmental issues every goddamn day. I'm saying it. Okay, like, and like I gave it. I was like, maybe there was like there's like 1% of 100% that maybe there's instances in which you couldn't use solar, and that's just or wind. But that's just because I'm being lazy right now. But like, I'm willing to be like to die on that hill. Okay. We don't need natural gas, and it's actually making things much worse and much faster. And the things we've been told about natural gas are similar to the things we've been told about clean coal. It's not cleaner for the environment. It leaves the atmosphere faster than carbon dioxide does, but it's also 10 times more detrimental in terms of amount of heat that it traps versus carbon dioxide. So you're losing. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a massive payoff to it. It's not better.
We have to be smart about our energy policy, and President Trump's been pretty darn consistent about it the whole time.
Mm-hmm. You know, but you look at what this does. This project was apparently largely almost finished. You've got AI. You've got the electrification of everything around us. I mean, we just need power. I mean, why would you take any power offline?
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, we certainly need a lot more baseload power. Intermittent sources of energy are more unreliable.
We need a lot more baseload power, and that's where we're going to get rid of a nearly finished source of baseload power. The math ain't mathing. God, that sound shot is loud. I need to do something about the sound shot levels. I started working on it the other day, and I never finished. It's just so long. It's just so much effort that needs to go into the soundboard to get them all even. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and do that. But honestly, I'm going to try and stream every day until the end of August, so it probably won't happen before the end of August. Mostly because we got to get the galactic deficit funded, among other things. I mean, we streamed way less days this month than I would have liked to. Probably like 8 or 9 less streams than I would have liked. And our earnings certainly are reflecting that right now. Okay, let's do environmental issues. Let's talk about a fire that's been ongoing now for weeks that we've talked about like a half a dozen occasions. Up in the center of Washington State, in the Northwest, there is a fire called the Bear Gulch Fire. Like I said, it's been going for 3 weeks and has seen new growth recently with hot and dry conditions in the region. Here's King 5 Seattle with a couple of clips on the fires here.
Mason County, the Bear Gulch Fire is once again showing signs of growth in the hot and dry conditions. It's now burned 8,700 acres, which is up about 200 acres from the start of the weekend. A red flag warning was in effect yesterday for the area. That's been downgraded today, but the hot, dry conditions remain. The Bear Gulch Fire is a big priority for fire crews right now. Nearly 500 personnel are now helping to fight this fire, including 7 helicopters that are doing water drops in the steep terrain.
There's like a half a dozen fires that I know the names of right now in the United States that are big enough that I'm like literally keeping track of them. Like,
it's hot and dry conditions. We know that
every couple of streams I'm searching through like a half dozen of different fires that I'm trying to monitor and see what's happening with them across like a half a dozen different states.
Hot and dry conditions, we know that fires can spark really easily, and that's what we saw last night.
Now, let's start with one fire in White Center. This one broke out at 7:30 last night. According to the King County Sheriff's Office, it started in a dumpster on 102nd Street, then spread to nearby brush and wood pallets, which of course were very dry. Firefighters were able to put those flames out, but a cause is still being investigated. And
there we go. Now, there's two. They talked about two different things there simultaneously, but apparently other fires were started in the central Washington state area amidst these hot and dry conditions, while the Bear Gulch fire continues to grow. The Bear Gulch fire is now tens of thousands of acres have burned. It might be over 100,000 now, I think. It's in a very remote area, so like keeping up, like trying to get the latest updates on it is actually kind of tough. But let's go now to a place that's a lot less remote, down south of Washington in Napa County, California, where the picket fire is continuing to grow. First few days, it was growing by like 100% every day. And the latest has it over 7,000 acres. This is the first one we got. This is from 2 days ago, CBS Bay Area.
Are working hard as we speak to get that picket fire under control. As we've mentioned this morning, it is 11% contained as of the latest update. CAL FIRE spokesperson says Saturday's weather did present some challenges, with wind causing the fire to move, quote, aggressively east. The fire has now burned more than 6,500 acres in steep forested terrain since it broke out on Thursday. For some perspective, that's more than 6 times the size of Golden Gate Park. More than 1,200 firefighters are working this fire, and as you can see, the air attack on this one has been incredibly critical, as it's very difficult terrain to battle.
Very difficult terrain. Yeah, well, it is a hilly area, an agricultural area. Napa County is, of course, where a lot of California wine grapes are grown. And as this as this thing continues, it's going to start threatening some of those farms. Let's go here. This is CBS News from yesterday.
All right, at this point, we pivot to bring you the latest on a wildfire burning through California's wine country. Fire crews are fighting to contain what they're calling the picket fire. It's burned nearly 7,000 acres and prompted widespread evacuations. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans is in Calistoga in Napa Valley and joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Carter. You know, viewers will be familiar with the wineries and the vineyards in this area, but what is the scale of the blaze and the threat to life out there?
Okay, so the good news is that the wineries and vineyards have not been impacted in a big way yet. We understand that one might have been affected, but mostly this fire is burning off in rugged area right now. The last fire that came through here in 2020, it was called the Glass Fire. That one did significantly damage vineyards. It burned entire vineyards down. And not just that, it also burned down wineries and wine cellars as well, some with very old and expensive wines in it. So fortunately, this time we haven't had that problem.
It's interesting to see the first responders behind you carrying cases of water. This morning you told me about.
Yeah, we were seeing them carry cases of water. Should be wine out there. Just kidding. Probably not safe to fly a helicopter under the influence. But let's keep going through these videos. In Napa County, this is also from yesterday, CBS News. No, not wine country.
Let's go to California now. The picket fire burning in California's wine country, forcing hundreds.
Wine country. And this was our one, I mean, one of our main, I mean, it's not our only, but one of our main untariffed wine sources. And now this is under threat.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's go to California now. The picket fire burning in California's wine country, forcing hundreds of people to evacuate over the weekend. Now, despite firefighters' best efforts, that fire blew up to about 7,000 acres. At this hour, containment's gone from 11% to 13%. So we'll take any percentage point that we can get. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans was able to bring us those up-to-date numbers. He reports from Napa that this fire really comes 5 years after this same region battled the massive glass fire. In that case, it burned more than 11,000 acres.
That's right. We're at the new CAL FIRE command post in Napa. This really sprung up in the last few hours. You've got the night shift firefighters coming back in right now, fresh firefighters heading back out on the fire line, and there are a lot of them. 2,000 firefighting personnel on this fire, 205 engines, 65 bulldozers, 10 firefighting aircraft. This is just a large operation for a large fire that grew significantly over the weekend. It doubled in size, and it's now up to around 7,000 acres. Now, it's burning in the wine country area, but wineries aren't significantly threatened just yet. Certainly not like they were 5 years ago in the glass fire. That fire ripped through vineyards. It destroyed entire vineyards. It destroyed wineries, cellars. Some very old and expensive wines were all destroyed in that fire. Now, that fire burned through this area, so you'd think that, okay, it burned a lot of the brush out of the area, and it did. But it has been 5 years, so it's had significant time to grow back. And it's been a very dry summer, so we've got this tinder dry brush out there, and that's what this fire has been burning through. Now, the good...
Look at that photo. That is horrifying. There we go. Picket fire burning over 7,000 acres. I think I have one more video on the picket fire. Maybe two. No, one. One, two. Oh, well, actually, speaking of wine grapes, let's go here. This is NBC Bay Area from yesterday. Wine grapes tainted by smoke.
Awful. Weak.
Signs of progress on the fire lines. After burning for 4 days, CAL FIRE says there's been no real growth at the picket fire, which is near Calistoga, in the last 24 hours.
The fire right now holding steady at about 6,800 acres. Containment is up slightly from last night, now 13%. Some people have been able to go home as fire crews lifted some evacuation orders, but crews will be challenged with increasing winds this afternoon and very low humidity. About 2,000 firefighters from all over the state helping out to put out this large fire. The smoke causing some poor air quality in Napa, Sonoma, and Solano counties.
Now, CAL FIRE says there are signs that crews may be starting to turn a corner on containing this fires. But wine growers say the damage is already done for them. NBC Barry's Jody Hernandez continues our coverage from the front lines near Calistoga. Jody.
The owner of this vineyard says his grapes may have been okay if exposed to smoke for just a few hours, but these grapes have been soaking in the smoke for 4 days, and while they look okay, he says they're ruined.
It's been a nightmare. It started Thursday night, I think. So it's been tough on.
This is something I never would have considered. But grapes being tainted by smoke. And they go into detail on it, and basically claiming that, you might not notice it immediately, but after that wine starts to mature, it'll apparently start tasting smokier and smokier. And if you're not doing it on purpose, that's not that's not good. That's not what you want. So who knows how many growers are being affected by this already, even if it hasn't burned down. The smoke itself may be putting these these 2025 wines at risk. This is the latest update I have. Cron 4.
Local emergency has been declared in Napa County in response to the picket fire. Officials say they need to get more resources, and due to hazardous materials, a local health emergency has also been declared.
And tonight, CAL FIRE held a virtual community meeting assuring the public that crews are working around the clock to gain containment of the picket fire. Ground Force Sarah Stinson joins us in studio with the details. Sarah?
No structures have been lost and no one has been injured, but there are still evacuation warnings and orders in effect for those who live near the picket fire. The Napa County Sheriff says it's currently affecting 50 to 100 people, mostly in Pope Valley. Tonight, CAL FIRE crews got a chance to speak directly to community members about their efforts to get everyone home.
Just got in there aggressively, got line around that.
CAL FIRE updating Napa County communities about the progress made to gain control of the picket fire.
We've had a really good couple of days with some very strong and aggressive firefighting, and we are going to continue that as we move forward.
The flames sparked Thursday near Calistoga and spread fast, forcing people to evacuate. At a community meeting Monday night, officials made it clear that there's still a long road to full containment.
We still have a whole lot of work to do on this incident. The firefighters out on the ground are continuing to work around the clock.
Everything's moving in the direction of lifting orders and lifting warnings. But as you've heard throughout the day, we still have a lot of work to do. We're not out.
Well, there we go. That was the latest update specifically on the picket fire still burning. In North California, Napa Valley. Now let's go south down to LA, where another fire broke out in the San Fernando Valley, causing problems on the 5 freeway.
Because we want to show you the active flames here. So this is, this is not from Sky 5. This is a citizen video that we have of it. 405 freeway, 5 freeway heading southbound side. So this would be before you get to that 405 split. And look at how active this was. So we talked about how this big rig ended up catching fire. And then very quickly, the trailer got detached. And then very quickly, the brush that caught fire. Those are some good Samaritans. You see them all stopped here so they can help out and make sure that the driver.
Now, I believe that this fire was contained here in LA, thankfully, as it was very close to some homes caused by a big rig sparking. That spark hitting very dry brush on the side of the road and causing us. Very scary situation.
Tonight, high winds and brutal heat fueling a bitter West Coast firefight. Flames in Central Oregon scorching homes and more than 21,000 acres. The fight to contain crucial from above, where key drops saved entire neighborhoods.
We did have some new growth yesterday, but caught it relatively early.
Red flag warnings now cover parts of Oregon, Washington, and California, where crews are battling the picket fire in Napa Valley. The terrain so rough, helicopters dropped off firefighters by day before searching for hotspots at night.
It's amazing. Yeah, I've never seen them run at night before this year, so it's pretty incredible.
Despite burning nearly 7,000 acres, crews say they've reached 13% containment and counting.
It's comforting to know that they were on it right away. We also got lucky with the wind.
In neighboring Nevada,
oh my God, the whole side of the RV!
Fierce winds whipping through the popular Burning Man Festival this weekend. The 50-mile-per-hour gust destroying tents and temporarily shutting down entry, leaving thousands stuck in their cars for hours. Campsites covered in layer after layer of dust. Across the country, even New York wasn't immune to wild weather. Severe thunderstorms forced hundreds to take shelter at the state fair, where heavy rain and high winds wreaked absolute havoc.
Okay, let's talk about that dust storm that hit Burning Man. This one's pretty wild. NBC News 2 days ago.
Tonight, fires, wind, and heat causing extreme weather conditions across the West.
Oh my God! Something just picked up and blew into our RV.
In northern Nevada, this is the scene at Burning Man. Wind gusts up to more than 50 miles per hour, causing a freak dust storm, wiping out some camps and severely limiting visibility at the start of the week-long festival.
Tent came down on top of people.
Videos showing some people head to toe covered in dust and clinging to poles trying to save their tents. Traffic to get inside the makeshift Black Rock City backing up for hours, with the National Weather Service also warning of possible monsoon thunderstorms. The scary conditions reminiscent of the disastrous mudpocalypse 2 years ago, when heavy storms left tens of thousands of attendees stranded. And in California, firefighters still battling that massive blaze in Napa County, now nearly 7,000 acres. Crews using aircrafts and dozers to gain control.
It's extremely rough territory. Some of it's cliffed out.
Burning since Thursday, the picket fire now 11% contained and moving away.
Okay, there we go. We covered the dust storm and the fires, but the dust storm didn't just hit Burning Man, as it turns out. The dust storm also hit Arizona. And the video of this is wild. Look at this.
This is ABC 15 Arizona Tonight.
Right now on Arizona Tonight, a dust storm like we haven't seen in at least a decade, taking over Arizona skies.
It's crazy, bro. I've never seen it like this. I've lived here all my life.
And after the dust,
it is terrifying. It is like apocalypse. It is like some apocalypse shit right there. Just look how tall it is. It makes the buildings look tiny.
in at least a decade, taking over Arizona skies.
It's crazy, bro. I've never seen it like this. I've lived here all my life.
And after the dust came the line of storms and strong winds that slammed the valley.
Man, it just came out of nowhere.
We have team coverage tracking the damage across town. Arizona Tonight is your home for monsoon coverage.
And that's where we start tonight. Monsoon mayhem slamming the valley. Just take a look at that dust storm, and this is a crazy video right here, hitting Mountain America Stadium in Tempe. That sky completely turning black.
Following that dust, a powerful line of storms, rain coming down hard. This video from Casa Grande.
And now we're tracking damage all across town, including at Sky Harbor Airport. Meanwhile, tens of thousands are still without power.
And we have team coverage tracking it all, starting with Chief Meteorologist Amber Sullins and your most accurate forecast.
We've got a lot of rain tonight in the valley. I just want to show you some of the totals coming in. Nearly an inch of rain in Ahwatukee and nearly 3/10 of an inch at Phoenix Sky Harbor. We've got rain in every corner of the valley tonight.
Okay, we don't need all of that. Let's just let's go here. Couple more on this insane dust storm in Arizona.
Okay, so we are in the middle of a haboob.
I can see Idaho highlights and like
A what now?
And can't
No.
see anything. We're in the middle of the haboob. We're in our car. But we're kind of...
No.
Yeah, okay, I can see the house on the corner here.
Yes, Mom. It's cooling up. We should be good.
You think we should be good?
Yeah, we can see like kind of in front of us now.
Should I try it?
Yes, I think we should.
Okay, I'm going to try to get home.
Dust storm swept across Arizona, grounding flights at Sky Harbor International. The U.S. Weather Service called the storm a haboob, common in the southwest during summer.
What now?
All right, I guess it's a haboob. Not gonna lie, that sounds a little racist. Is it just me, or does that sound slightly racist? Like, what was the origin of the word haboob exactly? All right, let's go now to Colorado, where a disturbing report is showing that wildfires in Colorado are becoming larger, more frequent, and increasingly unpredictable. This is Denver 7 from yesterday.
On Wildfire Watch in Eagle County, the Derby fire growing by hundreds of acres a day. Evacuation orders are in effect, and it is still at 0% containment. Thank you so much for joining us for Denver 7 News at 10. I'm Jacqueline Allen. Denver 7's Colette Bordelon is in Eagle County tonight, where she met one woman at the road closure who had to evacuate earlier this week. She's also breaking down new research out of Colorado showing our wildfires are growing larger and more unpredictable.
Along the Colorado River.
I live up Red Dirt, in the Red Dirt area south of Burns.
And north of Dotsera.
It's beautiful, it's peaceful, we're able to have livestock.
Is Jonah Nickram's home.
It's a pretty amazing place, actually.
She's lived up here for more than 2 decades.
Tuesday was the first day of school, then Wednesday we evacuated.
But her road's blocked off right now, reserved for some residents and fire crews.
We are going to go back and spend the first night at our house since being evacuated.
Rain on Sunday helped calm down the conditions fueling the Derby fire for now.
It's drier. We don't get the rain we used to. The river doesn't run as high as it used to. But also, as I was just explaining to my 10-year-old in the car, we need these fires to clean out the old growth so that we can make room for new growth and keep things healthy.
What drew me to wildfires in the first place is that they aren't in and of themselves a bad thing.
This is Thomas Gifford, a PhD candidate at Colorado State University, who's behind new research showing wildfires in Colorado over the past 3 decades have increased in frequency and size.
The average number of annual fires has increased from around 13 in the 90s to over 70 in the 2020s.
He's also found they've become more unpredictable.
It's really hard to predict whether a given year is going to be a good.
That's a drastic change from 13 a year in the 90s to 70 now in the 2020s. That's like 6 times as much.
That's too much, man!
Or a bad year. But one thing we can say confidently is that these, historically unprecedented mega fires, like the Lee fire that just happened out near Meeker, that they are becoming more frequent, and it's harder for ecosystems and communities to recover from them.
There's no simple answer for why we're seeing this.
The short answer is climate change, but there's also kind of a background of institutional factors as well.
Simple answer, climate change. Check. Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's keep this show moving. And go from Colorado. Lost my place. Oh, let's go from Colorado to talking about something. I don't even know where any of these videos are from. Okay, one of them's from Canada, but did you know that yesterday was International Dog Day? Here's 23 ABC News.
Welcome back. It is International Dog Day, and I want to say thank you. We had so many viewers send in pictures of their pets. Take a look here. I put a call out very late in the day yesterday on social media, and you all delivered in a big way. Some beautiful dogs you can see here in our dog walking forecast for today in Bakersfield. Unfortunately, not the best day for a long walk. It's a bit humid into the afternoon as well. So if you want to do an extended walk, best to do it in the early part of the morning.
Okay, I got more Dog Day vids.
Oh, that's so gentle. That's so nice. Oh, thank you.
This year, the focus on finding fosters is top of mind for International Dog Day.
I always wanted to foster, and then recently I found out that Fly With Me covers all the costs, so you don't have to pay for the food, no vet bills. So someone that has 2 dogs already and has the capacity to actually care for the dog still, but maybe not financially, it's a perfect opportunity to help out a dog in need.
Spencer Fry owns Wagon Wheels, a mobile dog gym. He's now fostering a pup through Fly With Me, a Halifax nonprofit dedicated to rescuing dogs.
A mobile dog gym.
A what now?
United States.
I mean, I've been working with Fly With Me for
What in the hell is a mobile dog gym?
a few months now. I run foster dogs for free. All great personalities, very friendly.
Okay, I see what it is. I mean, it's literally a van with a puppy treadmill on it.
Very few issues with any of them.
And apparently that's a business.
Nova Scotia SPCA, fostering is also top of mind. As they say, it's a great way to introduce a family to a dog without a lifelong commitment.
They get to kind of see, you even have the time kind of available to look after a dog. A lot of people, especially with puppies, they don't realize how much work a puppy is or how much they get into everything.
Fostering can be financially stressful, which is why organizations help ease that hesitation.
SPCA supplies everything. So food, dishes, beds, treats.
Right now, the demand for foster families is greater than ever.
So fostering is kind of that bridge between the shelter and finding their forever home. So this allows the shelter to take on more dogs, especially ones that might be more in need.
It's great for the animals to kind of get into a different environment, home environment. It's noisy, it's loud, lots of different people smells. So having them in a different environment, you see them kind of thrive where they wouldn't do that here.
Halifax puppy.
Oh, there you go. One more Dog Day, International Dog Day video for everybody. I just figured we'd pepper in some like it was like some fun day stuff. I think I'm going to get copyright struck for this music. I don't know. I just have a weird sense of it. I could be wrong. There you go. Some very cute puppies. Very cute puppies for your entertainment. No.
Are you not entertained?
I wonder how long it took to teach that dog to ride a motorcycle. I mean, that dog, look at that dog ride that motorcycle like a champion. All right, now let's talk about this. The latest tropical storm named Ferdinand is churning over open waters in the Atlantic. Just got done talking about Aaron.
Looking at the tropical radar, we're done with Aaron now, but we do have tropical storm Ferdinand at winds 50 miles an hour. It's east of Bermuda and staying east of Bermuda, so not an impact for us. We do have a high risk of rip current still along the shore today and a moderate risk tomorrow. So tropical Ferdinand's not really a worry for us, but just
Okay. All right. Well, supposedly tropical storm Ferdinand, not a problem. Not going to be a future problem for us. We're going to keep our eyes on the Atlantic. Any activity we'll try and keep you apprised of in case that this turns into a land-bound hurricane. So far, the United States has basically missed any major storms this year. It's sort of, I mean, it's actually incredibly surprising. Something I was not predicting at the beginning of this year. Because I was predicting both a very active storm season and an active fire season. The fire season's been pretty intense, but storm season has been strangely quiet. Almost too quiet. All right, let's go across the ocean to Spain, where they are Europe's leader in one thing. Spain is the leader in wastewater recycling, as it turns out. Here's France 24 English.
Water from toilets, kitchens, washing machines. For the last 17 years, Manuel Martinez has been watering his 22 hectares of orange trees with the town's wastewater.
This is the area which has been watered, all the area that you see here. We call these cercones. It's the area where the roots are and where a pipe waters them drop by drop at a rate of 4 liters an hour. Here, every tree has 6 watering points.
10% of the water that irrigates this land comes directly from wastewater, a vital resource in a region hit by drought. Murcia gets 350 millimeters of rain a year, the lowest amount in Europe.
This water has got one advantage. It comes with the guarantee that we can have it all year round. And in the end, it's all the different water from different sources that allows us to survive.
A few kilometers away, the neighboring purification plant purifies soiled water through a specialist treatment. In the region's 100 plants, the wastewater is cleaned up using active carbon and ultraviolet rays to make it suitable to irrigate the fields.
The ultraviolet treatment uses lamps that emit long-wave radiation that damages the microorganism's DNA. When the microorganism's DNA is damaged, they can't reproduce, and they die.
The idea of reusing wastewater can be off-putting, but Pedro Simon says it's perfectly safe.
For it to be a problem for people, you would have to eat 300 kilos of lettuce a day, which means the danger is really minimal.
In Murcia, 98% of wastewater is recycled for agricultural use, a record in Europe. But some people want to go further still. In Lorca, they're testing a new idea. As well as the usual recycled wastewater, the farmers receive part of the water used at the town's 9 tanning factories.
Oh yeah. Está bien, ¿no?
Every day, the tanning process requires 220 cubic meters of water. The lion's share is consumed by these gigantic washing machines where the dye is added.
The water that comes out of the drums is filtered to get rid of any solid matter. That's the leather that has dissolved once the process is finished.
But the most toxic product remains, the chromium used to preserve the animal's skin. To reduce its concentration, Pedro disinfects the water with chemicals before a final treatment at a purification plant.
God. Okay, well, Spain reusing water resources in groundbreaking ways. And the fact is, the Mediterranean in general has been hit with a serious drought this year. So water resources are incredibly important right now, and everything needs to be reused. Hold on, I'm checking something really quick. No, that can't be right. What? No. What? Bullshit. There's literally no way. Something's wrong with this number. Whatever. I'm not gonna focus on that. All right, let's talk about another place that was being hit by a serious drought right now. Iraq. I just realized that there's fucking there's subtitles I'm supposed to be reading. That's very annoying. Like his father before him, Watek Abbas grazes his herd in Iraq's southern wetlands. The UNESCO-listed swamplands are traditionally believed to be the site of the biblical Garden of Eden. They have sustained civilizations dating back to ancient Mesopotamia. But with persistent drought shrinking marshland where buffaloes fed and decimating the herd, this millennia-old way of life is threatened. Before my father owned 40 buffaloes, but there was water in the marshes. Now, due to the drought, the herd has halved, dropping to around 20 to 25 buffaloes. As time passes, the number decreases because of the water and fodder, which have become expensive. We are suffering because of the drought. Our only demand from the government is water. That's all we ask for. This year has been one of the driest since 1933, according to authorities, with summer temperatures topping 50 degrees Celsius across Iraq, which is particularly vulnerable due to the effects of climate change. I had 7 buffaloes die from dehydration, heat, thirst, infections, and one got stuck in the mud and died. In 1 month in 2023, 7 died. The drought stems from declining rainfall and soaring temperatures, which accelerate evaporation. But upstream dams built in Turkey and in Iran have also dramatically reduced the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Iraq and exacerbated the effects of climate change, with the Iraqi government forced to ration water supply to ensure the country's 46 million people have enough to drink and to meet agricultural needs. The marshes appear to be at the bottom of their priorities. Horrifying. Just horrifying. But with, climate change continuing to get worse and worse, and the worst effects of it accelerating, small communities like this that depend on agriculture, depend on specific levels of water, not too much, not too little, are increasingly under threat. And the fight over water is happening across the planet. And not that far away, India and China are fighting over water resources themselves.
This is currently the largest hydropower plant in the world in central China, but Beijing is building another that, when finished, would be 3 times as powerful as the current record holder. The construction site for the Moto hydropower station is located along the Yarlung-Tsangpo River in Tibet, which China annexed in 1951. India, worried that China will weaponize its control of the river, has planned to build a dam of its own in the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. But when workers from India's largest hydropower company moved survey equipment in at the construction site, nearby villagers vandalized the machinery and even demolished a nearby bridge.
If the dam is constructed, how will we earn our livelihoods? So we will not allow the dam to be constructed. If the dam is built, the soil will be washed away. We produce our crops on this soil.
The battle over who controls the flow of water from a glacier on the Tibetan plateau affects millions of people living downriver in India, China, and Bangladesh. India's fears appear to be founded. A report by an Australian-based think tank concluded that control over the rivers in the Tibetan plateau would effectively give China a chokehold on India's economy. But villagers who live near the site of the Indian dam say their own country's plans would effectively destroy their way of life.
If the government forcefully moves forward with this project, the existence of our community will vanish from the map because the people will be scattered. There is no plan to relocate the people of this valley.
As for China's massive project, Beijing denies there would be a negative impact for those downstream, saying it expects to start generating energy from the dam by the early to mid-2030s.
A powerful typhoon is battering coastal regions of...
There you go. Fighting over water. In Asia, something that's honestly been going on with multiple Asian countries. China, India, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, I think, has been involved in some of that, as well as maybe Turkmenistan. All right, now let's go down to Vietnam, where a typhoon made landfall yesterday, forcing the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of people in the country. Here is CBC News.
A powerful typhoon is battering coastal regions of Vietnam. It's the 5th typhoon to strike the country this year and has forced more than 500,000 people from their homes. Journalist Laura Westbrook is tracking the storm for us. She joins us now from Hong Kong. So, Laura, what's the latest on the impact of the typhoon?
Well, Typhoon Kajiki has made landfall in Vietnam, making landfall on Monday afternoon local time, packing winds of up to 130 kilometers an hour as it swept through Vietnam's central provinces. And we are seeing reports of the damage. There are reports that power is down in the Ha Tinh province, and there's also reports that the winds have ripped roofs of houses and also caused some trees to be uprooted. And at least 6 provinces have been issued with flooding alerts, and there are also reports of some flooding as well. Now, tens of thousands of people were evacuated ahead of Kajiki's arrival, people being brought to safety to places like indoor sports stadiums, and authorities warning people that they must stay indoors. Now, this storm, it brushed past the southern parts of China's Hainan Island, and forecasters said that it intensified over the warmer waters of the South China Sea. And authorities in Vietnam, they're saying that the winds are an issue, but they've also warned that rain is another big concern. The weather agency in Vietnam warning that there could be up to 500 millimeters of rain in some areas, and that brings with it risks of flooding, landslides, and flash flooding. Now, this storm is expected to lose some of its power as it moves inland through Laos and northern Thailand, but it's still expected expected to bring with it a lot of rain.
And now, Laura, the storm has also hit China. What's the damage there?
China!
Yes, China issued its red alert. That is its highest level warning system as this typhoon brushed past the southern part of Hainan Island. Authorities there really taking no chances. Some 20,000 people were evacuated, and businesses were also shut down. In the city of Sanya, which is a place that's known for its sandy beaches and seafront resorts, some scenic spots were also shut down there. And on Monday.
Okay, well, Hainan Island just barely getting missed by this storm. Fortunately, Taiwan not as lucky, as Kaijiki made landfall sometime yesterday. Here's the AP.
Từng đợt gió Rita gây mưa lớn, gió giật dữ dội, trực tiếp uy hiếp đến đê Hội Thống. Đây là tuyến đê chi thiệt kịp.
Chiều nay, những đợt sóng tiểu thương ở chợ thương mại Cửa Lò vội vàng di rời người. Và khu vực ven biển Nghệ An, chiều nay gió có lúc giật tới cấp 10 sự cố, dẫn đến tình trạng mất điện ở một số xã phường ven biển. Ngành điện lực chưa thể xử lý ngay do trời còn mưa bão. Tính đến hôm nay, địa phương đã di rời hơn 2.000, đảm bảo đủ các điều kiện thiết yếu. Các phương án đảm bảo an toàn
đã di rời hơn.
I'm just going to go through some more of this footage. This is from South China Morning Post from 23 hours ago.
Thủy dùng một từ khủng khiếp. Bây giờ bão chưa vào mà có những khí đựng ở
The
trên
storm has not yet arrived, but when I looked down from the high floors, I could see waves as tall as 2 meters. And the water has flooded the roads around us. This is terrible, given that the storm is still 5 or 6 hours away. It's been 43 years since I've seen a storm that packed such power. Before the storm hit, our family had done everything possible, but our preparations were enough because the storm was too powerful. We still lost around 300 million dong. Yes, that's right. Vietnamese currency is called dong.
Thiệt hại toàn bộ ạ. Là từ cửa, từ mái.
We have lost everything. Fans, motorbikes, fridge, everything else are damaged and submerged in the flood. Okay, I've still got more footage from this typhoon hitting, sorry, I almost said Taiwan, Vietnam. This is Reuters. Reuters? Yes, Reuters from 22 hours ago.
We have lost everything. The doors are gone, the roof caved in, nothing stands. Fans, motorbikes, the fridge, and everything else is damaged, submerged in the flood and in the rain.
Authorities said the storm killed at least 3 people and damaged nearly 7,000 homes. Jesus, that is a powerful freaking storm. All right, this is the last one. This is from 11 hours ago out of TRT World.
Typhoon Kajiki has left a trail of destruction across Hanoi and northern Vietnam. Fierce winds and torrential rains are a devastating combination, causing widespread damage and turning streets into rivers.
Before the storm hit, our family had done everything possible, but our preparation was useless. Because the storm was too powerful, it caused around $10,000 worth of damage.
There was a warning. Satellite imagery showing Kajiki forming quickly over the South China Sea on Saturday, strengthening into a typhoon. Precautionary measures were put in place, and now there's concern for areas vulnerable to landslides and flash floods.
The provincial government has dispatched more than 10,000 military personnel, armed police and firefighting teams. It has mobilized over 1,000 sanitation workers and allocated around 800,000 pieces of emergency supplies. Resources and personnel will be adjusted in real time to accelerate post-disaster recovery.
Residents are desperately trying to salvage their belongings. But the scale of the destruction is huge. Almost 7,000 homes destroyed, 300 square kilometers submerged, and hundreds of electricity poles brought down, resulting in blackouts.
300 square kilometers underwater? That is insane. It's like a 30 by 10 mile or kilometer area. That's wild. That is hard to fathom. All right, let's move on to the space news. And the only space news I have for you is that SpaceX decided to launch another rocket today.
In any issues, we are just creeping up to 90% full on the LOX on the booster, a little over 93% on ship, or sorry, fuel on the booster, and then ship we're just about to close.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Booster chamber pressure nominal.
And supposedly this flight wound up being successful, so now I guess they're like 3 of 6 or something. 4 of 8. I don't know. It's a 50-50 shot that these things blow up. The super heavy. They've been blowing these suckers up in the stratosphere repeatedly in the recent past. This one seems to have made it successfully into space. Go fuck yourself, Elon. Nobody invited you. All right, let's go to the Earth news. What do you say, Space Fams? What do you say? Starting in, almost said South America, Latin America, El Salvador has instituted a new policy for its students, which some would call draconian.
At this school in El Salvador, first period is inspection check. Every morning, Principal Oscar Malara sits near the front gate, eyeing.
Was it flight 10? Whatever number it is. 5 of 10. 5 of 10 of them have exploded, or like 4 of 10 of them. So maybe they're slightly positive success rate. Maybe it's like 6 of 10.
Students' outfits. He's looking for missing monograms or name tags on shirts, scuffed shoes, or hair that's too long. If you think these strict grooming standards sound like the military, you're not far off.
Is that chat's
It's a
complaint right now
directive
being
in
too
effect
mean
this
to
week
Elon?
from New Salvadoran Education Minister Carla Trigueros, a military captain. Punishment can mean deducted grades or community service handed down by principals like Malara.
When they were reprimanded when their haircut was inappropriate, they would say that the teacher was pressuring them, that the teacher was psychologically mistreating them. So many teachers backed off from enforcing rules about student appearance. But now with the arrival of the minister, she tells us we must correct this because we need students to receive a complete education.
Ah, okay. Well, there we have it. El Salvador, where you can't get a full education without the correct haircut.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
The orange dictator-in-chief makes a good point. That does sound like the definition of totalitarianism. Wrong haircut. Can't get a complete education without the correct haircut. That's where we're sending all of our improperly removed immigrants from the country. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom. Talk about this terror law which is being used against Palestinian protesters. Pro-Palestinian protesters. Here's global news from yesterday.
When pro-Palestine demonstrators gathered in London this month, police arrested more than 500 people for holding signs in support of the group Palestine Action. Half were aged 60 and above.
You have been arrested for committing this offence under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. Illegal.
When members of Palestine Action allegedly spray-painted British military planes in June, the British government classified the group as a terrorist organisation. Now, just showing support for it can lead to a terror conviction. The United Nations Human Rights Chief said the move conflates protected expression with acts of terrorism. Among those arrested in London is Miles Pickering, but take a closer look at his T-shirt.
Palestine Action, the group, we are a peaceful organisation.
Yes, Plasticine Action. Pickering says police quickly acknowledged their mistake.
And he said, the good news is I'm de-arresting you. He said, and the bad news is it's going to be horribly embarrassing for me. And he said, you're free to go.
Pickering claims his new group, with a strikingly similar logo to Palestine Action, rallies against the use of AI in animation. He is now selling the shirts online, likely to others with a...
Yeah, I think it's no accident that these shirts happen to be the exact same font as Palestine Action. A clever circumvention of the rules, I must say. You do what you gotta do, I suppose. Alright, now let's go to France. Across the channel. Talk about what's going on in France's government right now. It seems to be a bit of a situation. The government has been attempting to propose a budget. But 84% of French people reject this government's budget plan. And, you know, of course, Emmanuel Macron lost the snap election that he called last year. Then, after losing that election, rather than taking the assembly leader, which is essentially France's parliament, the suggestion of the winning party, the winning coalition, was completely ignored by Emmanuel Macron. and he instituted a center-right sort of neocon type. And it is no shock to me. We talked about this, and actually I feel it's taken longer than expected for this to all really start coming to a head.
As the French public braces for a rocky fall political season, the prospect of losing 2 paid holidays appears to hold little appeal.
On principle, it seems pretty unfair to me. These are days intended for rest and enjoyment, off of work.
I understand the need to make cuts and find money.
The French government's trying to take away the French people's time off. That's never gonna stand. I could have told you that all the way from outer space.
Off of work.
I understand the need to make cuts and find money, but there is absolutely no social justice in this plan.
Recent polling shows 84% of French people are against the government's plan, even if they do accept the need to reduce the country's budget deficit.
I don't like the idea of leaving a lot of public debt for my kids. We have 2 war remembrance days. Why not just get rid of one in May? That seems appropriate to me.
France is far from the European champion of paid days off, that record held by Cyprus with 15 days a year. Spain and a handful of Balkan states have 14, with Portugal, Austria, Poland, and most of the Baltics close behind at 13. Under the new proposal, France's 9 holidays would put it at the bottom of the list, tied with Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. France's small business lobby says that if the reform goes through, it must apply to everyone, even kids.
Public services have to be open, particularly schools. If schools are closed, that's obviously a big problem. Our employees can't come to work because they have to watch their kids.
The country's top 7 labor federations, all of whom oppose the plan, are set to meet September 1st to plan their next steps.
All right, well, I guess we'll see here. I believe there was a vote of no confidence on the current assemblyman, or whatever you call him, the assembly leader right now. I can't remember his name. The man who was put there by Emmanuel Macron. I think that happened earlier this week. I don't have a story on that. I'm sorry. Now, here's a fascinating development in France. This one has nothing to do with economics or fiscal policy. Or budgets. This has to do with foreign policy. And apparently earlier this week, what's his name? Charles Kushner. What's his name? What's the other Kushner's name? I can't think of it now. Charles Kushner, who's Ivanka's stepfather. I cannot think of the other Kushner's name right now for some reason. Is being summoned by France after he apparently accused the country of inaction on anti-Semitism. Jared Kushner, thank you. Jared.
Now, the U.S. ambassador was summoned by the French Foreign Ministry today. The move comes after Charles Kushner penned a letter to the French president alleging that France wasn't doing enough to combat anti-Semitism. Ambassador Kushner wrote that gestures towards Paris's recognition of a Palestinian state emboldens extremists, fuels violence, and endangers a Jewish life here in France. The French Foreign Ministry.
Honestly, to suggest that France has been anything other than incredibly the opposite of anti-Semitism, like Semitic, like it is, I mean, it's freaking laughable to suggest that France has been fostering a bunch of anti-Semitism. Like, they banned hijab wearing in public.
Illegal.
Like, if anything, France has an Islamophobia problem, not an anti-Semitism problem.
has accused the US ambassador of interfering in France's internal affairs. For more on this story, we can bring in our foreign affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug,
lots to unpack.
Lots to
Delano,
unpack.
yes.
Talk us through the context that this letter comes in.
Yeah, the context is quite clear. There has been a nexus in world politics. U.S. and Israel, Trump standing very, very rock solid, firmly behind Benjamin Netanyahu thus far in the way he has been prosecuting the war in Gaza, up against very strong criticism from the vast majority of the international community, including France and many of its European partners and much of the Western community, about that very same war, saying that it has disproportionately targeted, to put it mildly, Palestinian civilians. It has talked a lot about the devastation of Gaza itself, which is not to ignore the hostages and the plight of the hostages, but they do feel that Netanyahu's prosecution of this war has gone beyond international bounds, has transcended the norms, the international rules governing war, the rules of war, so to speak, and they've been very harshly critical. So you have the U.S. and Israel marching in lockstep on one side, but more specifically Trump and Netanyahu, and on the other side,
Okay, so I somehow missed, like, that Jared Kushner's dad became the ambassador to France, but apparently he, at some point, he became the ambassador to France. And now he's writing strongly worded letters to Emmanuel Macron to scold him for allowing anti-Semitism to fester in the country. Great diplomacy, pal. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's go to Israel. See what they've been up to lately. most genocidal nation on the planet. Here's France 24 English from yesterday. Oh, Israel's been very busy. Not satisfied with genociding the Palestinians, Israel has apparently decided to step up its attacks on Yemen once again. Apparently, at least 6 people have died in the latest strikes on the capital city of Yemen.
Israel has targeted the Yemeni capital. A huge fireball was seen erupting above Sana'a on Saturday, followed by a trail of thick black smoke. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claimed the hit, saying his air force had attacked strategic targets, including the presidential palace and power station in the city.
The Houthi terror regime is...
Wow, so the presidential palace is a legitimate target, according to Benjamin Netanyahu. I wonder how he would feel if someone... well, that's right. Somebody did try to strike his home. Hezbollah tried to drone strike his home in North Israel last year. He was not very happy about that. He claimed it was an act of terrorism.
The hard way that it is paying, and will continue to pay a very heavy price for its aggression against the State of Israel. Whoever attacks us, we attack them. Whoever plans to attack us, we attack them. I believe the entire region is learning about the strength and the determination of the State of Israel.
In Yemen, satellite television aired footage of firefighters battling flames in the aftermath. And the Houthi-run health ministry announced several people had been killed and dozens injured. For over 22 months, the rebel group has been launching operations it says are in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. The Houthis have attacked commercial vessels in the Red Sea and directed drones and missiles towards Israel, one of which they claimed was a new type of missile fired towards the Ben Gurion airport near Tel Aviv on Friday. Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz warned Sunday the Houthis would pay for every missile they launched, while Houthi officials said Israeli attacks would not deter them.
There you go. And not only has Israel been attacking in Yemen once again, they have been amassing supplies and tanks on the Gaza border as they prepare to ethnically cleanse Palestinians into what amounts to the Warsaw Ghetto. Israeli tanks gather at its border with Gaza as the army presses on with its Gaza City offensive. Okay, now let's go here to Democracy Now! From yesterday. Apocalyptic, quote unquote. UN declares famine in Gaza. UNICEF demands aid access.
We're going to stay in Gaza. And perhaps the first time famine has been declared outside the African continent. The UN-backed IPC has declared a full-blown catastrophic famine in Gaza City. The classification is characterized by, quote, starvation, destitution, and death, with 1 in 3 children acutely malnourished. Unless Israel's near-total blockade on food is lifted, the famine's expected to expand to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis in coming weeks. Many aid agencies have life-saving aid sitting in warehouses outside Gaza, ready to enter. For more, we go to Gaza City. We're joined by Tess Ingram, spokesperson for UNICEF, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. Tess, thanks so much for being with us. You heard about what happened at Khan Yunis, at Nasser Hospital. Of course, there's so many patients there, children, adults, journalists, doctors, staff. From where you stand, this in the midst of the declaration by the UN that the Gaza Strip is in famine. Can you comment?
The rules of war are clear. Healthcare must be protected, as should journalists and all civilians, including children and humanitarian aid workers. And yet throughout this conflict, we've seen a constant disregard for the rules of war. And I saw it today here in Gaza City. I went to 3 hospitals, and at every hospital, I was met with rooms full of injured children, children with amputations, with horrific blast injuries, with fractures, with multiple shrapnel wounds and internal injuries. It is among the worst that I've seen. I was shocked by what I witnessed today in the hospitals. And on top of that, of course, we have the crisis of famine. Children with malnutrition at a screening center I was at again today. All but 1 child that was screened had malnutrition while I was there, and that 1 child has been receiving treatment from UNICEF and hasn't gotten better over the last 3 weeks. But it is everywhere, Amy. Everywhere we look, children are being disproportionately affected by this horror.
Tell us what the IPC is. It's actually quite a conservative organization within the United Nations. If you can talk about what it means to declare famine.
They are quite conservative. They're a group of independent technical experts. So this group look at data specifically, and they look at it in the context of food insecurity. And they do this all the way around the world, from Somalia to Sudan, South Sudan. And now, of course, they've been watching the situation in Gaza for many, many months now. They actually first warned of the risk of famine in December 2023. And since then, they have been monitoring, collecting evidence and data. So for them to make this classification on Friday of a famine in Gaza City and the risk of that spreading and quickly to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis is a very significant moment. It is a rare moment for the IPC to make such a finding, and it is backed by 50 pages of evidence behind that claim. So we take that very seriously. Of course, we know here on the ground that the situation has been bad for so many months. One girl I spoke to yesterday, Sarah, she's 14 here in Gaza City, and she said to me, famine, of course I know, I've been starving for 5 months now. And I think that is the view of so many people here. But they were relieved that this really well-regarded group has put that on the international stage. And hopefully world leaders will take it and use it as a catalyst to finally do something to try and get more aid to these children.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Seriously, I think absolutely for the people on the ground, I mean, this is coming incredibly late. Me personally, I am shocked at how long it's taken for this ruling to be put out by the IPCC. But now that they have, and you know, with the UN making this declaration, takes us to the next phase of this. And really does add to the severity of this on an international law basis and sort of a geopolitical basis in terms of how nations react to this now is incredibly important, of course, and will be very telling, I think, when we see, you know, I mean, this has only been the case for a few days, but we're already seeing a lot of people who have been, like, I think a lot of people already knew this was happening, right? You see people like, you know, the United Kingdom and France and Australia all coming out to recognize the Palestinian state. earlier this month, which is going to happen in like a week. I think it's the 1st of September. Maybe it was the end of the first week. I can't remember exactly the date, but it's sometime in September. Now, even with the accusation of human-caused famine looming in front of Israel and the recognition of a Palestinian state by its allies, none of this seems to be deterring Israel. They're going back to bombing Yemen and going back to stepping up strikes in Gaza. Most recent strikes killed journalists who were outside of a hospital, I would point out.
We start with the latest Israeli attack on a Gaza hospital. Well, dual strikes on the Nasser medical complex in Khan Yunis killed at least 20 people, including journalists, according to Gaza health officials. This video showing the chaos in the aftermath of the first strike. Now, the IDF claiming it, quote, does not target journalists as such, and saying the military chief has instructed an inquiry into the attack. Israel also striking targets in Yemen after Houthi rebels there fired a new type of missile at Israel. Paula Hancock's following developments for us here in Abu Dhabi, and she joins me now live. Let's start with the hospital strike. What more do we know about that?
Well, Becky, this was a double strike by Israel on the Nasser hospital. This is in Khan Yunis. It's in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. Now, we know that after that first strike targeted the 4th floor of the hospital, we understand that there were emergency workers, health workers and journalists who all rushed to the scene. Now, we have footage that we see, it was also played on live television, showing those individuals on a damaged staircase trying to retrieve casualties, one holding up a damaged video camera to show the journalists' presence. And then just minutes later, there was a second strike. Now, we understand that this was more deadly than the first, and this is the one that did kill many journalists and emergency workers who were on the scene at the time. At least 4 journalists have been killed. They were really the backbone of the footage that was coming out of Gaza for a number of international media outlets. One worked for AP, one for Reuters, one for Al Jazeera, another was freelance. As you know, Israel does not allow international journalists into Gaza.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
On our Palestinian colleagues to be able to get these images out to us, and 4 have been killed in this particular incident. Now,
and I'm fairly certain these double tap strikes are, if not illegal, very much frowned upon by the international community, because everybody knows that it kills aid workers and journalists, people who show up to the scene of these strikes, looking to help people and to document what's going on. And this is just more of Israel's intentional campaign to take out journalists, aid workers, medical staff, innocent civilians, essentially. Innocent civilians that are protected under international law. Basically luring them to spots with their very jobs that they're intended to do, and then killing them for doing those jobs.
An Israeli strike on Nasser Hospital in Gaza drew a rush of journalists and first responders sifting through the wreckage for survivors and the remains of those killed. Among the dead, cameraman Hussam al-Masri, a contractor who worked for Reuters. He was up on an external stairwell, providing this live feed showing smoke rising from fighting elsewhere, when the strike hit. A responder holds up a camera and a live view broadcast unit used to transmit live video, while others gather up a body. The man in the red t-shirt is photographer Hatem Khaled, another Reuters contractor, who can be seen filming the recovery. Then, a second Israeli strike hits the hospital. Khaled, the photographer, was injured. Here is video footage from his camera just before the second blast. Palestinian health officials said at least 15 people, including 4 journalists, were killed in the strikes. In a statement, a Reuters spokesperson said, quote, "We are devastated to learn of the death of Reuters contractor Hussam al-Masri and injuries to another of our contractors, Hatem Khaled, in Israeli strikes on the Nasser hospital in Gaza today." Adding, quote, "We are urgently seeking more information and have asked authorities in Gaza and Israel to help us get urgent medical assistance for..."
Yeah, I mean, it's just the immense cruelty in this act. I mean, that is obviously intended to kill more civilians. Watching it unfold is in front of you is really, it's just something else. It really is disgusting to me how anybody can even, you know, like how anybody can justify this to themselves. I just don't understand it. Now in Tel Aviv, we covered a protest that was going on there over the weekend. Thousands are continuing to protest in the streets of Israel's capital.
To the Middle East now, and thousands of people have again joined rallies across Israel demanding a ceasefire deal in Gaza. The demonstrators say the military's plans to seize control of Gaza City will endanger the lives of the remaining hostages. The former Defence Minister Benny Gantz has called for the opposition to join a temporary unity government to help free the captives. In Gaza itself, the Hamas-run health ministry has recorded more than 60 deaths from Israeli strikes and malnutrition in the past day. This was Deir al-Balah in central Gaza following an Israeli airstrike. Earlier, Saeed Shahada from BBC Arabic brought us up to date.
Since October 2023, the families of hostages and their supporters going to demonstration every week in order to put pressure on Mr. Netanyahu to have a deal with Hamas. Only 2 deals were done in November 2023, then another one in January this year. And since then, there is nothing happened because Mr. Netanyahu's determination to use force and military might to force Hamas and defeat Hamas and let Hamas to surrender and give up what they have and hand the hostages. But on the other hand, Hamas refusing to do that on the Israeli conditions. So the families of hostages and their support still have hope. And one of them, one of the protesters is the brother of one of the hostages held, said instead of Mr. Netanyahu saving lives, he's sentencing the living hostages to death. In addition to that, he put the lives of the soldier into death in a war is, as he described it, needless, eternal war, which achieved its military objectives long time ago. So there is no need for this war. So this is a talk from within the people in Israel, and there is more pressure also from the politician in addition to the demonstrators. So Benny Gantz.
Yeah. Fortunately, that pressure amounts to fuck all right now. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about this attack. Now, apparently 5 journalists were killed in this strike on this hospital. Here's Donald Trump's response when asked about it earlier on, what was that, on Monday.
Okay. Mr. President, if we could get your reaction, sir. The Israelis bombed a hospital in Gaza that killed 20 people, including 5 journalists. When did this happen? This happened overnight.
He's just hearing
today.
He's just hearing about this for the first time. The president of the United States is for the first time hearing it from a fucking journalist in the White House. He's got Pete Hegseth right behind him. Marco Rubio's in the room. And this is the first time Donald Trump's hearing about this. This is insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Any reaction to this? Are you going to talk to
about it? I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end that whole nightmare. I'm the one that got the hostages out. I got them out. All of them. Steve Witkoff has been amazing. He's done a great job.
What?
But I'm the one that got them all out through my people and through me. And now we're left with probably a little bit less than 20 because I think 1 or 2 are gone. And I said a long time ago, I'm going to get them out. But when we get down to that final 10 or 20, these people aren't going to release them because they're dead after they release them.
There you go. Donald Trump exhibiting that he knows fuck all about what just happened right now. It's not clear who he thinks just died. But in response to Palestinian journalists being murdered by Israel in Gaza, Donald Trump said, I saved all the hostages. I haven't even heard of this, but I saved all the hostages. That's what I've done it. I'm the one. I am so good and great. That's his response to those journalists being murdered.
An Israeli strike on a southern Gaza hospital has now killed at least 20 people. Israel's military says it carried out a strike in the area of Nasser Hospital in Han Yunis. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says amongst those killed were 5 journalists, including a freelancer from the Associated Press and a cameraman who had worked for Reuters.
When and where is it going to end? Are we going to let the Israel Defense Forces continue the repeated killing of journalists? There is international law. There are guarantees that should be granted to journalists covering conflicts. And none of that seems to be applying. So we need to be very clear about the fact that none of the journalists that are allegedly terrorists are terrorists. They are professional journalists working for legacy professional media, like, for example, Reuters or, for example, AP.
These latest horrific killings highlight the extreme risks that medical personnel and journalists face as they carry out their vital work amidst this brutal conflict. The Secretary General recalls that civilians, including medical personnel and journalists, must be respected and protected at all times. He calls for a prompt, impartial investigation into these killings. He reiterates that medical personnel and journalists must be able to perform their essential duties without interference, without intimidation, and without harm, and in full accordance with international humanitarian law.
Well, I'm not happy about it. I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end.
Same time we have to end it. So, I mean, as I can't stand to sit around here talking about dead journalists all day. He wants to rename the Department of Defense the Department of War. I'm actually on board with that one. I heard about that. I think that's a good idea. I think it's more representative of what the Department of Defense actually does. I know that's not his intention, but let's be real. Not a lot of defending going on over there. Same thing for the Israeli Defense Forces, you know, not a lot of defending going on. It's a nonsense name. All right, here's the AP from yesterday. Israel strikes a Gaza hospital twice, killing at least 20 people, including journalists.
Rescue workers and journalists rushed up a stairwell at southern Gaza's main hospital after it was hit by an Israeli strike, according to local health workers. Minutes later, Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis was hit again. Among those killed was 33-year-old Miriam Daga, a visual journalist who had worked for the Associated Press and other news outlets. Al Jazeera and Reuters confirmed their journalists and freelancers were among the 5 journalists killed. Israel's military, in a statement, confirmed it had carried out a strike in the area of the hospital and would conduct an investigation.
Illegal.
And said it does not target journalists.
Let's not forget, the first strike is illegal. The second, the double tap strike, is triple E illegal, right? You strike a hospital, what you're not supposed to do. That's a crime.
Illegal.
Then you wait 30 seconds and you hit it again, or whatever, 5 minutes after you confirm, probably by air, probably by drones, that people have rushed to the site of the missile strike to ensure that you can maximize civilian casualties. Then you hit them again. Two war crimes for the price of one. All right, let's watch a piece of this interview which Ryan Grimm did over on Dropsite News with the Gaza Civil Defense spokesman.
Hi, this is Fatin, and it looks like
Great. There are a few more accounts I still have to invite. Is Mahmoud here?
Yeah.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام، كيف حالك؟
الله يحفظكم يا رب. سعيد جدا بالتواجد معكم.
Alhamdulillah. So this is, hi. So everyone really quickly, for those who are joining us, my name is Fatin from Unmute Humanity, and I'm going to be providing interpretation support to Dr. Mahmoud Bassel, who's the spokesperson for the Civil Defense.
So while I continue inviting some of these other accounts,
okay.
Why don't we get started? Because I know his time is limited. Could you ask him, given today's strike that killed at least 20 people, I assume because he's the spokesperson for the civil defense that he is not just regularly engaged with journalists, but also in particular journalists who cover strikes like these. Can he talk a little bit about some of these journalists today? I assume that he, personally knew some of them. Could he tell us a little bit about the people that were killed today, including the civil defense worker?
Absolutely. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Bassel, كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. الحمد لله.
هذا براين جريم، هذا الصحفي اللي بيشتغل دروب سايت نيوز، وهو بده يحكي عن القصة اللي صار اليوم. وعارف انه بيجي اكثر من 20 شهيد في القصف اللي صار في مستشفى الناصر، وبيحكي انت اكيد بتعرفهم هذول الصحافه، تقدر تحكي لنا عن شويه مين بتعرفهم، تقدر تحكي لنا عن شو شعورك؟ انت كنت عارفهم هذول الصحفيين اللي استشهدوا في القصف اللي صار في مستشفى الناصر؟
طبعا هو
I forgot about this. This one's difficult to do. It's like I have to go back. Like you wind up sitting through all the translation stuff. It takes a lot of effort. But suffice to say that the Gaza Civil Defense spokesman had nothing shocking or surprising to say. Suffering in Gaza is at an all-time high. Hunger in Gaza is at an all-time high. Lack of access to needed aid and supplies and infrastructure and water and medicine and basically everything is at an all-time high. It's all fucked, and we need to stop it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here. Donald Trump asked another question about Gaza. That being the UN's declaration that a famine is in fact occurring in Gaza. This was during his discussion with new South Korean President Lee Jae-myung.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, what conversations have you had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in Gaza? There was a UN-backed report that said there was a famine in Gaza. Based on what you know and what you've been briefed on, do you agree with that?
So, I mean, I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit, and we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it, too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most...
A what now?
Okay, wait, so Donald Trump, it's like a theme for him now on Gaza. First, he's asked, hey, so what's up with that Israeli strike that killed a bunch of journalists? He's like, what's up with people not talking about how great of a job I did with getting the hostages? And then he's asked, what about the UN's declaration of famine? And he's like, Israel's, they gotta hurry it up. They gotta wrap this up real quick. Gotta make it faster. Look, I did a great job. We did a great job on Iran. It's like literally millions of people are literally starving, and Donald Trump is like giving himself a round of applause. Like, look, you want to talk about all the starving children, but I want to talk about how great of a job we did bombing Iran, a UN Security Council member.
Forget October 7th. People forget October 7th.
Can't forget October 7th. I've seen some terrible forgetters of October 7th out there. Everybody's out there forgetting.
Some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death.
There is hunger. There is
people
hunger.
Being killed. And you know, I'm the one that brought back the hostages, and I did it with that gentleman right there, Steve Witkoff, and with Marco. All of us, the whole team, we worked together. Even the trade.
Look, we all did a great job. Look, we got the hostages back, at least some of them. And nobody wants to talk about how great of a job we're doing. You're asking me about how hungry these kids are. I mean, I get it. They're hungry, but it was worse than hunger? Death. Death is worse. So let's not forget how great of a job me and Steve Witkoff did. There's your president right now. Really, basically, like, in both times being asked about what Israel's been up to in the last 48 hours, Donald Trump's only answer is, Israel better hurry up. And have you heard about how great of a job me and Steve Witkoff are doing? A million starving people? Have you met Steve? Dead journalists? You remember that bomb that we dropped on Iran? That was pretty great. Don't forget about that.
By the oligarchs. But not only, brothers and sisters, do we need to change our domestic policies. We need fundamental changes in our foreign policies. We must not give another nickel to Netanyahu and the Israeli government to starve the children of Gaza. I can tell you, I've gone all over this country. I've been all over this country, and I've talked to Democrats and progressives. I've talked to conservatives, Republicans, independents. The overwhelming majority of the American people do not believe that we should spend billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to starve children in Gaza.
There we go.
Illegal.
And this is an issue, and I want you to know this is an issue not only addressing the horrific situation which exists today, but how do you think the United States of America is going to have an ounce of credibility in condemning human rights abuses any place in the world? China does something, they're going to laugh in your face and say, you tell us about what we're doing, you supported the murder of the children in Gaza. Russia, the same thing. Russia's bombing Ukrainian cities. How do we go around condemning that when they're going to throw what's going on in Gaza in our face? So we got a supposed tough guy as president, right? Oh, he's a tough guy. He takes on the poor and the weak. Hey, Mr. President, if you're so tough, take on Netanyahu. Stop funding this war.
There we go. Bernie with a resounding message in Illinois at another Fight the Oligarchy rally, demanding that Donald Trump, strong man Donald Trump, stop Benjamin Netanyahu if he's so goddamn strong.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right, chat. That is gonna do it for the half. Oh, did you think the stream was over? You silly, silly person. Very, very silly person you are. Because, of course, the stream is not over. We still got more to talk about. We're gonna have a fifth, at least some portion of a fifth half. We can't do any of that till we do another galactic intermission. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon, too. I mean, what are you doing here? Like, subscribe, bell. All three things should have been done by now. 8 hours of streaming, and you haven't liked it yet? That's, wow.
How rude.
Incredibly rude. Alright, well, once you're done doing that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. I'm assuming that you're enjoying the show since you're here watching it. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support for the thing which your eyes and ears are probably enjoying right now. Cash App, PayPal, YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day. Gets you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on the stream. That's right, one of these break screens could feature a picture of your choosing. That's not it. Shout out every stream thanking you for your patronage, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. I won't go into more details. Just click the link in the chat or in my bio on YouTube. Go to Patreon and find out what is waiting for space fams like you for the low, low price of 10 cents a day. Anyway, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Space fams, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. That's right. The fifth and final half is about to begin. So you're probably gonna want to get in your seat there, Space Vams. Otherwise, you might miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Words are tough. There's so many of them to choose from at one time or another. Okay. Let's start off the fifth half with another Donald Trump quote. This was from Monday. He had a bunch of things to say. The most shameful moment in our history. I wonder what could possibly be the most shameful day in history.
Well, look at the mission you just accomplished with Iran. 36 hours back and forth. Flawless. Every bomb hit its target. They went right down those chutes. Dark at night. No moon, no nothing. Every target, every bomb went right down. They have a chute that goes right down deep into the mountain. And they shouldn't have put ventilation in, I can tell you, because we use that for our advantage. But what they did, and we had the pilots and even the people that took care of the planes, we had a whole group of people at the White House.
Even the mechanics were like, what a great job. Mechanics were so stoked.
A couple of weeks ago. And you know, I didn't realize this, but they said, we've been looking at their predecessors, and then these were the pilots. They said, we gave them beautiful medals. And I'll show you the medal.
You want to see one of the medals? I kept one for myself. I was like, look, we're going to make medals for these guys. I don't get one. Look, I'm the one who came up with this idea. Come on. Come on!
So happy. We gave a lot of them out for that. It was an incredible job. You know, we had 52 tankers. People don't realize. So
let's be real, though. That's literally what just happened, right? Like, that's why Donald Trump has an extra medal in his desk. Just because he's like, look, you were going to give out medals and I'm not going to get one? When I am the great commander-in-chief that commanded you all to do the thing that you did? That doesn't make sense. I should have so many medals that it's impossible for me to walk wearing them all.
They could refuel. We had many fighter jets, F-22s, F-35s. We had many. It was an amazing operation. It was flawless. Compare that to the operation when they went in with the helicopters crashing and everyone running around the desert, and the prisoners being taken, and that was Jimmy Carter. And what a horrible thing. This was the exact opposite. This was the exact opposite of what they did in leaving a very, very nice place. The Taliban runs a tough operation in Afghanistan, and I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. That was Biden. I was leaving, and we would have left through.
We would have left through strength. Instead, Biden left through weakness. ruined the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Afghanistan was great. I was thinking about getting a summer home in Afghanistan, and then Biden ruined it. It was a terrible withdrawal, gave it to the Taliban. The very most embarrassing day in American history.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Well, there you go. Donald Trump. Most embarrassing day in American history was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Something that he was going to do, but he was going to do with strength. Unlike Biden, who did it with the weak Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Weak Biden got out of Afghanistan in a very weak way. Honestly, dementia, grandpa needs help. Like, can we have, like, what's the word? Can we get, like, a temporary restraining order on Donald Trump? Can we get, like, a TRO on old grandpa here? Can we get a qualified physician to actually check on this guy? I think he's completely lost it. We need an actual psychologist to assess the president's mental health. All right, let's stay in Asia. Talk about Russia, Ukraine a little bit.
Here's Jesse Waters. Jesse
looks
Waters,
good, and he looks hard.
Basically showing that when he went to college, he didn't do anything except for drink, I guess, which is fine. But you shouldn't be, analyzing geopolitics with this knowledge base.
These oligarchs want their yachts back. I always like to ask when Jessica's here, not you.
I like him saying that as Trump has gilded the Oval Office. Like these.
It just gets more and more gold every time somebody shows up there.
You know, I'm glad that me and Sam agree on that. I keep feeling the same way. Every time I look at a photo or a live feed from the White House, I'm like, wait, is there more? Did they find more gold shit to put in the Oval Office? What the fuck is going on? I could have sworn it hit max capacity on gold, and yeah, here we are.
It just gets more and more gold every time somebody shows up there.
Like, you're gonna run out of things to gild at a certain point.
These oligarchs want their yachts back. I always like to ask when Jessica's here, not you, Harold, what is the Democrat plan? Because right now they're saying armchair quarterbacking, you can't reward Putin for his naked aggression. So he can't keep the land he won on the battlefield. Okay, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin to relinquish the land he won in battle? The United States won lands in battle. We didn't just give it back. No country gives back land they win in battle. That's what this is all about. You have to accept reality, and that's what these Democrats are doing. Borders change all the time. You can't go back to the borders that Ukraine had. Think about Germany.
So do we currently, I mean, in a way we do kind of still occupy Japan, but is Japan a territory, like a U.S. territory?
It used to be the Prussian Empire. Then it was the German Empire. It expanded, it contracted in the world wars, and then they divided it in two. And now it's reunited. And they can't do this to Ukraine? Come on, that's ridiculous.
Wait, what? Wait, what is he saying? Come on! You don't go back to border? Well, I think the idea is that you continue to arm Ukraine and hope that they take back territory.
I mean, Germany's borders, it was the belligerent in a world war.
But also Germany reunited after the USSR fell apart with not a bullet shot in that area.
I mean,
I'm sorry. So they did reunite despite the fact, and so the Soviet Union did cede territory. In fact,
yes, lots.
Ukraine also is in and of itself an example of getting territory back after it had been ostensibly conquered by the Soviet Union, along with a bunch of other countries.
Yeah.
I would also remind Jesse Waters that there was a military that defeated the Germans was the largest contingent of the military that defeated the Germans in a country called France. And it's still, they still speak French there instead of English. Because even though it was U.S. and British forces that were largely responsible for taking back France, they didn't keep it.
It's a matter of international law of the United Nations that you cannot annex land that you take in conquest.
Illegal.
Now, this is something that we don't force about Israel, for instance, and that's kind of always been a sort of looming over this Russia-Ukraine stuff, is the hypocrisy there of the West, and you see that somebody like Waters just says, yeah, screw it all. Who cares?
Well, this is the might makes right argument. Our Ukrainian guest yesterday had a piece, or I think was interviewed, where he was talking about how like there's this axis of almost aggressors, I'm forgetting the terminology, but old school conquest forward imperialist leaders, Trump, Netanyahu, Putin. Like, I think that's a pretty good, it's not like it's a formal alliance in the way that, it was in World War II, but these three countries have committed to a might makes right, basically, foreign policy that involves conquering land. But I like that he says, like, borders contract and expand and throughout history, and he just...
They're very amorphous, always changing, those borders. They're just the lines in the sand. Humans draw them, okay? They don't actually exist. I don't know if you know this, but actually those lines, they're made up. Somebody made that line up. I just blew your mind. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky said that he would meet with the United States and others to discuss the potential of talks with Vladimir Putin. Here's CBS News from yesterday.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said earlier today that he plans to meet with U.S. and other international officials this week to discuss a potential meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin. And that follows comments from Vice President J.D. Vance on Meet the Press, suggesting that the administration is well aware that Moscow hasn't lived up to its end of the bargain in every case.
What they have conceded is the recognition that Ukraine will have territorial integrity after the war. They've recognized that they're not going to be able to install a puppet regime in Kiev. That was, of course, a major demand at the beginning. And importantly, they've acknowledged that there is going to be some security guarantee to the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Again, have they made every concession? Of course they haven't.
CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie Daggett brings us more on this from the Pentagon. Charlie, good morning to you. Always good to see you. Help us understand the Zelensky comments, hoping to meet with, U.S. and international allies so he can meet with Putin, especially considering that we heard from Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov, I think yesterday, saying there will not be a one-on-one. So where is the momentum from Trump's one-on-one with Putin?
No, it's...
In my estimation on all of that, I think Volodymyr Zelensky just clearly sees an opening because Donald Trump was the one who said that he was going to get Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky to get together. And with Lavrov coming out and saying that it's not going to happen, he's going to come out and say the exact opposite and say, I'm down to meet. Are you down to clown? Let's Netflix and chill, Russia, and then Russia is going to have to, be the one to basically scuttle the talks, which Donald Trump is, in many ways betting his part of his presidency on. He has claimed that he can bring peace to all of these situations, and that has yet to come to fruition on any of the situations he claimed he was going to bring peace to. And so I think we've seen what Russia's play is on all this. They don't want to actually engage in any serious talks. certain, I mean, like going to the United States for Vladimir Putin, big win. You know, nothing got decided there with him and Donald Trump, but they got to hang out. They get photos of them taking him on American soil. That looks good for Vladimir Putin back home. But as to actual serious talks, they haven't been sending serious officials to any of the talks, whether in Turkey or in Doha, and there's been no seriousness about actually having both sides meet on the Russian side, from what I've seen. All right, let's go here. This is global news from yesterday. Another Trump clip.
You said you wanted to get this done, a bilateral, as soon as possible. Have you spoken to Putin since last Monday?
Yeah, I have.
What is your conversation? Or can you share?
Every conversation I have with him is a good conversation, and then unfortunately a bomb is loaded up into Kiev or someplace, and then I get very angry about it. I think we're going to get the war done.
There we go. There's Donald Trump. Every conversation I have with Vlad is great. Like, you don't get it. You get off the phone, people tell me, sir, you are beaming. I'm like, look, I just had a great conversation with Vlad. He told me all these great things. I was like, I am sort of questioning my reality, but my God, that was an epic, it was a perfect phone call. And then I turn on my TV and boom, bombs in Ukraine. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Vlad? We just had a great combo. The perfect phone call. And then all of a sudden this? What is going on? I don't get it. Now, speaking of the narrative as it relates to who is and who is not ready for peace talks, Donald Trump was asked here Monday whether or not there would be consequences if Vladimir Putin did not meet with Volodymyr Zelensky. This was during his meeting, once again, with the president of South Korea.
Maybe they meet, maybe they don't. How long are you willing to let this play out? And if they don't meet, will there be consequences, and how soon for Russia?
Yeah, there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens. There might be very big consequences because this is something that has to end. This war would have never taken place, and for 4 years it didn't take place. But if I were president, this war would have never taken place. There has not been a war like this since the Second World War. This is the biggest thing that's happened in terms of warfare, wars. It's a whole new form of fighting. It's a drone fighting. It's a drone war. No, a drone war never existed before. And we're actually studying it from...
Biggest war in terms of fighting. Wettest in terms of water. I mean, why is this man always talk like that? I don't understand. Biggest war in terms of fighting. I don't know if you've heard of fighting before. That's how you measure wars.
Been a war like this since the Second World War. This is the biggest thing that's happened in terms of warfare, wars. It's a whole new form of fighting. It's a drone fighting. It's a drone war. No, a drone war never existed before. And we're actually studying it from the standpoint of Pete Hegseth and everybody. We're studying it and studying it very carefully. This is a whole new form of war, but it's a violent war.
New kind of war.
And there has been nothing like this since the Second World War. So we'll see what happens over the next week or two, and at that point I'll step in very strongly, and if I have to be there, I'll be there. And we'll either have a deal or we won't. But
we'll be there or we won't be there. We will have a deal or we won't have a deal. Very strong in terms of strength. There a lot of fighting in terms of war. We will come to a determination later. When it comes to it, at that time, I will make a determination based upon what is going on at the time. I feel like I'm getting a little... I'm starting to circle back on myself right now. So yeah, that's Donald Trump's answer to whether or not there would be consequences for Vladimir Putin not meeting with Vladimir Zelensky. I'm left feeling like I know less than I did before watching that clip in a way. So yeah, it's not clear what, if any, consequences there would be. Now let's leave this conflict for another conflict much further south. Talk about the refugees from the Myanmar civil war, ethnic cleansing, and whatever else you want to talk about, the coup that happened there a few years back. Of course, the Rohingya Muslim people are still refugees, largely living in Bangladesh. And the anniversary of that exodus was yesterday. Here is the Associated Press. Sorry. I forgot I need to do translations. We are such an oppressed community. We are asking the world for our justice, crying as there is no justice for us, so that they help us to get the justice. The government of Myanmar tortured us so much. If the government of Bangladesh wants to take us to Myanmar, we want to be equal to other ethnic groups, the way they are citizens of that country. We want to be the same citizens as them. Yep, and unfortunately, the Rohingya Muslims have been without a state for a very long time, and they're cast out of their home in Myanmar for, what is it now, 4 years? Now, let's go further south to Indonesia, a place we've been talking about recently. Indonesia has been going through a bit of tumultuousness, people dissatisfied with the government, which is seemingly leaning towards more of a military dictatorship, something which many in Indonesia are not interested in dealing with. Here's the AP from yesterday. This is in Jakarta. You can see some people have the Indonesian flag. Police units here with shields. People throwing rocks. Tear gas being fired by the police. Got one more of these videos in Indonesia.
Indonesian police fired tear gas and used a water cannon to push back protesters in the capital, Jakarta, on Monday. Hundreds of demonstrators tried to break into the Indonesian parliament in protest against what they called excessive pay and perks for legislators. Some protesters threw rocks and set off fireworks at riot police. Others were seen to be carrying a flag from the Japanese manga series One Piece, which has become a symbol of protest against government policies in the country. The protest comes after local media reported this month the parliament.
I feel like we have to make this a symbol of our revolution too. The One Piece flag. Something about it.
Carrying a flag from the Japanese manga series One Piece, which has become a symbol of protest against government policies in the country. The protest comes after local media reported this month the parliamentarians were paid upwards of 100 million rupiah, or just over $6,000 a month. Although Indonesia is Southeast Asia's largest economy, the average monthly income is the equivalent of $190. Officials have so far not provided any details related to damage, casualties, or arrests.
Okay, now let's move it along. Talk about what happened on, I guess, was this Monday or was this yesterday? I can't remember now. Earlier this week, Monday or Tuesday, President of South Korea, newly minted president, took over for Yoon Suk Yeol. I am, of course, talking about Jong. What's his name? Lee Jae-myung. Of course. Ha. Yes. Sorry, I really haven't familiarized myself with this guy that much. Like, the last time we were really focused on South Korea was during the impeachment trial, but really haven't talked about them much since it ended. All right, let's start off talking about this. Now, as of course, he met with Donald Trump at the White House. A lot of expectations from people back at home for how this visit would play out for the country.
He's barely 2 months into office after the impeachment of his predecessor. As South Korean President Lee Jae-myung heads to Washington for a summit with Donald Trump, concerns about a US retreat in security commitments loom large, as this analyst explains.
One of the essential elements is to try and build a relationship that will ground the security alliance going forwards throughout President Trump's term in office. That is coupled with the fact that under Lee's predecessor, we had immense domestic turmoil within South Korea. And the alliance has been touted as being on somewhat difficult grounds.
The summit comes after Lee made his first official visit to Japan last week. Both Seoul and Tokyo rely heavily on the US to counter China's mounting regional influence. Together they host some 80,000 US troops, but there are fears in South Korea that Trump will demand higher payments to support their presence. In spite of their deep-rooted historical grievances, South Korea and Japan pledged closer ties ahead of Lee's meeting with Trump.
In the fast-changing global political landscape, we agreed that unwavering South Korea-Japan and South Korea-US-Japan cooperation is more important than ever, and agreed to work towards stronger trilateral cooperation.
There we go. Lee Jae-myung meeting with his Japanese counterpart ahead of his trip to the United States, where he would represent South Korea with the Orange Dictator. Let's go to that meeting. Oh, right. I forgot about this. I watched this whole thing. Yeah, it's very frustrating because there's a ton of translating that goes on here. Suffice to say, Donald Trump embarrassed the United States here with this meeting. Let's just go here. CNN. Cover this as well.
We've been listening to President Donald Trump and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung at the White House in the Oval Office, taking questions from reporters. A number of significant headlines during this first in-person meeting between Trump and his South Korean counterpart, the first since the South Korean presidential election in June. The president calling Lee Jae-myung a friend, saying that he feels very warmly towards South Korea. Notably, he was asked about relations between South Korea and North Korea. Trump touting his relationship with Kim Jong-un, saying that he hopes to meet with Kim Jong-un this year, even jokingly inviting the South Korean president to attend what would be a trilateral meeting together. Trump very quickly, though, after he was asked about meeting Kim Jong-un, pivoting, saying that Xi Jinping would like him to go to China. And then he talked about China giving the United States magnets in exchange for access to airplane parts, and clearly trade with China top of mind there. The president was also asked about a U.S. military presence in South Korea and what he described as a rumor about South Korean officials raiding U.S. military bases there. The South Korean president trying to clarify that, saying that the chain of command in the South Korean military was looked into after martial law, a sort of fake martial law was installed in December, and there was some issues in South Korean politics, to say the least, but a lot of headlines there from Trump.
So many, and he talked about denuclearization. He said Russia is willing to do it, referring to a conversation he'd had with Putin, and he thinks China is too. We have our Kimberly Dozier here. We're going to talk with her about that in a second. That definitely needs a fact check. He also was asked about some domestic issues that we're also going to get to here, which is about the cities that he is planning to activate National Guard in. The search on John Bolton's house by the FBI, he quickly pivoted to what he called the raid on Mar-a-Lago at his own house, as he has done before. And then he was asked about Japan and Korea, because we should note that the Korean president is coming after a visit to Japan, which is kind of uncharacteristic. Normally, he would come straight to the U.S. first, as his predecessors have, but because of, I guess, alliances that Japan and South Korea have with the U.S. being a little bit on less stable ground, it kind of speaks to Korea and Japan, who have certainly had their differences here in the past, kind of finding.
Now, honestly, now that I'm thinking back to it, the meeting between Donald Trump and Lee Jae-myung was actually more subdued than normal. Like, shockingly, Donald Trump was actually less embarrassing than normal. I think partially because Lee Jae-myung did not speak in English, and so it sort of forced Donald Trump to sit there and listen to the translator, which caused him to not be able to riff, and really I think it threw off his rhythm, and so he was just sort of like, he looked like a bored school child waiting for the translator to be done so he could talk. Now, in this meeting, Donald Trump said that he wanted to meet Kim Jong-un. Which, of course, he has done in the past. I heard that you recently redecorated the Oval Office, and I would just like to say that it looks very bright and beautiful. And it has the dignity of America. And it symbolizes the new future and prosperity of America.
Would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader? I loved it. Remember when I walked across the line and everyone went crazy? And yet I felt safe. I felt safe because I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I hope it stays that way. I think it will. I have a very good relationship. I understand him. I spent a lot of free time with him talking about things that we probably aren't supposed to talk about. And, you know, I get along with him really well. I think he has a country of great potential.
The only remaining divided nation in the world is the Korean Peninsula. Now, I'd like to ask your role in establishing Peace in the Korean Peninsula and the construction of a Trump World complex in North Korea, so I can play golf there, so that you can truly play a role as a world historical peacemaker.
Will you meet him this year or maybe next year? Well, I'm meeting a lot of people. I mean, it's hard to say that, but I'd like to meet him this year. I look forward to meeting with Kim Jong-un in the appropriate future.
Would you consider...
Now, one thing that Donald Trump said during this meeting, which was incredibly disturbing to me, was at some point when they were talking about troops in the United States, Donald Trump suggested that somehow the United States take some portion of land in South Korea. To what end and why, I don't fucking know. But he said it. I should clip it. And we don't have time to find it through the whole hour-long meeting. But it was insane. It was one of those unhinged freaking things said during the meeting, where he just switches topics. Like, maybe it'd be good if perhaps America took on some land in Korea. I don't know. Could be good. And then South Korea's president hit back with saying you should build a Trump Tower in North Korea. All right, now if you missed this, I figured we would leave this in here for today. We watched this, I think it was on Sunday Fun Day. Let's go to North Korea, where Kim Jong-un and other North Koreans were honoring dead North Korean soldiers who fought for Russia in Ukraine.
공화국 영웅 칭호를 직접 수여하셨습니다. 자기의 붉은 피로 새긴 우리 장병들의 특출한 군공이 가장 용해 높이 빛나는 격정의 순간들이 흘렀습니다. 저는 사랑하는 조국을 위하여, 승리를 위하여 명령으로 불멸할 강국의 위상, 강군의 영광으로 맞는 주변의 맹세가 영예 높은 가슴마다에 더욱 가장 철저한 집행 정신으로 받들 하나의 쉼없이 받쳐 싸운 참전 열사들의 고귀한 모습들과 동지애로 개척되고 전진하며 승리 떨쳐온 조선혁명의 상스러운 역사가 응축된 동지애의 노래, 떠나간 열사들에게 영생의 숨결을 부어주시듯 군인의 의무감만으로는 지켜낼 수 없는 군사의 전모 인민의 기억 속에 영원한 위운의 별로 무궁토록 빛나기를 기원하시며 치고 자자손손 이역을 불같은 가슴에 새기며 그들의 염원 찬란히 굳은 마음들이 숭엄히 깃들었습니다. 반기며 다가설 것만 같은 정다운 모습과 이름들을 찾고 부르며 가슴에 고인 뜨거운 눈물을 쏟았습니다. 판가리 시각 물러설 자리를 찾지 않았고 바친 열사들. 땡종씨는 조국을 위하여 바쳐진 청춘을 긍지어 자부하고 조국과 함께하는 생을 용고 김정은 동지께서는
I mean, it would appear that something like 75 to over, maybe over 100. It's hard to count them all. Soldiers, North Korean soldiers died fighting in Ukraine. We got 2 videos left, people. That's right. Penultimate video coming up. Reuters with more footage from this event in North Korea.
오르고 있었습니다. 때에 이르게 쓰러진 아까운 젊음들을 다시 일으켜 사랑하는 부모 처자 앞에 세워주지 못하는 안타까움과 김정은 동지께서 관람석에 나오시자
테러의 수말리 길에 용사들이 덮고온 공화국기는 군관들, 병사들, 우리의
There we go. Quite a lot of fanfare around the deaths of these soldiers here in North Korea. All right, well, great job, everyone. Great job, everyone, for getting this far. That was your penultimate video of the night. Final video. Since we were doing Alex Jones today, I figured we would just end with this.
Here's how this is going to work, and it's entirely down to you. I'm going to ask you some questions in the spirit of a proper debate, and you've had a lot to say so far on the show, and a lot of it aimed at me, which is fine. But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims up front.
Actually, no.
Look, you got your little note cards.
Yeah, okay.
I just gave you FBI statistics that violent crime
Alex,
and gun crime is down over 20%.
Alex, let me just ask you
And
this.
you want to go to little factoids.
No, they're not little
Anybody can
factoids.
pull those up. Listen.
Do you know what...
Do you have a bodyguard?
Alex.
Why do you have bodyguards?
I don't have a bodyguard.
Yeah, I've seen you on the news with them. Don't you want to protect your wife from hoodlums, or you want to call the police?
Let me ask you this question.
Why does Dianne Feinstein tell 60 Minutes that she plans to try to take Mr. and Mrs. America's guns? Have you seen that?
Over me.
You guys want to disarm all of America.
No, I don't.
Dianne Feinstein's bill does.
I don't.
Gun confiscation.
No, let me clarify for you. You don't seem to understand
First you register, then you confiscate. It's always done the same.
Here's what the campaign on this
Well, here,
shows.
give me your little cue cards and I'll answer your questions for you.
What was the weapon used at Sandy Hook?
I've already gone over that and already answered it for you.
We haven't talked about Sandy Hook.
No, again,
what was the weapon?
It's a 223 M4.
Right.
Again, but statistically, they're using very low percentage of shootings.
But
period.
You
seeing? You guys, people wouldn't go swimming because the movie Jaws, even though great white sharks kill 5 people a year.
Alex,
you're trying to scare people.
Let me say something.
There's no metal shark in the water.
The same type of weapon was used in the last 3
and that's right.
mass shootings.
And Hitler used semi-autos to kill people.
Why would you
and
not?
So did Mao.
Why would you?
Why is the government arming to the teeth against us?
Alex, I don't.
What about Fast and Furious?
Alex,
why did our government ship guns into Mexico?
Alex,
to blame the Second Amendment?
Let's have a debate.
A false flag?
Alex,
to blame the Second Amendment?
I get accused.
Why they blow up Building 7 down the street here in New York?
I get accused when I get you guys on of talking over you, of being rude. I'm trying to be civil. Right? You've got to try and answer some of the questions. Right? Here's my issue for you. Why do people civilians need an AR-15 type assault rifle? Why do you
already said statistically they're used in a very low amount of the crimes. That's an FBI fact.
They've been used in the last 3 mass shootings.
Yes.
Why do
I'll tell you why.
them?
Because they advertise it in the media. Anybody knows that if somebody jumps off the Empire State Building, they put cops up there the next day because copycats come to do it again. The media hypes and hypes and hypes.
No, that's not the question.
Don't just commit suicide.
Alex, why do people
Go commit suicide by killing a bunch of kids, and here's the gun to use because it's the one the U.S. Army uses.
Why do people need them?
They need them to protect us from the #1 killer in history. Government in the 20th century, university study out of Hawaii killed 292 million people. It's called democide. Google it, folks.
Do you believe everyone in America should everyone in America therefore have an AR?
A study in Hawaii killed 292 million people.
If they want one.
Statistically, where there's more guns, there's lower crime. The highest crime is in Bloomberg,
But you have the most
controlled
guns
areas.
of any of the 23 richest countries in the world, and you have
Well, America was born on guns and whiskey.
Right, but
it's true we're a violent society.
You
But
accept that America has the most
knives
guns
kill
and the
3
most gun
times more.
murders.
Have you seen the FBI numbers? Knives, bats, rocks kill many times more.
Alex, let's talk about the guns.
It's not the rock. It's not the knife. When a mother chops her kids up with a cleaver because she's on serotonin.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Why don't you want to get rid of the drugs?
AR-15s?
Because they're half your sponsors?
Stick to the subject.
America's #1 cause of unnatural death now is suicide.
Alex,
not automobile accident, not cancer,
You accuse me of attacking the Second Amendment of the Constitution.
I want to get people off pills that the insert says will make you commit suicide and kill people.
Alex, let's get about to the Second Amendment.
I want to blame the real culprit. Suicide pills. Mass murder pills.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Your belief, unless I'm wrong.
First time anybody's ever heard this, by the way.
Your belief, unless I'm wrong, is that under the Second Amendment, your real concern is that you will be overrun by a tyrannical regime, either from somewhere else or
highway
from your own government.
checkpoints. Look at Mexico. Total gun ban for the citizens. Highest crime rate in the world. 57,000 people dead the last 5 years. Total gun ban for the citizens.
But you're
Switzerland has the lowest crime rate in Europe. Your country has the highest.
Alex, we have 35 gun murders a year. You have 11,000.
You people get their brains. It's the higher crime rate.
Let me ask
Violent crime is higher.
On this specific...
It's brains.
Alex,
it's people.
I'm trying to get inside your brain. It's
if
not
you punched
very
me
easy.
right now, it'd be not your fist, but your brain that did it.
Let me get inside your brain.
Okay.
Okay? I'm serious. You have a very, very big platform. You air, I think, on 63 networks.
No, that Wikipedia is like 10 years old. I'm on over 140 stations, XM.
Millions of Americans hear you
over 1.5 million
day.
visitors to Infowars.com
and I
today,
congratulate
where we have the
your
statistics
audience.
posted right now. Infowars.com.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Oh, I absolutely know. I have the police on CNN saying, get back, they're going to blow up 7. I have BBC reporting.
Who do you believe is behind
I have the proof. I heard them on CBS Radio.
Who, Alex?
They announced they blew up the towers on CBS Radio.
Who do you believe?
New Yorkers all saw it and heard it.
Alex, who do you
They
believe?
blew up Building 7.
Alex, who do you believe was behind it? The American government?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh, the CIA don't like this
Alex,
now.
Do you mean that President Bush and his administration were behind 9/11?
I mean that even mainstream news reported that the hijackers were ordered to be allowed into the United States. Michael Springman, the head of the visa department, blew the whistle on that.
So the Bush administration was part of a conspiracy.
He said never let us tolerate
to murder Americans.
To murder. I can speak in this accent as well.
Yeah.
The
But is that what you
government,
believe?
Hitler firebombed his own Reichstag, Pierce, to bring in martial law in Germany, April 27th, 1933. Governments have staged terror attacks throughout history or allowed terrorists to attack as a pretext to invade and enslave the populations. I probably own more than 50 firearms. Many of them have increased in value 2, 3, or even 4 times. I sleep very comfortably outside Austin, Texas, knowing that I can defend my family.
Okay, Alex Jones. This is
Infowars.com.
This is the man who wants to deport me from the country for wanting to get rid of
No, it's
assault
to
rifles,
point out you're a foreigner, a
mass
red coat,
outrages.
here telling us what to do.
Whatever.
Watching those two guys go at each other for me is incredibly cathartic. Everything about that was just amusing to me. Both of them. Just both of these children. Fuck it. Let's do this. Just because.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Well, we got through another stream. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, and Free Palestine. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. That's right, 10 cents a day gets you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Space Fams, enjoy this super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream.
Bye.